How are you doing, Miss Winters? Can you hear me?
Now try.
Hello,
Hi, Miss Winters. How are
hello,
you?
sir. I'm here. I hope you're doing well.
Good. I hope you're doing well too.
Thank you for today. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you're sure. I'm sorry. Yesterday we went on, but it was, try to get as much done in a day as we can. So.
I tried to hang tough as best I could. I'm ready to do this today and get it over with, I hope.
Yeah, I don't think we'll go much beyond 11 o'clock. I assume it'll move pretty quickly.
So I can go out and do bronco busting or skydiving after the. I haven't decided which, but I'll figure it out.
Okay, I'm just going to put you on mute. I'll put myself on mute and turn off the video. I'm going to do a few things.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Ryan,
Yes,
how do you hear me now?
Mr. Crespin, that's very good. It's much louder than yesterday.
Okay, thank you.
Very
Good
good.
morning, Ms. Winters.
Good morning, Mr. Crispin. How are you this morning?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Thank you for attending the hearing and your work. I appreciate it, okay?
Likewise,
Thank you.
have a good day.
You too. Now you can mute me, Mr. Crispin, the Mr. Crispin, the investigator, was checking his
What
sound.
happened?
Oh, no, we shouldn't even have touched it. Then just leave it on.
Well, I can't see my stuff.
Here, do you need me to move? We shouldn't have touched anything.
It's right here.
Hi, is Melissa there? Ms. Goodson, are you?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Fine, thanks. So I'm thinking we'll probably have to just get together at some point. I'm not sure if we need to do this on the record, I'll ask, but just to make sure that I get you all the exhibits, just because it's been a bit chaotic just with all the things. I'm keeping pretty close track here as to what's being admitted. And then I'll just confirm that before we go off the record. And I think I'll just ask the parties if they're all right with you and I coordinating however we need to make sure you have all those exhibits.
Yeah, that would be good.
I'll do that before we conclude the hearing today. And I don't think I need to be on the record when we figure that out, because you and I just need to transmit you all the documents somehow or another.
Yeah, that would be good.
Good. And then since I have you real quickly, do you recall yesterday, Mr. Yar, when did he admit Exhibit 7? I believe he did, but I just want to confirm that.
I don't have a recollection right off. I can open the other transcript. Well, wait, he did with the Mr. Rascone.
He did. The supplemental testimony of Lawrence Rascone was admitted into the record. I know that. And one of the problems too is that he has different numbers than I do, just trying to keep track of it.
I do recall that it was 7 that he admitted, though. It was his 07 is what he called it.
Is that the We Care Transportation response to the bench requests of February 2nd?
That I don't have written down.
That's what I'm wondering if he admitted or not. I don't recall if he did. So I'll begin with Mr. Yar and ask him that question.
Okay.
Thank you. So it's 9 now, but I don't see Mr. Yar. There's Mr. Borman.
Hello,
Good morning, Mr. Borman. How are you?
I'm all right.
We'll just give Mr. Yar a few minutes here. I'm sure he'll appear. Here we go. Morning, Mr. Yar.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Do we have everyone that's essential at the moment? It would appear that way. Mr. Bourne, Mr. Maurer, Mr. Yard, Ms. Winters is here. Is Mr. Adams prepared to begin, Mr. Yard?
You don't have.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so unless anyone has anything else, I'll just go on the record at this point. And I will turn it over to Mr. Yar, who will call Mr. Adams.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, we'd like to call Mr. Adams to the stand.
Ms. Goodson, if you could please swear in Mr. Adams.
Let's see, exhibit number.
Mr. Adams, can you raise your right hand, please?
Do we see, where is Mr. Adams? I don't have a visual.
I
Okay,
don't.
Okay, give us
either.
1 second, please.
We don't have a visual of Adams.
I think Scott Cargill will
It's
become
not true.
Mr. Adams. If not mistaken.
No, I think it might be Shauna Tilburg.
I don't see her as a participant. But anyway, oh, there she just appeared. There we go.
You want to show us on you?
Yeah.
Unmute.
Did you video? Because I'm not seeing him.
He's on video.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Adams, we don't see you yet, sir. We see just a box that says Shauna Tilburg.
Share screen. There we go.
Ah, there we are.
You got it?
You got it?
We do, but we have a bit of an echo going
I
on.
can hear.
Can you turn on
Yeah,
the
I got
volume for him?
got it.
Do you have YouTube running? Anyone? That's where that echo will come from. Mr. Adams, can you speak a little bit? Just say some more.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, so there's a big echo going on.
Good morning, sir.
Better. There we go. Okay, Ms. Goodson.
Can you raise your right hand, please, Mr. Adams?
Yes,
Do you
ma'am.
solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Adams.
Good morning, sir.
So, Mr. Adams, can you please state your name and your full name for the record?
Michael Adams.
And Mr. Adams, can you tell us where you work right now?
I'm retired right now.
Okay. At the time of the incident, the complaint, where did you work?
I worked for a We Care agency.
Okay, and what was your official title at WeCare?
I was the compliance officer for We Care Transportation.
Okay, great. Mr. Adams, did you file any testimony in this case?
Yes, I did, sir.
Are you familiar with that document?
Absolutely.
Is that document in front of you right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell us exactly what the name of that document?
Direct testimony of Michael Adams on the behalf of We Care Transportation LLC.
Okay. And did you prepare that document or was it prepared under your direction?
Yes, sir, under my direction.
Do you have any changes you'd like to make to that document?
No, sir.
And that document is an accurate and correct version of your testimony that you're getting ready to submit today.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I have no further questions. At this point, I'd like to move that document into the record.
Sure. I was just speaking with Ms. Goodson before this. We'll have to sort of just go all together to determine what exhibits are in or not. But what is you have this as an exhibit number? Which exhibit number do you have this as, Mr. Yar?
This would be exhibit number 10, but there are also attachments to that. I guess, Your Honor, now would be a good time to move all of those exhibits in, A through G.
That was what you submitted into Dropbox, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let me go just pull it up so we're looking at the same. Actually, I just saw that, I think. So is Trish McCullough you, or is that Mr. Maurer?
That would be Mr. Maurer, Your Honor.
Yeah, let me just go find your A through E. Exchange.
It's exhibit 11 here.
Exchange. Okay, I think this is going to be it. Okay, so let's go forward with that. I'm looking at them now in the Dropbox Exchange. There was a file that I created called late submission link, and this was going to be from you, Mr. Yar. So go ahead. Are you going to go A through G?
Correct, Your Honor.
Great. So go ahead with that.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd like to move exhibits A through G at this point.
And just for the record, I'm going to state what those are. We Care Exhibit A is Steve Chavez GPS logs, May 4, 2018. Exhibit B, GPS screenshots for Investigator Crespin. Exhibit C, the Chavez routes. Exhibit D, We Care Transportation Employee Handbook. We Care Exhibit E, maintenance records for November, December 2020 and January, February 21. And then Exhibit F, daily pre-post trip inspection form. And then Exhibit G is entitled wrong driver. And I will just have to figure out what those all correlate to in terms of my own list here, but whatever. Are there any objections to the admission of any exhibits by Ms. Winter's staff or superior?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Thank you.
Your Honor, one clarification. I misstated. The testimony of Mr. Adams is actually We Care Exhibit number 11, not 10.
Okay. That's in. Those are all in. I'm just making a note for myself. A through G, admitted.
Mr. Hearing Officer, this is Fred Maurer. Can you just real quick run through that list of A through G?
Yes.
Just so I make sure I understand what we got here.
Yeah, and I was speaking with Ms. Goodson, and I appreciate the question, Mr. Maurer, and I want to make sure this is clear too. It's a bit chaotic because this is why it all has to be done ahead of time so we all know what we're talking about. And that was why the order indicated you guys were supposed to do this before the hearing. I'm not blaming anybody. Fine, we all learn the process. It's all good. But Ms. Goodson and I are going to have, I'm keeping note of all these things. And then I'm going to have to just work with Ms. Goodson to make sure everything that gets admitted at this hearing goes up into the final trial transcript. So I'll just repeat what Mr. Maurer just asked me to. So Exhibit A is the GPS reports for Steve Chavez on May 4, 2018. And that's shared. And all of these all of A through G are shared in a file called Transport Company Exhibit Exchange Late Submission Link. And I sent this out to Mr. Yar and Mr. Maurer when they didn't send me back the exhibits in a timely fashion. So Exhibit B is the GPS screenshots for Investigator Crespin. Exhibit C is Chavez routes. Exhibit D is We Care Transportation Employee Handbook. Exhibit E is the maintenance records for November, December 20 and January, February 21. Exhibit F, daily pre-post trip inspection form. And Exhibit G, wrong driver. And I also see that, you know, if we're using numbers, as Mr. Yar said, he has an Exhibit 11 and a 12, but these are letters. That will be confusing. So Ms. Goodson and I may have to make sure everything is the correct number rather than letters and numbers, because that might just confuse everyone.
I have a question on that, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Did I understand him to say that A through G are actually attached to Exhibit 11?
Mr. Yar, I don't believe they are. Is that correct?
No, Your Honor, they're just coming in at the same time.
Yeah,
Okay.
These are all exhibits that Mr. Adams, I believe, participated, if not entirely, significantly in making, or at least he can speak to the validity of all these things. So yeah, so we have letters going on here, and we also have numbers. That's not going to work ultimately. So I think these things will ultimately become numbers unless Ms. Goodson's protocol is to use letters. I don't know if you have I think we've been using numbers throughout the proceedings, so we'll probably translate these over into numbers. Ms. Goodson and I are just going to have to meet at the end of this and figure this all out. I will keep the parties apprised. I have a running list of what I believe needs to get admitted from everybody, so I'm paying attention to. Okay. I think, Mr. Yar, you're through with presenting his direct testimony, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so we would go to Mr. Maurer for cross-examination.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, we've got a complainant. I'm sorry, Ms. Winters is the first to ask question. I apologize.
To ask questions of Mr.
Of Michael Adams. If you have any questions for Mr. Adams, Ms. Winters, now is your opportunity to do so.
Yes, I did, but I've decided I'm not going to ask any questions of him, so I pass the witness.
Okay, then to Mr. Maurer.
Say again?
Now we'll go to Mr. Maurer for his
Oh,
questions,
okay.
if he has any, for Superior.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. This is Fred Maurer on behalf of Superior. Mr. Adams, I've looked at your testimony, and I've also looked at comments that have been made by Mr. Crespin on behalf of staff regarding the GPS system. How are you familiar with that system?
The GPS system, I actually started with that in the United States Air Force. I did GPS, I did ground radar, ground and airborne radar, and everything we did, we tracked with GPS. So basically I have a 15, 20-year background with GPS as far as how the system works and what GPS does and doesn't do.
Okay. And with respect to the GPS system that is at issue in this case, is that the kind of system that you're used to dealing with in the 20 years of experience you have?
Absolutely. The Air Force, again, had the system that they're probably using now only because we had the 2 receivers and 2 transmitters, unlike what they're using now in civilian GPS.
And during your investigation and testimony concerning this GPS system, were you able to discern anything that showed the system was not up and functioning on May 4th?
Not at all, sir.
Okay. Can you explain to me Mr. Crespin's concerns about the sitting for 2 minutes at 0, then up to 40 for 1.1 miles? How did the car travel that 1.4 miles at 40 miles an hour? Basically, was there something wrong with the system on San Mateo Boulevard? I don't understand your testimony.
No, sir, actually, what happens at a stop like that, let's say you're at a light and you're turning left or you're turning right, what can happen is you're only moving maybe 1,000 feet because your car is pulling up in front of you and it's turning left or turning right. So what happens is you're tracking you, but the GPS doesn't have time to really catch up by the time you stop. So what happens is you moved actually in latitude, longitude, or in the GPS format that it measures. And what it does is it actually, it moves you forward that much. So it tells you you're at a different location. So if you actually move your foot to the right one step, you're actually at a different latitude, longitude. So it didn't have enough time to read the speed at the 0. It might have gone to 1 or 2, but sometimes GPS doesn't calculate that low. It just knows you moved latitude, longitude. Is
Okay.
that,
Well, to a degree, but I still don't, do you have those documents in front of you? Where did this 40 mile an hour come from? And your analysis, was there anything that didn't look appropriate in that stopping and then up to 40 and all of that done 1.1 miles?
no, absolutely not. Again, if you look at some of the cars right now, even the new Tesla is up to 60 miles an hour in 0.39 seconds. So no, it didn't look awkward to me. So I didn't find it as something that was odd for GPS, sir.
So it was your conclusion that based upon your experience and the analysis of the system, that the system appeared to be running appropriately and accurate for the day in question?
Yes, sir.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Borman, do you have any questions for Mr. Adams?
Yeah, I do, just really briefly. Good morning, Mr. Adams.
Good morning, sir.
I'm looking at your testimony, and I think this is page 5. And it looks like you state that you were notified of the complaint of Crystal Winters on May 8th, 2018. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's the first time you became aware of that complaint?
Yes, sir.
And is that the same notification that that you received about Steven Chavez?
Yes, sir. In that complaint was the complaint with the driver and the incident that supposedly happened that day. Yes, sir.
Okay, and then you talk about at the bottom of that page and into the next, you talk about what steps you took after receiving that complaint. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't see in here, and well, let me back up. Yesterday we had some discussion with Ms. Saiz. Were you around for that?
Yes, I was, sir.
Okay. And do you recall that she said that she took Mr. Chavez for a drug test after receiving this complaint?
Yes, sir. No, I think now I'm trying to remember what happened yesterday, but I think she was saying that was after the Lila Sandoval.
Okay, that wasn't until the Lila Sandoval matter.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I guess what I'm asking is, was Mr. Chavez taken for a drug test after the Crystal Winters complaint as well, or not?
No, sir, because I found no evidence as far as why I would recommend for him to take a drug test. So my research based on what I did with GPS and calling the sheriff's department and the other research that I did as compliance, I found nothing as far as verifying that I needed to talk, no more than talk to Mr. Chavez.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
You're welcome, sir.
Okay, Mr. Adams, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing wonderful. How are you, sir?
Okay, thank you. So I'm just going to ask some questions about the investigation that was conducted. And the first question I have for you relates to what it is that We Care knew when, I suppose, what it is you knew when you were investigating this matter. And yesterday, Ms. Sabine's testimony and the exhibits attached to that testimony, or the attachments, I guess I should say, since they're not technically exhibits for our purposes of the record. Her testimony is an exhibit and includes lettered attachments. One of those attachments is a string of emails. This is Exhibit B to her testimony. And Exhibit B relates what it is, I understand, Superior relayed to WeCare that prompted your investigation. And I read it yesterday, and I just want to read it again so that I understand. Well, I guess let me start here. Do you recall reading the email message from Ashley Clark to WeCare setting out what Ms. Winters alleged?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall receiving that around the 8th of May, 2018?
Yes, sir.
Great. And so if I understand, it says, that message says, I was in danger and was held captive in a car, and I need to report to someone. This man is off his rocker. The driver is dangerous. He took me to my apartment. Took me to my appointment in Albuquerque on Friday. All the way to my house, he was talking about killing people that he transported. He was going down San Mateo at 60 miles per hour. He locked the door and locked my window, and he got out of the car and started going crazy. I have a degree in psychology, and I was in danger, and he started verbally abusing me, telling me I was a crazy old B***, trying to redact bitch. And we were going down the highway going 75. I tried to call my son, and he kept saying he was going to kill him, and I wish my son dead. He took me into some dirt road under some trees, and I didn't know what was going on, and I was scared to tell anyone, and I thought I needed to because I don't want anyone to get killed. I called the former sheriff, and he reported to the current sheriff that he injured me, and the sheriff is trying to call WeCare and pull the tracker, but he can't get a hold of them. Steve Chavez is the driver with WeCare, and he lives in town, and he said if I told, I would see what happened. This all took place on Friday, May 4, coming back from my dentist office. Is that basically the message that you saw?
As I recall, sir, again, it's been a few years, but yes, sir, as I recall.
Okay, so when you were doing your investigation, knowing that this was what Ms. Winters alleged, based on the allegation, did you investigate whether Steve Chavez arrived late to pick Ms. Winters up on May 4, 2018?
Yes, sir. I investigated from point one. What I'll do is in investigations or any type of compliance or complaint is I'll pull up the GPS because it tells me exactly when the GPS is turned on, when they're there, when they leave. It tells everything until if they turn it off, then I don't see it, but it tells the whole travel. I can tell from that what the whole trip basically did. Yes, sir.
I'm looking at Mr. Yar just submitted a document that he's identified as WeCare. I want to do this correctly. I don't want to go back. This is WeCare Exhibit A, Steve Chavez GPS, May 4, 2018. That log goes back to 7:33 a.m. Did you know what time Ms. Winters was supposed to be picked up on that day?
Okay, 7 o'clock, sir.
So why do these logs only reveal what occurred beginning at 7:33 if you investigated why Mr. Chavez was late to pick her up?
Because that's when the GPS software was turned on, sir.
So in other words, when Ms. Winters, she did not report in this, or at least to my knowledge, when you're getting the investigative documents, I mean, what allegedly occurred, she doesn't mention, she said, I don't know if she says she got picked up late. Don't know that that's in that document, but the GPS logs themselves don't point back to the time that he was supposed to be there. And I'm just wondering how you would know what he was doing before 7 a.m. if the logs themselves don't even go back beyond 7 a.m.
Oh, I have no clue until he turns the GPS on. But again, that's when he reports to duty. So what I'm supposed to do is look at the time that he's logged on with the software that, again, we purchased or WeCare has purchased to be able to track when that GPS comes on, when they arrive at the trip, when they start the trip. I'd also put that software actually has a signature block that they sign when they pick them up and when they drop them off. So more or less, I know exactly what happened on the trip.
So if I understand correctly, then 7:33, which is the first time that appears in Exhibit A, That's the first moment that Steve Chavez is doing anything on his workday on May 4th, 2018.
Yes, actually, sir, according to the TVF, which is that transportation verification form,
Yes.
Okay.
What are you pointing to? Which document?
it is the TV, they were talking about it yesterday, the transportation verification form.
Okay, was this associated with Ms. Sabine's testimony?
Yes, sir.
I've got to find that. I want to be clear for the record what document you're pointing to.
February 26th bench request
Um,
for Raylene. Miss Sabine, I think.
I have to find that document. We all have to be sure we're talking about the same thing. This was part of it was admitted for Superior.
Yes,
I do
sir.
believe so, Your Honor.
And can you tell me the title of that document again?
It's a transportation verification form.
Your Honor, if you want to just look at the camera, this is what it looks like.
Yeah, I know that document. I just want to be able to identify for folks who are reading.
I don't know if
after.
Mr. Mauer knows exactly which exhibit might be.
I'm looking at the documents from the bench request. Oh, I believe I just found it. May 4, 2018. Okay, so I'm looking at answers to February 26, 2021 bench requests, which was admitted yesterday as Superior Exhibit E. Okay, so I'm looking at that document, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Adams.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Okay, if you look at that pull-out time in the top in the middle,
Arrive time.
page 4.
I see it. I see it's pull out 7:32 a.m. Okay.
Yes, sir. So that's the time the GPS is basically turned on and I can start tracking what they're doing.
Okay, so but the point is that if he was meant to pick her up at 7 a.m. on that date, why is he pulling out at 7:32?
Well, sir, I didn't look at that he was late. That wasn't the complaint. No,
Right, you didn't investigate whether he was late because she didn't say that in her complaint. So you did not investigate initially whether Mr. Chavez arrived late.
yes, sir. Because sometimes there's an agreement between the client and the driver that they're able to pick them up a little bit later, and it happens. So and it's something that I didn't look at that was odd either.
Do you have any reason to believe that there was an agreement between Ms. Winters and Mr. Chavez that she could be picked up?
No,
Not at the
sir.
scheduled time?
No, sir.
Okay. And it does say Raylene Sebay's testimony at her Exhibit 6 that the pickup time was meant to be 7 a.m. Just note that for the record. So based on the GPS logs, what time do we believe, and I'm looking again here at Exhibit A, it might be useful just for me to share this on screen since we can all, that might be faster for everybody involved. So let me do that. Let's see if my machine will let me. Yes, and here's Exhibit 1. Are you all seeing my screen now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Great. So I just minimized my people. Keep the people up on this screen. Good. So what time, Mr. Adams, does she arrive at Miss Winters' address? And I would ask, Miss Winters was not terribly interested in disclosing her address. I understand that's the case, but it is important that we understand. So Mr. Adams, without saying words that reveals or discusses where Miss Winters lives, can you just generally describe for me when, based on the time frame that you're looking at here, that he arrives at her house?
Yes, sir. 7:46.
So that's, do you see my little plus sign thing? Is it moving around on your screen?
Yes,
right
sir.
There. That's the time frame you're saying that he's there?
Again, according to what I researched and looked at was her address, and that was the time that he arrived.
It looks like he's staying there for about 10 minutes, huh?
Yes, sir. He waited for her again, which is normal for a client to get into the vehicle. So he waited from 7:46 and took
No.
off around 7:57
Okay.
or 7:58. You can see it moving.
And are we certain that this is her address right here? I mean, without saying it out loud, I mean, well, I'm just gonna have to. 6201 Quay Road, AP.6, that's her address?
Quay Road, yes, sir. It's Quay Road. And actually what we do is I'll research on her file where her address is to see if that's the correct address, because we do have issues with that sometimes, that someone doesn't live at the address we have referenced. So it's something that I normally will update with the CSRs. And that was the address I had on record. Yes, sir.
Okay. So your position is that it's between 7:46 and 7:57. He's at her house and he's just waiting then. I just want to clarify. That's what you're testifying here today.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that's interesting because so the complaint log that accompanies Mr. Crespin's investigative report, and then I believe Ms. Civey's testimony yesterday was that Mr. Chavez arrived at 8:38 a.m. If that's in fact what that evidence indicates,
okay,
is that just wrong?
Yes, sir. Actually, what it is that's from the TVF. If you don't mind looking at that travel verification form again.
Okay, this would be the February 20, the document we just had from Superior, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So many papers. I have to find it again. Can I just do it here? Well, why don't you read to me what it says, Mr. Adams, while I'm trying to find that.
Okay, on line 1 on the pickup of Miss Winters, it actually says 8:38 arrive time. Now, what more than likely happened on that is I don't use those times as far as when they pick them up. So that 8:38 is when she signed as she was being picked up. Now it looked like she didn't, because it's a line through. It doesn't have Miss Winters normal. She puts a CW or puts Crystal Winters on her signatures. That one just had a line if you look at it for client signature. And this is mostly, excuse me, for payroll. It really has nothing to do with what I do in compliance as far as times.
Okay.
Because drivers don't always get the signature. Many different reasons why.
Okay. Shoot, I wish I could find that document and follow along right with you.
Your Honor, Your Honor,
yes.
if I may, I think you called it Superior Exhibit E.
Yeah, and I have all these piles going now. It's just too chaotic with the varying letters and numbers, making it very hard. It's the bench request, which I just had. It's fine. I can follow along either way.
I can try to send it to you, Your Honor, if that makes it easy for you.
No, that's fine. Can you let me ask you this: is someone capable of sharing that on screen? What Mr. Adams just described?
Mr. Maurer? I'll try on my end. I'll try on my end, Your Honor. Can you give me one quick second?
Sure.
You want to click this?
We can. That's fine. And I might have just found it myself. This is Exhibit 7.
Put it up on his computer?
26.
Can.
Yeah, and then hit screen share, yeah. It's somewhere in there, yeah. It's at the bottom.
I have no idea where that page is now, too. It's getting frustrating. two. All right, we'll just have to carry on here, Mr. Adams. We'll have to, respond to the question again, what you're indicating, the transportation verification form establishes to you with respect to 8:38 a.m. Did I understand you correctly to saying that Ms. Winters may have signed that at some date subsequent to the arrival of the driver, and that tells us therefore that the date indicated on the transportation verification form is not when he actually arrives?
No, sir. So again, if you look at that, well, you can't, but what the form has is line 1 at the time that he arrives to Miss Winters is what it's supposed to be. It looks like Mr. Chavez didn't have it signed, or he signed it because it's a line through, it's not her initials. And it says 11:39 a.m. So that's when basically the software recognizes that somebody signed this form. This form I do not use for verification of transportation. I use GPS.
So gentlemen, I think we're gonna have to take a quick break here so that I can get these documents under wraps. This seems like important discussion. I wanna understand, Mr. Adams, the fact that the exhibits weren't submitted on time, we have letters and we have numbers. This needs to be worked out so that we're all on the same page. So I'd like to just, for 10 minutes, Mr. Adams, we're gonna take a break and I'm just gonna work with the attorneys to figure this part out and with Ms. Goodson. So that's what I'd like to do at this time. This is making me uncomfortable that I can't find the documents to which you are referring, and I need to be able to see them as we're testifying. So that's what's going on.
Well, yes, sir, absolutely. And it's the one we had just discussed. So
I know that, but now I'm not able to locate it. And what would be very useful to me is if the attorneys who are leading questioning on these things, if I can't have the document in front of me, can show that to me. But that's not happening. But in any case, we're going to take a break. Mr. Adams, you are free to. We're going to pause for 10 minutes, and I'm going to figure this out with the documents.
Yes, sir.
Fred,
Okay.
if you could just shut down your video and your audio.
So,
Sorry, what?
I'm sorry. No, I said Fred. I meant Mike. Mike, can you shut down your?
Oh,
Mike, it's just going to be the lawyers right now. So
yeah,
and
we need to get
obviously Ms. Winters and Ms. Sandoval. We're just going to kind of work this out. So you could just take a break, Mike.
All right, so I just want to review and this is for Ms. Goodson's benefit too. Yesterday we had Ms. Winters, and I am familiar with all the things that were admitted for Ms. Winters. We had effectively complainants exhibits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
And say what they are. It'll be A, B, C,
13 and 14. That I don't believe is in any way in controversy. I don't think I need to restate what those were. All of that was admitted. Then we heard from Superior. And Mr. Maurer, you admitted some documents, I believe, in letter format, but that's not going to work. So we're going to need to do numbers. Mr. Maurer, did you share with me those documents on Dropbox that you admitted? I can't hear you,
sorry.
Mr. Maurer.
Yes, sir. Sorry, I thought I had it on mode. Yes, sir. They were sent yesterday morning during the break at approximately, I think we broke at 10:30, 11:30. Those were all sent to you, and I thought you had them.
I do have them, sir, but what I'm saying to you is that they were admitted in what appeared to be letter numbers, letter format, but we did numbers to begin with. And I believe Mr. Borman also used numbers in his submissions that he provided to me. So we're going to go and do numbers. Exhibit A that you submitted was the direct testimony of Chris Archuleta. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That will be Exhibit 1 of Superior. I'm going to actually get a different color pen so that I can keep track of this. Exhibit 1, Chris Archuleta testimony. Then we have Exhibit B, which is the direct testimony of Raylene Seabay. That will be Exhibit 2. Is that consistent? You have exhibit B there, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then we have exhibit C, the answers to the 2020 bench requests. This will be Superior Exhibit 3, November 2020 bench request. Okay. And then we have,
Your Honor, if I may interrupt just for a second.
sure.
Exhibit 3 is the answers to November 20th?
Yes, that's correct. Exhibit C submitted by Mr. Mauer was the answers to the November 2020 bench requests. That shall be exhibit number 3.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We have exhibit D submitted by Mr. Mauer. That is the answer to the February 2, 2021 bench requests. This shall be exhibit number 4 for Superior. Then we have exhibit E. This is the answers to the February 26, 2021 bench requests. This shall be exhibit number 5. That solves that mystery. Then Mr. Mauer did not submit bench request responses to the last set of questions. We discussed that. That's fine. There were 3 documents that Mr. Mauer identified Superior as having 3 documents that I believe Superior should have admitted because they were evidence that they submitted to the commission before I was appointed. Those shall be exhibits numbers 6, 7, and 8. Number 6 is the answer to notice of complaint and order requiring answer filed with the commission. Number 7 is the answer to notice of complaint, first additional complaint, and very long title and so on. That was filed initially with the commission on May 23rd, 2019. And exhibit 8 is the response filed with the commission on June 26, 2020. That is all of Superior's exhibits. Now, we care. Thus far, Mr. Yar, you have submitted the supplemental testimony of Lawrence Rascone. You identified this as We Care exhibit number 12. How did we get to 12? It was the first exhibit you submitted.
Your Honor, and let me explain what happened. We were under the perception that we would be using letters at first. And if you remember, we submitted all those exhibits without any of the testimony because we had assumed that the testimony had already come in. So when we filed it subsequently, we didn't have a complete track of what they were. So we picked numbers that were what we had never used. So those you could totally disregard and we could start from scratch. If you feel that's the best way to do it, we can make that exhibit 1 of the We Care.
Yeah, let's do that. I appreciate your flexibility there, Mr. Yard. I think it's going to get too confusing otherwise. So we're going to call the supplemental testimony of Lawrence Rascone filed with the commission initially, or filed with the commission on March 5th, 2021 as We Care number 1. Great. Now we just, you just admitted the, let me pause for a second. Yesterday, Mr. Yar, did you admit responses to the February 2nd, 2021 bench request, which you filed on February 22nd of 2021?
Yes, Your Honor, we did.
You did. And so I believe that should be We Care exhibit number 2.
Okay.
Does that satisfy you, Mr. Yar?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Wait,
now,
I'm sorry. Exhibit number 2 is what? Tell me again.
It is We Care Transportation's responses to the February 2, 2021 bench requests filed with the commission on February 22nd, 2021.
Thank you. Sorry.
No, that's fine. I'm happy we're doing all this.
And what was it numbered originally? Was it numbered originally?
I do not, it may have had a letter number.
Okay.
I don't know the answer to that question. It may have been 7, but I think just disregard. I believe the document title is specifically We Care Transportation Response to February 2, 2021 bench requests. So I think that should be self-evident for you, Ms. Goodson, when you go to number all these things. So then we just had the testimony of Michael Adams, and that was admitted as exhibit We Care 3. We'll just call that 3 now. Okay, so Mr. Adams just talking with me about an exhibit that Superior admitted with Ms. Seavey. And we need to refer to it by number so that we're all talking about the same thing.
That would be exhibit number 4, I think, correct?
Yes.
Are we back on the record?
No.
Sorry, yes, no, not yet. I'm sorry. I was just trying to make sure that this all lines up.
Oh, okay, just make it.
Yeah, no, thank you, Mr. Miller. I appreciate that. That's understandable. Let me just deal with this for 2 seconds. Okay, so this is as far as we've gotten. We have a little more clarification now. Let's go back on the record.
Wait, we
I still have.
don't have clarification because we had A through G that you just submitted as
Right.
well, or admitted, sorry.
Oh, I understand. Yes, you did just do that. Thank you for reminding
So
me.
if, that's right. This will be 4, will be the GPS reports. That
Hold on,
was,
let me just go to these documents.
so this was A. Okay. That's gonna be. GPS.
Okay, so yes, thank you for. I need to get a piece of paper. We have from WeCare several lettered exhibits, yes. All right, so WeCare Exhibit A was Steve Chavez GPS, May 4th, 2018. That would now be Exhibit 4. WeCare Exhibit B was the Shauna it's screenshots for Crest Bean. That will now be 5.
You should go over this with Mike Adams. All of this, because he's gonna need it.
WeCare Exhibit C was the routes Chavez took on the morning. That would all be, that'd be 6. The WeCare Employee Handbook was admitted as Exhibit D. That will now become Exhibit 7.
I don't think so.
WeCare E is maintenance reports. That'll be 8. WeCare F is going to be the daily inspection form. That will be 8. Excuse me, that'll be 9.
All right.
Then we have WeCare Exhibit G.
What?
This will become 10, and that is just generally evidence showing that the 11/15/2018 transport did not involve Steve Chavez. It's generally just referred to as wrong driver. Okay, and before we go back on I think that's all. Okay, let's ask that question. That would be all the exhibits we've dealt with so far from WeCare at this juncture, right?
Yes, Your Honor. I assume you don't need us to upload it or anything like that. We're just gonna.
Yeah, Ms. Goodson, go ahead.
Actually, that would be ideal. If you guys could change those and just send out a new email. It takes me a long time to go through these anyway. And then if I add the time to go through exhibits, that'll make me have to print them out and sort through them when everything should be just done electronically from my end.
Okay.
So I would super appreciate it if you could just renumber and send in a new link.
That would be the alternative, Mr. Yard, depends on like, I can send out a new link to both Superior and WeCare at the end of this. You all can renumber your exhibits. I will write down what we've just discussed, and then you can resubmit them to me. Because if you don't have your own Dropbox accounts, then it has to get shared to Miss. Do you want to do it that way?
Yeah, whatever's the easiest, Your Honor. I apologize for any of the confusion that we've caused here. I want to make it as easy for the court reporter and for yourself. If you want to do it at the end, we all have our code here. We have our little cheat sheet. I know what everything is. I'm happy to move along, and we can refer to this. And then if it's okay with the court reporter, either at lunchtime or at the end, we'll upload everything in the correct numbering.
That's fine. At the end is fine. Or lunchtime, whatever is fine for you guys. I kind of have a question. I don't need an answer right at this minute. It's just something for you to think about maybe. Since of course our transcript is verbatim, I don't know how you want me to really, to really identify this in the record, that the numbers have been changed, other than what you've already said on the record, that we're going to change the numbers.
Yeah, I understand your point. I think ultimately it's not a big deal, because whenever we've talked about documents, I think it's been pretty straightforward what we're talking about. It would have been useful to have had this figured out from the very beginning, and maybe this all should have been done before we even began the hearing. I appreciate that comment now.
Okay, maybe if there's some sort of a note I can put at the end of the index page as to what they were. I don't know if you'd like me to do that or something, then we can all think about that, and you can let me know at the end.
I understand. I think that's a very good suggestion. So we will we'll just figure that out the best we can.
Mr. Herring, it's Fred Maurer. Can I just clarify? So at the end of the proceedings, you want both Superior and WeCare to take the exhibits that were filed yesterday in the Dropbox and refile them instead of with letters with numbers.
Yeah, and it may be actually, I think that's ideal, just to clarify this. I mean, I might be able to go in and edit the titles of those documents and change the names, but that's, again, I don't want to mess with your work. This is your work and you're submitting it. I realize I'm in control of the record, but like, I think the cleanest way to do it is to have them resubmitted with the correct numbers, the way it should have been from the beginning.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, this was the point that I had made when I sent initially to the whole group saying, there's lots of documents here, here's what we can use, and then we can figure that out, so it's fine. So before we go back on the record, I just want to see real quickly, Mr. Adams was just a moment talking, and this is not a substantive law point. I just want to see how we get to the correct document. So the transportation verification form that Mr. Adams was talking about would appear in which exhibit of Superior's?
My understanding, Your Honor, would be Exhibit 4.
Would be Superior's response to the February 2 bench requests. Okay, and let's see if that is correct. The last page.
Mr. Turner, sir, if we're talking about the two-sided document that has pickup and drop-off times specifically for 5-4, that would be, I think,
26 bench requests. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the response to the February 26 bench request, the third page of that document,
Yes.
which as I now understand is Exhibit 5.
Correct. Correct. Makes the world a much easier place when we do it that way. Good. I'm glad we've solved the mystery here. Let me get a giant pen and write that on here. Okay, I'm much more comfortable now. I appreciate you all doing this with me. I think it was a fruitful thing to have done. It will solve much of the problems we've encountered with these exhibits. Is there anything further from anybody before we go back on the record?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's resume with Mr. Adams.
Mike Adams is on, Your Honor.
Very good, Mr. Adams. So we just took we're on the record, Ms. Goodson, correct? Great. So we just took a brief break to work out some difficulties we were having with exhibits. Those difficulties were resolved, and now we're here. And we were speaking generally about some information you were pointing out in the trip verification form for the May 4, 2018 transport of Ms. Winters. I was inquiring about when the trip began and pointed out that the logs that WeCare submitted in this case, which have been now admitted as Exhibit 4, appear to show, according to you, that the pickup was at, I want to say that was 7:30, which was it? I'm going to pull that in a second, give me a moment. That would have been between, he arrives allegedly at 7:46 and then departs her home at 7:57. The trip verification form points out that he arrives at 8:38 a.m. And then you directed me towards a slash on the client's signature on that piece of paper, and you were testifying that signified something which you were just explaining.
Okay, so excuse me. On the TVF form, as you see on that top one, that top line is, which is, when I research these, is Miss Winter's signature on that top line with that line saying, which we get all the time. I get smiley faces, I get everything. So that line verifies that 8:38 is when she signed in on MediRoutes, the software that we use to say we're picking her up for that trip.
So okay, so then Ms. Winters yesterday, I'm not sure if you were present for this, but she asked Mr. Archuleta of Superior some questions. And one of her questions was, you're aware that these trip verification forms don't reveal reality. Are you telling me that the arrival time on the trip verification form is not to be believed?
Is that a question, sir?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so 8:38, it can be off. It depends when that driver has the customer sign, the client sign the document, or into the software, which is on a, which they have to sign on a tablet or a phone, depending what device they're using.
Why is it acceptable that this form shows that she's picked up the arrival time, which by plain language means the time he arrived at 8:38 a.m., and you're telling me, no, the way this works, that's not what time he arrives?
No, sir, it's not acceptable. It's not acceptable. It's another thing that we work with the drivers on training, is you have to, when you arrive and they get in the car, they need to sign in that you're picking them up. Now, if he waited till 8:38, it's another issue that we may have with drivers, but again, they should do it when they pick up the passenger and the passenger gets into the vehicle.
So all the testimony that we got from Superior yesterday, that he arrives at 8:38, the complaint log says it's 8:38, that all is incorrect according to your claims about the GPS logs.
No, it's all explainable, sir. Again, GPS is exactly where he's at the time that he's supposed to be at, correct?
Yes, I understand. And the GPS logs that you've just testified to me show he is at her house at 7:46 and leaves her house at 7:57. This transportation verification form does not say the same thing.
No, it's when she signed in that he was picking her up.
Okay, I understand your answer to the question. That's fine. Back to the question about the logs starting at 7:33 a.m. If Miss Winters is expected to be picked up at 7, I asked you why it begins at 7:33, and I believe your response was that this is when Steve Chavez starts his day.
Yes, sir. When he actually turns his GPS system on or his MediRoute system on. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Do we know, based on these GPS logs, whether Mr. Chavez went to a hospital or nearby a hospital or anywhere in the vicinity of a hospital prior to traveling to Ms. Winters' residence?
No, sir.
That cannot be discerned based on these addresses that exist in these logs.
It can't, any point on that log that I proved, that I brought out I could verify every point there. That's again, not what I was doing in this circumstance.
Are you familiar with any hospitals that exist in Tucumcari?
Sir, I haven't been to Tucumcari since high school.
Okay. So just to be clear, then you did not examine these GPS logs to determine whether or not Mr. Chavez traveled to a hospital prior to picking up Ms. Winters?
I found nowhere in my, that it was requested for me to do that. If I had to verify every point, I would have been, we'd still be talking about how much I've had to verify, sir.
I understand your answer. Thank you. So did you evaluate whether or not Mr. Chavez took a detour of any kind when traveling from Ms. Winters' home to I-40?
Yes, sir.
And does these GPS logs appear to confirm that he in fact did take a detour, or does it confirm the opposite, that he did not?
No, it did not.
Just a moment, please. Where do we see the first appearance of I-40 on these logs? And I'm not going to quiz you on this. I'm just going to say that I see it at 8:42 a.m. This would be I-40 US 54 Tucumcari city limit, New Mexico 88401, United States of America. Is it fair for me to assume that this is close? We're sort of coming close to I-40 at this point by 8:42?
Let me, sir, I'm referring to the log.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm at the bottom of page 0001. The first
Yes, sir.
page of those.
Yes, sir. It's on 5/4/2018, 8:42. It looks like he's on I-40.
So this would then, in fact, support Ms. Winters' allegation that they leave Tucumcari almost an hour and a half after she was scheduled to be picked up.
Yes, sir.
Very good. Now, when you're looking at these logs, sir, do these, and I'm not trying to ask you a silly question, I just need you to confirm this for the record for me. Does this tell us anything about what's going on inside the vehicle?
No, sir.
So these logs do not tell us anything about what Mr. Chavez is saying to Ms. Winters as they're driving along at these particular coordinates?
No, sir.
So when you were communicating with Mr. Chavez, knowing what you were told in the report you received from Superior, did you ask Mr. Chavez whether, as they were driving out of Tucumcari or as they left Tucumcari, maybe perhaps on the highway, did you ask Mr. Chavez whether he said to Ms. Winters that he wanted to kill the sheriff's mother?
Did I ask him that question?
Yes, sir.
Yes. I asked him pretty much to state what had happened initially. And then I asked him I asked him the questions that I had got in the complaint, sir.
And then by saying got in the complaint, I assume you're referring to the complaint as reported to you by Superior on May 8th in the message from from Ashley to Robin. Is that the report that you were referring to?
Yes, sir.
Does that report refer to Mr. Chavez saying that he wished to kill the sheriff's mother?
Does that report, the complaint refer that? No, sir.
Right. So it doesn't seem to me as possible that you would have known to ask Mr. Chavez, whether he's telling Ms. Winters, I want to kill the sheriff's mother, because that in fact doesn't appear in the report that you're given.
Yeah, exactly. I only asked what was in the complaint, sir.
I understand, sir. So that would mean then also you did not ask Mr. Chavez, and if you did, you can correct me. I'm not making an accusation. I'm just asking questions. That he disliked the smell of dialysis patients and said they smelled like sweet piss.
Repeat that, sir?
Did you ask Mr. Chavez whether he said to Ms. Winters, dialysis patients don't smell good, they smell like sweet piss, and I wish they're all dead?
No, sir.
Very good. Did you ask Mr. Chavez whether he said to Ms. Winters that bugs were crawling underneath his skin?
No, sir.
Your Honor, if
Yes.
I don't mean to object, but a lot of these complaints or, allegations that he researched were over 2 years ago. It might be helpful for him to look at that complaint.
That's why I read it to him when I began this
Okay,
exchange.
all right. I didn't hear that part. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
I read the complaint to him. I read it yesterday to Ms. Seabay. If Mr. Adams, you need to hear again or to refer back to what it is that I understand Mr. Yar's point, but you have to understand, Mr. Yar, the nature of my questions are such that I deduced reading these matters that the details of Ms. Winters' complaint became more significant as time went on. Initially, the reports did not reveal all the things that Mr. Chavez allegedly said. So that's why I'm asking your witness whether he asked any of these questions. And if we ultimately credit Ms. Winters' account of them, we heard yesterday there's testimony say that there are in fact policies in place to ensure that drivers are behaving a certain way. WeCare has these policies. And if basically those weren't enforced, then that's just something we know. So that's the nature of this line of inquiry. If Mr. Adams, do you feel you need to go read what was written by Ashley Clark to Robin at WeCare?
No, sir. I'm actually looking at it, and you asked me about the scratching and urination, and I don't have that in here, sir.
No, it's not reported there. So I mean, one of two things happens. Ms. Winters, you can construe this as saying she didn't give enough details and only gave them later. Her answer to this is, well, I'm not thinking about all that at the time I'm reporting this. I'm terrified, yada, yada, yada. But it does strike me that, sir, you don't have the basis to be asking these questions because you simply weren't provided them. And I'm just establishing that for the record.
Yes, sir, exactly.
So, and I just want to, I'm not going to belabor this. Did you ask Mr. Chavez whether he had been asking people in town about Ms. Winters?
No, sir.
So did you have any communications with Mr. Chavez about discussion he was having with Ms. Winters on the way out of Albuquerque back to Tucumcari?
Yes, sir. I asked him to, if he remembers, if they had a conversation.
Do you recall what he told you about the nature of that conversation?
He said it was just a basic general conversation.
So Mr. Chavez, he never mentioned anything about saying that he wished to kill Ms. Winters' son?
No, sir.
So in the bench request, I asked whether it was possible that Mr. Chavez was dodging in and out of traffic and crossing multiple lanes and driving recklessly in Albuquerque, even if the logs don't indicate that he was speeding. And your answer was that's not possible. Are you saying that one cannot drive recklessly unless one speeds?
No, sir. Well, I was saying the length of from point to point, I couldn't see that happening because there wasn't enough time to dodge through again, I'm trying to picture exactly what's happening through the GPS. I couldn't see that happening in that short a time. That's the way I evaluated it, sir.
Well, and so let me ask you this, Mr. Adams, and I'm not going to ask you to speculate, but I don't think what I'm going to ask you now is speculation. I grew up in New York City learning how to drive in Manhattan, and I feel very sorry for the driver education instructor I had. It must have been a terrifying job. But I can assure you, when one drives in an urban environment, it's very simple to engage in fairly radical driving techniques while traveling in a relatively sort of, with under the speed limit speed. If you have ever been in a New York City taxi cab, you've either buckled your seatbelt extra tight or been amazed at the driving skill of the person behind the wheel. So I'm wondering, do you think it's possible that Mr. Chavez could have been driving very aggressively, yet maintained the speed limit?
I'm sure it happens again, like you, sir. I was in Japan and I thought I wasn't going to make it to the next block with a taxi driver in Japan. But yes, absolutely, things can happen. But again, what I had from Mr. Chavez, I review his past records, his past complaints, didn't have any as far as erratic driving. And I have to base all my information on fact. So that's what I did. I just based everything on fact that I had on Mr. Chavez at that time. And again, I took this very seriously. I reviewed it the best way I could possibly. And I, again, reviewed what I had as far as record on Mr. Chavez and again, and Miss Winters. And I took her as a very credible person. I just had to review it as I did as a compliance officer.
I understand, and that's a fair answer. I totally understand it. And I just want to be clear, when you responded to me that, no, it does not appear that there was aggressive and or reckless driving because he was under the speed limit. That doesn't preclude the possibility that Miss Winters simply perceived him to be speeding when he wasn't, and her statement that he was driving like a madman may have simply reflected driving within the speed limit, but aggressively. I mean, that is a possibility. Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm not trying to say you're wrong, sir. I'm just trying to understand how Miss Winters has the perspective that she has, if in fact, empirically, he's not speeding. And it seems the only answer must be that he's driving aggressively, but maintaining the speed limit. So, so did you ask Mr. Chavez whether at any point in time Miss Winters was screaming out for help out of the car?
Yes, sir.
Albuquerque?
Yes, sir.
He answered that question?
Yeah, no.
Go ahead.
He basically said that nothing unsubstantial happened, should I say, or different than any other time he's driven with another passenger.
So if a transport, and that's fine, and I understand the answer, and I've read your testimony. That's the response. It's fine. If a passenger asks to be let out of a vehicle, does We Care have a policy?
As far as being let out anywhere, sir?
Let's assume Miss Winters was legitimately afraid and she didn't like how he was driving, and she says, let me out of this vehicle. Did We Care or does We Care have a policy that says, yeah, you got to let her out?
I don't think we have an exact policy to refer to what you're exactly saying. If there's an incident as far as them screaming and wanting to get out of the car, I'm sure what the position we have for drivers is take them from point to point. Now, obviously, if they want to get out of the car, there's not much we can do, but I don't think there's a policy on that, sir. I may be wrong.
Okay. Well, she alleges she did it and that he had the doors locked. And I was really just curious if, We Care's perspective is, hey, if a passenger's afraid and says something to you, you as a driver have an obligation to let him out. And what I hear you saying is, no, that doesn't exist, or it's never been.
As far as policy, yes, sir. We try to leave, again, our drivers, some due diligence as far as what they're going to do with the clients is, they're adults, sir.
That's fine. I understand. So I'm going to share my screen again with you real quickly and just ask you a question, if you don't mind. So you're looking at the logs there, the red highlighted bit?
Yes, sir.
And these zeros here are assuming he's traveling at 0 miles an hour, otherwise called not traveling.
Basically, what it can be is small movement, sir, which it doesn't read on the satellites as far as 1 mile per hour or 2 miles per hour. And he could be waiting for somebody to turn a left or a right. It happens on stoplights and stop signs. If you're in that right-hand turning lane and you're not moving very much, you'll see as the lat long will move on the right, you'll see that the GPS points change. But like I said, you can move your foot to the right now, and you're actually at a different lat long point.
Okay. So my question was, I'm just going to ask you, is Ms. Winters alleges that at some point Mr. Chavez stops the vehicle, gets out, and is screaming. And if I recall from Ms. Winters' testimony that we had yesterday, it was at a stoplight somewhere in the vicinity of San Mateo. Is it possible that this is the incident, this 2-minute interval in which the vehicle is stopped and Mr. Chavez gets out and screams at something. Could this be that event?
Well, not if the car was moving, which again, from that, you could see the lat long points were moving, but there was no miles per hour. So what I referred to on that is that he was either in the left or right turning lane, and it didn't record the speed, but it recorded movement.
So you're saying over here where I have the little plus sign now, this must be moving.
Yes, plus, sir, in that initial statement that you're referring to, I didn't have that in that.
Well, that's fine. I'm just asking you now. I mean, so let me answer that question. Is it possible that between 1333 and 1335, he was not moving? Is that possible?
I'm sure it's possible, sir, but from my experience and my expertise, I see a little bit of movement in there, not very much, but I see again that the car was moving.
Okay, fair enough. The business that Miss Winters, I mean, and I'm just asking really if you asked the question or not. Did you consult Mr. Chavez about whether he had made reference to Arabs in a vehicle of some kind that apparently had military weaponry that were going to be trying to kill them both? Was that a subject of conversation you had when you consulted Mr. Chavez?
No, sir.
So this becomes sort of an important part in all of this. Your testimony, as I understand it, is that the GPS logs definitively disprove Ms. Winters' assertion that at some point between Albuquerque and Tucumcari, he gets off the highway, drives under some trees, parks there, and then effectively berates Ms. Winters and causes her to fear for her life at a time when she happened to clutch a knife. Your position is that is not possible based on the logs.
Absolutely. Due to the facts and the research that I did on that, the points that I found where he stopped were not around a bunch of trees. They were actually in Santa Rosa, or where the latitude longitude points came out. They were actually in Santa Rosa at the points described. Now I know Google Maps aren't always absolutely correct, but I took pictures of where they were, sir.
Yeah, and your position, the Santa Rosa stop is the Dairy Queen, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, so and I just want to be, this is very important because this is really one of the major things that Ms. Winters complains about, and it's essential to her claim, really. Does it have to be true then that Ms. Winters is falsifying that event occurred, or do you see somewhere in the logs where something close to that occurred, or would your answer be no, it just never happened?
Sir, I just couldn't prove it.
Yeah.
I went through every point on this, and I actually, if you remember, asked for a couple more days so I could research this a little bit deeper.
Okay, and it looks like you're pretty confident that the Dairy Queen they stop at is not in Moriarty, it's in Santa Rosa.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
I actually didn't know if there was a Dairy Queen in Moriarty. I couldn't find one. I'm not out doing my own investigation. I just assume Dairy Queen will tell me if there's one on their website, and it doesn't appear if one exists, so it has to have been Santa Rosa, and that's your testimony. It was Santa Rosa.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So in those logs, last question about them, and then we'll move on from that. Can you tell me when is do we know from these logs when she's dropped off?
Now this is where we can refer to the TVF, and it was correct. It was at 5:04, and you could see her initials, and that's on that transportation verification form.
And that's 17:04, correct?
Yes, sir.
By Army time or whatever.
Military. I was Air Force, sir, so we have to say Air Force.
Yeah, that's fine. So can you pull the log up with me just so we're looking at the same box? Well, why don't I just share a screen again so we can.
You want to go on the logs? Okay, the time log, the GPS logs?
Yeah, I shared screen again. And so I'm looking at the last page. Where are we here? This would be page 12 of the logs.
Yes,
it looks like 17:04 is the time when she's back home.
That's correct.
And I'm on that zone right now, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Okay, good. Thank you for going over that with me, Mr. Adams. I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
So I wanted to go over very quickly Ms. Sabine's testimony. It's Exhibit B, and I don't need you to necessarily have it in front of you. I just want to know, maybe you could just tell me, Ms. Sabine yesterday admitted some testimony and some exhibits with the testimony. It's an email string. It starts with Ms. Clark, and she got the complaint. I read it earlier. She sends off a message to Robin at WeCare. And could you answer who is Robin? Or who? I mean, she may not work there anymore. Who was she?
Sir?
Who is Robin at WeCare?
Robin was compliance before me, sir.
I see. And so were you working for Robin at this time?
No, actually, Robin was not there at the time that they hired me, but the email was still the same.
Oh, I see. So Ashley was sending emails to Robin, but that was basically you.
Yes, sir. And until that's why I was there, sort of changed. We changed the email to have one response, which was we had wecareresponse@gmail.com. Yes, sir.
Okay, so then would I be correct when I see that from Robin, there's a message on Tuesday, May 8th, 2018. It says, "I will work on this now." That's you responding. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's very useful information here. So in effect, this string of communications are between Ashley and yourself.
That's correct, sir.
Okay, good to know. So did you, okay. When you said that eventually your investigation was completed, what exactly did you, I mean, at some point you communicate to Ms. Clark that the investigation is completed, and I'm trying to remember where that is. But I guess the more important point ultimately is when you respond back to Ms. Clark and say, "Hey, we looked into this and couldn't find anything." What did you exactly communicate?
So initially I sent her the GPS and the TVF, which is that travel form.
Mm-hmm.
And then I asked for a little extension so I could get the statement from Steve Chavez, and I wanted to do the breakdown of the GPS of the exact locations of where he had stopped. And so that's why I asked for the extension. Now, from there on, I called and spoke to Ashley, and I also sent her the information that I needed to. And as far as I was concerned, my investigation was completed, or WeCare's investigation.
So, and what I'm trying to figure out, and I'll just get right to the point, is, Superior's position, and we heard yesterday Mr. Archuleta say that he was astonished. I'm not sure if he used exactly that word, but it was something close to that, to discover that when the Leila Sandoval complaint comes in, that Steve Chavez was still driving. And Superior's position in this case has been pretty clear that, look, we directed WeCare not to utilize this driver for Presbyterian members. And the reason for that was the allegation was so over the top. And so I want to just know from you, did you understand that that's what Superior was directing? Let's start with that. Did you understand that's what Superior said?
I understood that Superior requested when the investigation was complete, and Superior doesn't investigate. So my investigation was complete. So I had the clue. No, I did not understand that. What I was understanding is my investigation was complete. That's what they requested. When the investigation is complete, and mine was complete. So I basically didn't have anything to do or say to Mr. Chavez as far as him not complying with the policies and rules of WeCare.
Okay, so when you, Ms. Saiz told us yesterday that basically she deferred to your investigation and your suggestion as to how to proceed. My understanding from Ms. Saiz, and you can clarify this if you feel compelled to, she sort of said, "Okay, Mike, you looked at all this, you think he can go back to work, and I'm obviously, I'm sort of summarizing her testimony, and you can correct me if I'm misstating anything. You did the investigation. You don't see any reason to keep this driver off of those members. That's good. I'm good with that. Was that Ms. Saiz's basic?
Yes, sir. Again, she let me do it. Again, May 8th, I received the complaint. May 10th, I replied to the complaint, responded to Ashley by phone and email, and then let her know that we had completed our portion, or we completed our complaint.
And you saw no reason effectively to stop Mr. Chavez from driving?
Not at all, sir.
Okay. All right. With the drug situation, and I think if someone reads this complaint and asks sort of like, why would someone be saying all this stuff to Ms. Winters if in fact it was said, the first question would likely be, was this guy on drugs? Can you tell me a little bit about We Care's drug testing policy?
Yes, sir. Well, initially, I think Lisa explained, and I'll go over again. Now it's compliance. HR handles that more than I do, but initially they have to go through a drug test, which is that 12 screen, I think it is. And every driver has to do that before they can drive for us, who in turn drives for all the brokers. And then again, if we have an incident, an accident, definitely if they have an accident, which we have bumper to bumpers in Albuquerque, again, a lot of traffic, they have to go for urine analysis. If it's recommended by somebody else, one of the managers, for someone to take your UA, will send them for urine analysis.
And I wanted to clarify something. If you don't know, it's fine. But Ms. Saiz yesterday was testifying, and I asked her, how does We Care ensure the random drug testings occur? Do you know the answer to that question?
As far as random?
Yeah.
No, sir. Again, we do them. They have to do them manually, and they have to do them again if we have an incident.
So would you agree with me that random drug testing is not an annual drug test, or is there a way?
No, of course. No, sir. Again, I was in the military, and yes, it's not random. We do, again, the specific annuals, and if there's an incident, then that we feel, again, drug related, then that they send them for a UA.
Yeah. So I mean, and I'm not trying to corner you or anything. I'm just saying, when I hear you say those words, to me, that doesn't strike me as random. That sounds like you're agreeing.
That's correct. Again, and again, that was more of HR than compliance.
Yeah, I understand your response. Yesterday when Ms. Saiz testified, she described what she understood to be random, and I would thought to myself that is not random in any way. And I appreciate that you're admitting that that's the case. So was Steve Chavez tested for drugs after this whole business with Ms. Winters?
No reason to, sir. So I didn't recommend it, sir.
You didn't. Do you agree with me though that, and again, it might come back to how much information We Care has at the time its investigation is being conducted, but by the time we get Ms. Winters' complaint in the PRC, the stuff he's saying about killing all these people and the bugs under his skin and all that stuff, I mean, the first thing you would think is like, my God, this guy's on drugs, right? I mean, isn't that fair to say?
Yeah, again, something that had to be proved. Yes, sir, absolutely. I mean, I agree with you. I took it very seriously when I got the complaint.
No, and I know, but yeah, and that's part of my point of my questioning earlier is if you don't have all the stuff that Ms. Winters ultimately says occurred, it may be difficult for you to make the judgment that we need to do a drug test.
Well,
I'm not sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Again, it probably why it took me 4 days to do this investigation. I looked at everything, and as far as even like, why would Ms. Winters get back in the car in Albuquerque if all this happened going to Albuquerque? So I had to review a lot of different things.
That's fine. So I'll move on from that, this line of questioning.
Your Honor, that didn't happen on the way to Albuquerque.
Ms.
but
Winters,
on the
that's
way
not, yeah, Ms. Winters, so here's how this works. If you have a challenge to something that Mr. Adams said, you'll have an opportunity to
Okay,
redirect.
great.
So write down your question and you can make your factual points as you need to.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Winters. So let's move on from the May 4th incident, Mr. Adams. For the May 16th transport, and you might have similar answers to some of the questions I'm going to ask you right now. Did you research or in any way evaluate whether Ms. Winters' driver was late to pick her up on May 16, 2018?
Can I refer to something real quick, sir?
Yeah, what are you referring to?
That date, I mean, it's 2 years ago.
Oh, I understand. Yeah, that's fine. And are you gonna go, well, I guess that's one question I have. As the compliance officer, that was your job, in fact, to determine whether or not she was late being picked up?
If it's a complaint,
It's a complaint. So she would have to have filed a formal complaint in order to trigger your inquiry. And we learned yesterday that basically the complaint process, so she would have said something to Presbyterian, Presbyterian would have said something to Superior, Superior would have gotten in touch with you guys. Is that basically what you're saying to me?
yes, sir. 1,200 to 1,400 trips a day would be very difficult to see.
Yeah, and I understand that you're basically, that Ms. Saiz clarified this. You all rely on Superior to then communicate to you all what's being complained about, if anything.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So do you have any knowledge as to whether anybody looked into if her driver was late on May 16th?
Yes, sir. I have the TVF.
And what does that reveal?
That reveals that the driver arrival time was 8:01.
Does it tell us the scheduled pickup time when she was supposed to be picked up?
As far as I recall, I didn't research this, sir, only because it wasn't a complaint.
I see. So if it wasn't a complaint, then you wouldn't have looked into this. And that's what actually I really want to know.
Yes, sir.
So did you look into anything that occurred, or did WeCare look into anything that occurred with respect to the June 6th transport?
I did not.
You did not, okay.
As far as I know, sir. Again, I'm trying to recall this, and I read a lot of it again, but it's been a while.
Let me ask you this question. It's a broader question. As the compliance officer, did you ever form a judgment that WeCare's performance in terms of pickups, scheduling, and getting patients to their appointments on time required change? That WeCare wasn't doing a good job and needed to do better?
No, sir.
You didn't come to that conclusion at all?
Well, sir, again, I'm ex-military, and we never do everything 100% correct. But my thing is, I saw that all that we were doing every day with 1,200 to 1,400 trips was incredible, actually.
Okay. So when Superior puts you guys on the corrective action plan, did you think that was unnecessary?
No, sir. I believe that you can always improve.
Okay. So I want to just get to the Lila Sandoval matters now. Do you recall the date you spoke with Steve Chavez about the incident involving Ms. Sandoval?
The date? No, sir.
No. Okay. Do you recall what the nature of the conversation you had with Mr. Chavez about Ms. Sandoval?
Well, most of that was done with our investigator. We have an investigator, and he did most of the talking with Mr. Chavez on Ms. Sandoval.
Okay. So Mr. Crespin reports that Steve Chavez resigned from employment on April 8th, 2019. Is that correct?
Sir, I'm not sure the date. I'm not sure. As compliance, all I remember and all I received was that Steve Chavez was no longer working for us after Lila Sandoval.
So your testimony at page 7, and I'm not trying to, you say, and this answers to this, again, I'm reading the direct testimony of Michael Adams. And
yes, sir.
It says, during Steve Chavez's interview, he asked to be placed on leave for medical reasons. And so what I was trying to figure out is the timing of all this, because Mr. Crespin's reporting that it happens on Mr. Chavez is resigning on April 8th. Are these dates all line up?
We investigated the complaint in March, and he went on leave right after that.
Okay, so okay. Was he, all right, so then, okay, let me ask you this. Is he doing anything for WeCare between the time Lila Sandoval complains and April 8th, to your knowledge?
No, sir, not to my knowledge, sir.
We do know, however, because I think it's made clear by Mr. Yar, or at least in some of the responses, that between the time that you guys receive the Winters complaint and you receive the Sandoval complaint, Mr. Chavez is driving, and he's driving up 474 transports involving Presbyterian members. Is that correct?
I don't know, sir.
So you said the investigation, so the Leela Sandoval incident occurs on February 19th. We know this. And I think you just said a moment ago that the investigation into that occurs in March.
I think so. Again, I'm trying to remember the dates. The dates I'm not very sure on.
Okay. So were you present for the interview with Mr. Chavez?
No, sir. When he initially came in, I saw him. It's the first time I've ever seen him. But that was it, sir. I only took, again, mine was only an investigation that as it came in, I did, if there's complaints, normally that was handled by upper management.
So your testimony that during Steve Chavez's interview, he asked to be placed on leave for medical reasons. Did you weren't present for that interview?
No, sir.
How do you know that information then?
Well, I'm sure they were going to let compliance know that we didn't have him as a driver anymore.
What was the name of the investigator who did the investigation into Mr. Chavez?
Leroy Garcia.
Did you communicate with Mr. Garcia at all in preparing your testimony for this?
The only thing I asked him is I remember we were researching to see if we had called the sheriff's office. That was my biggest question.
Okay. Did you, when you learned that Mr. Chavez was asked to be placed on leave for medical reasons during the interview, did you interpret this as an acknowledgement Mr. Chavez had not conducted himself appropriately?
No, sir.
You just legitimately thought he needed leave for medical reasons?
His job's very stressful.
Okay. So, so you say in your testimony you tried to verify whether or not Ms. Sandoval contacted the police after her experience. The testimony we received is that you could find no incident that occurred that Ms. Sandoval contacted the police. Can you describe to me what you did to verify whether she called the police?
Again, that's my questions with the investigator was Mr. Garcia. I asked him if he would call the police, the local police, to see if any complaint had been made by Ms. Sandoval, and he came back to me and said he's called 4 or 5 times, and they had nothing on record. Do you have any explanation why Mr. Garcia couldn't find the report Mr. Crespin did? Do you have any idea why Mr. Garcia wouldn't have found it? From Mr. Crespin?
Yeah. Mr. Crespin's report includes the police report that Ms. Sandoval. I'm just trying to figure out if you asked if Mr. Garcia at any point said, maybe, I don't know, I checked. Do you have any reason to doubt Mr. Garcia's truthfulness?
Oh, no, sir. No, sir. Again, that was probably 4 days into it. I only have 24 hours to answer a complaint. And then I have from there to be able to, when my complaints close, they close. If he comes back to me and says, I got a police report, I'll enter it into file or again, reopen what I have to open, but I never got anything from Mr. Garcia, sir.
Did you have any reason to suspect that Mr. Chavez should not be permitted to be in the company of elderly women in private?
No, sir.
Do you have any reason to believe that Ms. Sandoval and Ms. Winters made up these allegations about Mr. Chavez?
No, sir.
Was there any concern and WeCare by yourself or anyone else that Mr. Chavez would leave employment with WeCare and just work for another transport company?
No, sir. I mean, not in my discussions, no, sir.
In retrospect, do you think We Care and even yourself as a compliance officer there have tried to alert the other companies that Mr. Chavez should not be employed as a transport driver?
Repeat that, sir. I'm sorry.
Do you think in retrospect that We Care should have informed the other transport companies that Mr. Chavez should not have been driving as a transport provider?
I don't think we're allowed to, sir. I don't know though. It's a discussion we've had as We Care management at times. Yes, sir.
There is a notice requirement that Mr. Crespin has identified, and thankfully he did, but it says that there has to be a placard in all of the transport vehicles indicating that the vehicle is operating per authorization of the PRC, and that a passenger in the vehicle can complain to the PRC if in fact they're not satisfied with the services received. Do you know whether or not those placards or some form of notice is in every one of We Care's vehicles?
As far as I know, they're in there. There's not a placard, sir, but yes, there is a document.
Where would they have the document? Do you know? Is it like?
No, I'm not sure, sir.
Have you ever seen one in a car yourself?
Yes, I have seen one in a car myself, but
How was it affixed inside the vehicle, the one that you saw?
The one I saw was behind the seat.
Like taped up or somehow
Yes,
secured
sir.
so
Yes,
someone
sir.
could read it? But you can't say whether or not, in fact, We Care puts those in all vehicles. You've seen, I mean, you saw that one instance, but have you seen others?
I really honestly didn't go into the cars very often. You know, as far as looking into a vehicle and seeing what they had, not again, somebody else's job to check if everything was in the vehicles.
So one of the things commission staff suggests as a consequence of all of this is that companies like We Care should communicate complaints like those raised by Ms. Winters and Sandoval to the Transportation Division's Enforcement Bureau. Do you think as the compliance officer, that's a realistic task?
Oh, absolutely.
So in the event that you guys get complaints, I realize folks have said that what happened with Mr. Chavez and Ms. Sandoval was an anomaly. It's sort of one of the more kind of wild things that they've ever seen in the industry. But do you agree that it would be appropriate for companies like We Care to immediately notify the commission of these kinds of incidents?
Oh, absolutely. I think probably even from the broker, you receive the email and see how fast we respond. Absolutely.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, I think the staff's point is that the commission has been left out of, and I believe Mr. Crespin uses these exact words, they've been left out of the loop. I understand your point a moment ago that there's 1,400 some odd transports per day, that maybe it's difficult, but perhaps the truth is the commission needs to be more involved to assist the companies themselves who are perhaps overwhelmed. I'm just wondering what your general thoughts are about how the commission should involve itself in matters like this.
Well, again, it'd be more a personal opinion, sir, if I did say something.
Okay.
And I believe that they, yes, it would be something that absolutely benefit everyone. But again, the PRC is guidance, and that guidance should have come from PRC to be able to do that for all these companies that have complaints or have even, you know, I don't see a lot of these companies getting kudos when they do a lot of great things.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have for you, Mr. Adams.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Redirect, based on my questionings, we would go Ms. Winters, Mr. Maurer, Mr. Yar, and then staff. So Ms. Winters, you chimed in at a certain point. You had something you wanted to say. So now is your opportunity to ask Mr. Adams any questions to establish any facts you wish.
Yes, Mr. Adams stated that this happened on the way from Tucumcari to Albuquerque. No, it happened from Albuquerque on the way home to Tucumcari.
Okay, sorry, Ms. Winters, but we gotta go. What is the thing? You have to be clearer. What is the thing you're saying he said? You have to explain a little bit more. That's not clear, Ms. Winters.
When he was testifying, he said that this incident happened on the way from Tucumcari to Albuquerque. That's not true. It happened from Albuquerque to Tucumcari when the alleged I'm sorry, when the.
That's okay.
alleged-
We don't know what the incident is though, Ms. Winters. It's fine. You have to be a little clearer with your questioning because we don't know what the incident you're referring to is.
He was referring to the incident of me stating that Chavez was talking, saying he wanted to kill people and driving erratically happened from Tucumcari to Albuquerque. It happened from Albuquerque to Tucumcari.
Okay, okay. Thanks, Ms. Winters.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Mr. Winters, I apologize that I stated that incorrectly and I apologize.
Okay. Also in regards to the speed of going down San Mateo, the reason why I knew what.
It's got to be a question, Ms. Winters. Can't testify.
You know what? Since I can't make a statement before I make the question, then I don't have any more questions. That's it.
Mr. Mauer, or no, excuse me, Mr. Yar. Or how would we do that? You want to go last, Mr. Yar, or do you want to?
It doesn't matter, Your Honor. I think you left the way you said it was Ms. Winters, Mr. Mauer, if he has any, and then I'll do redirect.
Sure.
Like it's recross is what it is.
Technically, yes, you're right. Mr. Mauer, do you have any questions for Mr. Adams?
Just one. Mr. Adams, with regard to the log that you were looking at, so did I understand your testimony to be that it shows that the log shows that he arrived at her house at approximately 8:38 in the morning, and that he is getting on the freeway between 8:41 and 8:42 in the morning?
Yes, sir. Let me grab that, okay, if you don't mind.
That was Exhibit A.
Yes, it's logged, the GPS log.
Which
Yeah,
is,
well,
Yes,
I
sir.
think
for
it's
clarification, it's actually, let's do, that would be Exhibit
One.
4 of We Care.
it's Exhibit 4 now, I believe.
Yes, that's correct. Just trying to be clear for the record, that's all.
Yeah, so it shows I'm asking you to clarify your testimony, 7:45, 7:46 at 6201 Quay Road. And was your testimony that he was getting on the freeway at 8:46?
842, sir, according to GPS.
8:42? Okay, that shows him going on to I-40, US 54, Tucumcari city limits.
Yes, sir.
All right, and that, let me just ask, if you have an opinion, does that reflect a pretty direct route, in your opinion, from the address to I-40?
Yes, sir. As far as I could see from GPS, yes, sir.
Okay, and one follow-up question. I wasn't clear when you were explaining the car could be moving, but not necessarily registering. Is that what you said?
Not as a miles per hour per se. So if you move, the car could be moving and still read 0 miles per hour, but still be moving.
Okay, so in other words, even though the speed may be so low, it's not registering the speed, it could be moving from point to point.
Maybe 1,000 feet, 2,000 feet, which will
Like-
be going.
Like rolling forward in a traffic lane as the arrow is changed and cars are starting to move.
Very, very good, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
I have to ask a follow-up question based on that because Mr. Adams, you've said something that is inconsistent with your testimony when I was questioning you. I'm going to share the screen so that we can all be on the same page about this. You testified to me, sir, that he arrives, Mr. Chavez, on May the 4th of 2018 I'm displaying here on the screen, sharing with the rest of the Zoom hearing members, at 7:46 a.m. He is at 6201 Key Road, AP6 Tucumcari. That's displayed on the screen, and he is at 0 miles an hour at that period of time. My understanding that you testified to me, sir, this is the moment in time he arrives at Miss Winters' home.
That's what I can read off of the GPS, sir. Yes, sir.
And he departs her home at 7:57 a.m. and begins traveling in whatever direction these things that follow, these addresses.
That's what the GPS is showing me. Yes, sir.
So when you just told Mr. Mauer 2 seconds ago that around 8:39, this period here, I don't understand why it goes from 8:08 to 8:39. When he's at First Street and then there's a 20-minute gap, or 30 minutes gap, excuse me. Why is there a 30-minute gap? And why would you be telling Mr. Mauer that he's arriving at her house at 8:38?
I didn't say he arrived at 8:38.
Okay, I just want to be clear. Fine, I accept that answer. Why is there a half-hour gap there? Do we know?
I have no clue. I didn't research that, sir.
Very good. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Yar, and if Mr. Mauer, if you want to follow up, you may do so. I'll give you an opportunity to do that after Mr. Yar goes.
Well, do I have the
Oh,
opportunity?
sorry, my apologies, Mr. Foreman. Forgot. Scott. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Very briefly, we've been talking about these GPS logs. Is it possible for anybody from the company to alter or change these logs?
No, sir. I mean, as far as my research and what I've done in my experience, no, sir.
Where is the data maintained?
For this GPS route, it's actually on a cloud server from MediRoutes, which is our software that we purchased.
Okay. And who has access to read the data?
Probably anybody that we care employees, we have a username and password. Depending who needs the data, they open it up to whomever needs that data.
Okay. So would Mr. Chavez have had access to
Oh, no, sir.
data? He would
No,
not.
sir.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
You're
No
welcome.
questions.
Mr. Yar.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Adams, let's take a look at this GPS report. I think we will all agree that we've spent a considerable amount of time talking about it.
Can
Can
I
you?
share it, Mr. Yar? Is that going to be useful to you?
I'm sorry.
If I share it on screen, will that be useful to you?
Sure, Your Honor. Yes.
Let me, I can bring that up. I found it useful when I was asking the questions. It's helpful to everybody to look along, I think, so. If you're cool with that.
So taking a look at that GPS report in its entirety, I just want to kind of get a very high level explanation, Mr. Adams, on what this is, what we're looking at, and what it represents. So, and obviously your experience in dealing with the GPS systems that you've used both in the military and in civilian. Is it fair to say this report has a GPS system in use that has a 1-minute ping rate? Does that mean anything to you, Mr. Adams?
Yes, sir. What it does is when you ask a question, what it does is it has to use 4 satellites to actually exactly pinpoint a GPS point. We probably have 30 and more satellites up in the space now that actually have to triangulate this point for every GPS they're doing. So it does take a little bit of time. It's not a minute, sir, but what it does is when that satellite runs around, it pings that satellite or pings that point. That's what you're referring to, yes, sir.
And when you say ping, am I correct in assuming that the satellite is communicating with the receiver, and that communication, that data exchange between the satellite and the receiver is a ping?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that ping contains data, i.e. Latitude and longitude, which is contained here. If there is speed, obviously speed, there is time, and there is an address. That's the ping. That's what comprises the ping.
Yes, it actually looks for that point. There's a point of Latin long everywhere. So that Latin long point uses hours, minutes, seconds, and military milliseconds. You go to really finite, but yeah, actually it's it pings that exactly what you just said. Basically, it picks that point in latitude, longitude, where that GPS is sending that signal from.
Okay. And you just mentioned that latitude and longitude, it's got minutes. I'm sorry, I probably am not. I don't want to put words in your mouth. Can you tell me what the latitude and longitude numbers, let's say on that spreadsheet that His Honor has put up, the 5/4/2018 at 7:33, it has a latitude and longitude. What does that represent specifically?
It's the exact location of where that position is. So every place on Earth has a latitude, longitude, and you're looking at what they do is they measure it in hours, minutes, seconds, and again a little bit deeper, as you can see. And so what that is, that gives you the exact point of where that location is as measured by latitude, longitude. So it's an hours, minutes, and seconds reading of those points.
Okay, and you mentioned hours and minutes. So the 35, does that represent hours or minutes?
No, it's just a location. It's just a location as that 35 may that hour, 35 may be that location for New Mexico all the way up to Alaska, all the way up to Canada.
Okay. And then obviously the 35, I think if I understand you correct, is the hours. Then there's the dot, and then that's minutes, 17,177,8686. Is that minutes?
Yes, so take it away from time, but in form of measurement for latitude, longitude.
Okay. All right. And I understand that the acronym, the words used, hours and minutes, don't actually represent time. In this situation, when we're talking about latitude and longitude, they represent minutes and seconds. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. A lot more geometry in this and measuring than you can imagine, but yes.
Okay. All right. All right. Now, this whole exhibit, you've looked at this exhibit, I'm sure, countless times, not only in the context of your investigation. You did look at this during your investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this was the May 4th incident, the Ms. Winters incident. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right. So you reviewed these to make the determination that the allegations, the complaint that came through, that you couldn't verify it. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then there must have been a subsequent report too. Is that correct, for the Lila Sandoval complaint?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's your understanding through compliance, through HR, through Ms. Seiss, that when the Lila Sandoval complaint came through, he was questioned. He was talked to about that. Obviously, I'm not putting words in your mouth, you tell me. I would imagine that the Lila Sandoval investigation took into account the Winters account too, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then after that investigation, it's your position, at least your understanding, that Mr. Chavez never worked for We Care again.
That's correct.
Okay. There was some discussion from the hearing examiner about a hospital. I want you to take a look at what would be our exhibit. Forgive me if I'm wrong. Somebody tell me I'm wrong. It would be Exhibit 3. It's known as Chavez Routes.
I think that's actually, let me see. Chavez Routes is Exhibit 6, because your Exhibit 3 is Michael Adams' testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's fine. I'm just, I understand the struggle with this. It's a little crazy. But
No, you've got it down pat, Your Honor. Thank you.
No problem.
I appreciate that. So I stand corrected. Mr. Adams, Exhibit 6, We Care Exhibit number 6.
Yes, sir.
So it's 2 pages. You're looking at that. Yeah, you're looking at that. Do you see anything in there that shows? I assume you researched this, you looked at this, you helped prepare this. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You didn't see anything there that would identify a hospital, or I guess let's take a look at this second page. There's a green pointer in the legend on the left. It says Dr. Dan C. Trigg Memorial Hospital. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And on the map, it's represented near Route 209.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that, and this blue highlighting shows on the May 4th route of Stephen Chavez. It doesn't show him going anywhere near the hospital, does it?
That's correct.
And if we flip back to the to that exhibit that shows the GPS report, it was your position that starting at 7:33 on that spreadsheet is represented on that map. I want you to flip back and forth. That's the blue lines on the map represent where he went relative to the GPS report. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But you're not seeing anything where he went near a hospital.
No, sir, not at all, sir.
Okay. So as far as you could tell with the GPS, before in the time before he picked up Ms. Winters, it doesn't seem to, at least as far as you could tell, that he went to a hospital.
No, sir.
Okay. All right. I want to go back again to the chart that has the GPS reports on and turn your attention to what was the time periods of 13, I think it was 1333 to 1335. And let me know when you get there.
I have that up on screen.
It's coming on screen. So 1300.
1333 to 1335.
You have, it appears it's this red zone there. Okay, yeah, the 0, right.
So I want to make sure I understand your testimony, Mr. Adams. That period, it shows no speed, obviously, correct?
Correct.
But it does show movement.
Yes, sir.
So if we're to take the GPS report for what it's worth, for what it's representing, the car seemed to appear to move to some degree between 1334 and 1335.
Yes, sir. According to you're talking, yes, according to the GPS, yes, sir.
Okay, and that area, I think we all have come to understand, is the area before you get onto I-40. It's on San Mateo at Minal.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. If the car is moving, I guess we can assume he must have been in the car behind the steering wheel.
That's correct.
Okay. I think I want to also kind of talk a little bit, Mr. Adams, about the data. Now, who was in charge? Obviously, did you pull this data from the cloud to prepare this report?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell us a little bit about that? Like, you had indicated it's on the cloud. Is that correct?
Yes, it's on the cloud on the MediRoute server, which is a software we purchased to track drivers and making sure they're doing the correct thing with clients. Yes, sir.
Okay. And MediRoutes, just to be clear, is a company. Do you know anything about MediRoutes? Let me just ask you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell us a little bit about MediRoutes?
Well, MediRoutes is pretty much the whole office in one. What it can do is track. We can use billing off of that. We can see when clients were picked up. We can see client's address, client's information. It helps us import from the brokers when we're pulling in the schedule to be able to look and see when the runs are supposed to be made.
Okay.
It's a gold standard of software for non-emergency medical transportation.
Okay. And when you say gold standard, are you referring to a majority of the transportation companies in the United States that do decide to use GPS, they would rely on MediRoutes? It's the most popular.
Yes, sir. And one thing, at least Mr. and Mrs. Sykes were looking for is one that had the most detail.
Okay. Okay. So going back to where we started with, there is this software, it has a cloud. Who has access to that?
Just depending on position, CSRs will have access to that. Myself as compliance, we'd have probably an investigator, and I'm sure that Ms. Sykes has access.
So it's limited access, not everyone can access it.
Absolutely.
Okay. And can you tell us a little bit about how you put this report together? You did what? Can you tell us what you did?
Yeah, from point one, when I got the complaint, what I had to do was, the way I normally do it is I refer to GPS as because the most true and accurate information I can get. And I went to this first to see exactly the travel route of Mr. Chavez, to look basically at, had he made these stops, where where did he stop? How did he stop? Where did he go from here point to point? And basically, then I went in there, and that's what I first initially sent to Ashley Clark, and then again asked her to give me a couple more days to do a little more research.
Okay. And so you physically did this report. You physically did this investigation when the complaint
Yes, sir.
came in? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And you pulled it off of the cloud.
That's correct.
And you created a report and you reviewed it.
Yes, sir.
And then you made a determination that what was your determination?
My determination was everything that I read, all the facts that I had were in the GPS report, and I stated exactly what I saw in the GPS report.
Okay, so let's break that down a little bit. You're saying facts. What were you looking for? What were
I
you
was looking for speeding in the initial speeding point on San Mateo, in that area, the stops on the way to Santa Rosa and then on to Tucumcari. I saw no stops. I saw some speeding, not really out of the ordinary, and I saw the spot with no trees. I actually went to a lot of the latitude longitude points where I could see some even low mileage and did not find a location with trees.
Okay. So is it fair to say you were trying to substantiate the speeding and some of the serious allegations of whether or not there were stops?
Yes, sir.
And when you looked at this, and now I want to be clear because I think there was a little bit of confusion, if I may say so. This is the Ms. Winters investigation.
That's correct, sir.
That's your first one.
Yes, sir.
And so you looked at it, you're not able to verify it. You also indicated that you looked at Mr. Chavez's record. Is it the HR file?
That's correct.
Okay, so you did that as part of your investigation. And what did you discover when you looked at Mr. Chavez's employment history?
I didn't find anything as far as compliant or complaints.
Okay. All right. And then you reported to Mrs. Sias or Mr. Sias about your findings.
Yes, sir.
And you made an indication, or you made a representation that what? You couldn't find anything?
No, yes, sir. I reported to Mr. and Mrs. Sias that I found no facts as far as what I researched is correlating with the document I received as a complaint.
Okay. Do you know of any other investigative tools that you could have used to verify anything that Ms. Winters had complained of?
The only other thing I did verify or try to check was the police report.
Okay, so you called to the police department, or you had?
Mr. Garcia did.
Okay. And to your recollection, what was the result of that?
We didn't get any. We could not get any information.
Okay. All right.
Or they didn't give us any, I should say.
Okay. And then going according to this, at that point, you reported also, was it you? I guess, I assume it was you, correct me if I'm wrong, you reported back to Superior that your investigation of the complaints made by Ms. Winters was what?
Was complete on my side.
And
That
when
I
you
was,
say complete, what do you mean?
I was complete as compliance for We Care Compliance had completed the research and completed the complaint.
Okay, and what was the determination?
I had no findings to find Mr. Chavez of again, verifying the data or the complaint that I had.
Did you talk to anybody at Superior?
I spoke to Ashley probably once or twice during this investigation.
And what was your recollection of that conversation?
And first one was able to give me a little more time because I was going to get Steve Chavez's verbal, explanation or written explanation. And then also was to do I wanted to do a very deep digging into the Google Photos to be able to show where he had stopped.
Okay. And then after you did that, did you give that to Superior?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At the conclusion of that disposition to Superior and also the phone calls, did you hear back from Superior at all?
Not on this incident, no, sir.
Okay. And as far as you were concerned, the investigation was complete.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, not shortly after that, several months later, there was a subsequent complaint, one by Ms. Sandoval. Are you aware of that?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a copy of that complaint in front of you?
No, sir.
Okay, let me see if I can get that to you real quick. I believe it's going to be marked as Superior Exhibit 5. It'll be in there.
Okay, I've got it now, sir.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Yar, hold on 1 second. What is the, I think we have a 5 already. It's We Care screenshots.
No, Your Honor, I'm referring to Superior's exhibit.
Oh, Superior, excuse me. I apologize.
We're actually talking about or pointing out the complaint that We Care got on the Lila Sandoval.
Very good. Hold on, let me just get that myself.
Sure.
So Exhibit 5 is Superior's response to the February 26, 2021 bench requests.
In there, Your Honor, is an email from Ms. Clark, who works at Superior, to We Care.
And that is, what page of the exhibit is that?
Let me make sure.
I see Crystal Winters, TVF, or Transportation Verification Form for March
Yeah,
14.
You're gonna get mad at me, Your Honor, but I have it. I know you're gonna correct me, and I apologize. I have it as Exhibit E to Exhibit 5. I don't know if we're supposed to use letters over there.
No,
but it's
so what is Exhibit 5 according to you?
Yes, it's Exhibit 5. I think I got that part of it right.
Well, what is Exhibit 5? Tell me what you think Exhibit 5 is.
It's the what you said. It was the bench request.
Response to the February 26, 2021?
Correct, Your Honor.
And then, did she also use letters in there? Is it a May 29th letter from Ashley Clark?
It is not a May. It is March 28th email from Ashley Clark to We Care.
I think that's a different set of bench requests, to be honest with you. Because the February 26, 2021 bench request responses I have from Superior only include a TVF form. You're sure you're looking at the February 26, 2021 bench request responses?
I'm actually looking at just the email. Let me double check. Hold on 1 second, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I need a quick break.
Yeah, let's do that, Mr. Yar, while you're figuring out where that is exactly. Then let's take I need to take a 10-minute break too. So let's
Okay.
do that.
We'll just take a
Thank
placeholder
you.
right now. Thank you.
And we'll go off the record for the moment, Ms. Goodson. Thank you. Mr. Yard, did you figure out where in the exhibits we were headed?
Your Honor, I'm thinking it's Exhibit 2.
Direct testimony of Raylene Sabay?
Yes,
And then is it the emails from Ashley Clark to Lisa to Ashley and that whole business?
yes, Your Honor,
Yeah,
exactly.
that's you have it as Exhibit E?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, that was Exhibit E to Ms. Sabine's testimony. Okay, good. I know where we are then. That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate you clearing this
No,
up.
that's fine. It's learning lesson for me.
I just came back. He did not get on the record.
No, that's fine. I didn't think that was necessary. I just wanted to.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to be sure.
Sure. No. I just thought I could ask. I think I was saying to Mr. Yar, I thought I figured it out too, and I just confirmed, and so we're good.
And Mr. Hearing Officer, before we get started, can you guys confirm that Superior's exhibits 1 through 5 were received? We sent them at approximately 10:30.
Did you send those to the Dropbox?
Yeah.
Let me see. It should show up. Do you remember which folder it went into? I'll just look.
This just says dropbox.com.
Yeah, no, I sense, another thing I've learned here, but in any case, I do see Trish McCullough, Exhibit 1, Exhibit 2, Exhibit 3, Exhibit 4, Exhibit 5. Is this?
That's
what
it.
you mean to share? Okay.
Just making sure.
Thank you.
Your
8
Honor.
computers.
Your Honor, since we're talking about that, I was holding tight until you sent the link. Should I just follow?
No, just hold on. And I sent Mr. Mauer another link for, it's fine. Or actually, you know what, well, I don't want to make this more confusing than it already feels. As long as you're going to respond to the last exhibit submissions, the last link will be the one you should respond to. I'll have them all anyway, but.
Okay, I'll try to make it easier. So what I was planning on doing, Your Honor, is taking your lead. I'll go to that link and I'll have Exhibit 1 and then the name, Exhibit 2 and the name. So that way it'll be clear for the court reporter and for yourself, Your Honor.
I appreciate it. Thank you. And I've learned a great deal just through this process. It needs to be orchestrated in a certain way, so it's good to know. But it's not blaming anybody. It's just you live and learn. So good.
Yep. Okay, just let me know when you're ready, Your Honor.
Do we have Miss Winters? She appears to be away still.
Okay. We can wait.
As long as she gets back, she has to kind of be present. She moves pretty slow, it looks like, so that might be. There she is. You all set, Ms. Winters?
Yes, sorry, go ahead.
No, that's no problem. It's fine. Thank you for interjecting and saying we take a break there. All right, Ms. Goodson, we can go back on the record. And Mr. Yar.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just to recap from the break, Mr. Adams, I was asking you some questions which involved the second complaint. We kind of talked about Ms. Winter's complaint and how you investigated it and how you got the information and the focus of your investigation on that first complaint back in May of 2018. Now, what I was trying to get you to focus on next was a specific exhibit to Superior's case. It was, if I'm not mistaken, Exhibit 2. And there's a specific email in there. Do you have that in front of you? It's the actual complaint that WeCare received from Superior. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you do me a favor and take a look at that and tell me when you got that? And I'm assuming you got that, right? So there's two questions there. First, tell me the date of the email.
Yes, sir. The data email is Thursday, March 28, 2019 at 10:59 a.m.
Okay. And would it have gone to you or would it went to Lisa and then you?
No, sir. We both receive it, and it's at wecareresponse@gmail.com and wecareagencyhr@gmail.com.
Okay. And that means what? That means that you look at those emails that go into that box?
They're
As a-
specifically for compliance.
Okay. And so you look at those on a regular basis?
Every day, yes, sir.
And so it's your position, you got this on that day, March 28th.
Yes, sir.
And it would be your practice to review that at some point during that day. You wouldn't go back, would you? How would you wait hours to review it? Would you wait days to review it? How would you
No,
do
sir.
it?
I only have 24 hours to reply to normally to the broker. So
Okay.
I jump on these as soon as I can.
So you're stating that you got this for sure on the 28th.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And tell us what happened at this point. So obviously there was a complaint against Mr. Chavez initially back in May of 2018. Now we fast forward to March 28, 2019. You got this. What happened?
Okay, and second complaint on Mr. Chavez, I again researched this complaint and didn't find any issues on this complaint either. He was brought in to answer this complaint, and as far as I know, as far as what I heard, he went on leave, and after he went on leave, I never saw him again, or he was never on the travel sheets.
Okay. But you didn't do this part of it. You didn't meet with Mr. Chavez
No,
at this
sir.
point.
No,
This
sir.
was where the hearing examiner indicated you spoke, Leroy Garcia, is that his name?
That's correct, sir.
Leroy Garcia sat in a room with him and talked to him about this. You communicated with Leroy during this period? While he was
Yes.
talking? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And so it's your understanding that after this point, he never drove again for WeCare?
That's correct.
Trying to see if there's anything else in my notes here. One second. There was some discussion about what your direction was, what your objectives were in an investigation. I just want to make sure I'm clear on the record here. Your job as the compliance officer in reviewing complaints was to take the complaints and try to verify them. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And the way you did that is you relied on the GPS reports.
All the tools that I had available to me, I used every tool I had available to me to be able to answer the complaint. Yes, sir.
Including calling the police department, including looking at GPS reports?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Yar. If you could just give me 1 second, I just want to pick up Mr. Adams' testimony again real quickly. I just want to make sure that I'm clear about what occurs with Ms. Sandoval before Mr. Adams departs us. So Mr. Adams, I just have, based on what Mr. Yar asked you, I just want to ask a few follow-up questions, and really it's just to understand what happens chronologically when the Leila Sandoval complaint comes in. Mr. Yar very helpfully points out that email makes it to you a month after the incident, well, more than a month, like a month and 2 weeks after the alleged event. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Because if the incident occurs 2/12/19, you're not getting the report until March the 28th. Do you have any idea why that delay exists?
No, sir. I probably used to get quite a few complaints a day, and sir, I have no clue.
That's fine. I just didn't expect you to, just curious. And then, so that's March 28th, the complaint comes in, you're starting your investigation, or Leroy Garcia does the bulk of the investigation. And then it looks like in the last thing, you're sending a message to the last string, and the email on the string is dated April the 5th. So that's, like what, 7 days or some odd number like that, to Ms. Clark, and saying that he's placed on suspension till we get a police report. And then my understanding is he himself volunteers to go, this is according to your testimony. Let me find that exact statement. During Chavez's interview, he asked to be placed on medical leave. So first you put him on suspension, and then he says he asked to be placed on leave for medical reasons. Is that correct?
Sir, yes, sir. I was just trying to answer this without giving any HIPAA information. So I basically was saying to them in an email that that's what I was aware of.
And Investigator Crespin is identifying this as occurring on Mr. Chavez resigns on April the 8th. This message is April the 5th. He's on suspension. So do you know if Mr. Crespin is correct about the information saying that he resigns on April the 8th? Do you have any knowledge about that fact? Can you speak to it?
No, sir. I really don't know, sir.
Okay, well, we'll have to piece this one together. Thank you, Mr. Adams. I don't have anything further.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any other further questioning from Mr. Adams, from anyone?
Your Honor, maybe I could just clear up. I'll take 2 minutes here.
Sure.
We're pretty close. So, Mr. Adams, just really quickly, the hearing examiner, if I'm understanding it correctly, was trying to figure out, you got the complaint, you testified that you don't understand or you don't know why it took several weeks, almost a month, from the actual incident to where you got it. You testified that the complaint got to your desk on March 28th. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then at March 28th, you had 24 hours to try to figure this out. That's the policy, right? To report back to Superior.
Yes, sir.
what's going on. Did you call Lisa? What did you do when you got this? Obviously, Lisa knew about this too, but did you work with Lisa? Did you work with Mr. Size? Did you work?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir, of course.
So this was immediate, or the next day, next week? How did this work? Do you remember?
I really can't recall, but I know it was a very important, the allegations were important also, so I did bring it up fairly quickly. I mean, I can't tell you exactly when, but it was of high, against Steve Chavez coming up. And I went to the owners and said, we're going to I'll do my due diligence again on taking this complaint very seriously.
And in your mind, at that point, did you recall the complaint that Ms. Winters filed?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And did that add to the urgency in your mind?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you went and sent back, there was a delay. There was some time. There was the email trail goes from March 28th to April. Was he put on suspension right away? Is that your understanding?
Yes, as far as I know, I can't remember how soon he was put on suspension.
Okay.
Or we were investigating, making sure, and they were calling him in. It might have taken a couple of days for him to come from Tucumcari because of scheduling or whatever it may be. But I can't recall.
Okay. But ultimately, from March 28th to April 8th, that was the end of Stephen Chavez's employment after April 8th at WeCare.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Yard. If there's nothing else from any other parties, I will excuse Mr. Adams.
Nothing.
Mr. Adams, you are free to go, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
So I believe Mr. Adams was probably the most significant witness for purposes of my questions. We have Ms. Sandoval and Mr. Crespin, and I believe we can do those all and then break and have this concluded. Is that satisfactory to everyone?
Yes.
Very good. Mr. Borman. Oh, excuse me. Wait, before we leave WeCare, Mr. Gar, very quickly.
Yes, sir.
I want to go over this with you. I'm holding in my arms Superior's stuff. I want to put this down. There's some documents which I believe the commission would benefit from making this part of the trial transcript. So there were 3 documents specifically that I would ask if I would admit as commission exhibits at this juncture if you don't elect to include them. I just want to go through my list. So I have 3 documents that this was filed by WeCare when these proceedings began and proceeded before the commission. It is the answer to the notice of complaint. It is the answer to order requiring filings to be made by Superior, WeCare, and Angel Touch. And the third is WeCare Transportation's response to order appointing hearing examiner. The reason I'm asking that I would submit that I will admit them as commission exhibits, if you are not objecting, is because they contain factual assertions. Actually, some of it is duplicative, but it certainly gives some sense of the procedural history of this case, and that the commission was presented facts before my appointment, that you all took consistent positions with those facts asserted at this hearing. Do you object to my admission of these exhibits as commission exhibits, Mr. Yar?
Your Honor, absolutely not. I just want to make sure we're clear. The factual allegations that were provided, and I believe are consistent throughout this hearing, were provided by witnesses from WeCare and conveyed through counsel.
Yeah.
I'm not testifying is basically what I'm saying. I'm not testifying to that.
No, I know, but you supplied I mean, when, so for instance, when this case was first filed, you and Mr. Maurer submitted a whole bunch of facts saying effectively what you guys attempted to establish at the hearing here. And I just think it's useful for the commission to know that.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Good. So I will admit, for purposes of Ms. Goodson, to be clear, the answer to notice of complaint, this was filed with the commission on February 4th of 2020. And this I believe, will be We Care Exhibit 11. No, sorry. No, I'm screwing it up. This is Commission. Excuse me. It's Commission Exhibit 2. Okay. Then the answer to the order requiring filings to be made by Superior and We Care. This is We Care's response. This document is filed with the Commission on the 27th of March, 2020. Shall be Commission Exhibit 3. And then the We Care Transportation's response to order appointing hearing examiner and so on. It's a somewhat lengthy title document. This was filed with the Commission on the 30th of June, 2020. This shall be Commission Exhibit 4. Very good. And then let me just double check, Mr. Yar, that you've supplied everything that I think needs to be submitted for We Care's purposes. We Care's response to the November 2020 bench requests. I don't believe you admitted those, Mr. Yar, as an exhibit.
We can absolutely omit those. What number would you like? Would you like to add it just on the back end?
Yeah, so if this becomes a We Care exhibit, this would be We Care Exhibit 11.
And that's the responses to the November
2020 bench requests. And you don't have any objection to admitting those, Mr. Yar?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. So those responses will be admitted as Exhibit 11. That takes care of that. Mr. Yar, you submitted a notice of errata. It was a document that you filed. It says in the document, find through undersigned counsel, We Care's response to the 2020 bench request. Exhibit A was unintentionally left out of the filing. Exhibit A is attached to this errata. So it was basically you curing something. You meant to submit something, but you didn't include the attachment. And that was one of the documents I identified as needing to be included in the record. Do you object to admitting this?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. So we'll make this document We Care Exhibit 12. Takes care of that. And then the last thing I'm seeing on my list here is the We Care's response to the February 26, 2021 bench requests. I don't believe you sought to admit those, Mr. Yar. Do you have any objection to admitting those?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so we have a document entitled We Care Transportation's response to February 26, 2021 bench request. This was filed with the Commission initially on February 26, 2021 on the e-docket service. And this shall be We Care Exhibit 13. Okay. And then there was a document that you filed, Mr. Yar, just very recently. I'm not sure if you'll have any objection to this, but it is We Care Transportation's response to bench requests for evidence in support of and opposition to the stipulation. Everyone is aware that the stipulation has been withdrawn. I offered you and Mr. Maurer the opportunity to just give some guidance on what you believe the penalties should be if there are any violations found in this case. On behalf of We Care, you offered suggestions, complied with some of what staff, or said agreed with some of what staff suggested. And I believe this would be a document that should be admitted into the record as well, unless you have an objection, Mr. Yar.
So I just want to make sure, let me take a look at that real quick. And that's a joint submission between me.
No, it was your submission. I just offered the same questions to staff, We Care and Superior, because you all had agreed on something. And then I said, okay, well, if we amend the question slightly to eliminate any reference to a stipulation, Mr. Borman, for instance, said long ago that a fine might be appropriate here. So you then answered, if you find, if it's defined, this is what I think it should be or why it shouldn't be.
Okay, no objection, Your Honor. As long as Mr. Mauer doesn't, I mean, obviously, he's part of the stipulation and staff, if staff doesn't have any objections to it.
No, staff filed its own responses to all these questions and that they were
Okay,
significant.
I understand that.
So,
I have no objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Mauer, do you have any objections to Mr. Yar's document here?
No, sir. I mean, he filed that on behalf of We Care. You've already acknowledged my position on behalf of Superior. So if Mr. Yar wants that admitted on behalf of We Care only, that's fine.
So, Mr. Yar, I'm going to admit the We Care Transportation response to bench requests for evidence in support of and opposition to the stipulation. The title of the document is somewhat misleading because there is no stipulation in this case. That stipulation was withdrawn. I'm noting that for the record. This document was filed on the 11th of March, 2021. This document will be admitted as We Care 14. The only other matter I would have for We Care, and I should actually just do this with staff and Mr. Mauer as well, would be as a commission exhibit, the transportation staff was asked long ago to offer a recommendation as to what would be a fine or penalty in this case in the event any violations of the Motor Carrier Act or our commission's rules were found. Mr. Borman submitted his answer to that. That would, I seek to admit that into the record as a commission exhibit. Mr. Borman, do you have any objections to that?
I do not.
Are there any objections from the parties for doing that?
No, Your Honor.
Great. That I would admit as commission exhibit. I want to get the number right, so I got to make sure I've done that.
5.
Would we be at 5, Ms. Goodson?
We're at 5.
For the commission?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Mauer, you issued a response to staff's recommendation in which you set out Superior's position regarding staff's recommendation. I would like to admit this as a commission exhibit. Do you have any objection to that, sir?
No, sir. I mean, I think I've already spoken on behalf of
Good.
Superior regarding that issue.
Fine, thank you. This shall be commission exhibit 6. And then same to you, Mr. Yard, you submitted a response to staff's recommendation in this case. And I would admit that as commission exhibit 7 unless you have an objection, sir.
No, Your Honor, I do not.
Thank you. That's a lot of housekeeping. I wanted to get that done. It's good. Thank you. Papers everywhere.
I have a question on a document I never received in regards to the bench request that you asked for last week, wherein you asked Mr. Borman, because of his statement that Mr. Borman, Mauer, and Yar had spent so much time and so many months trying to rectify the situation and talk about it, make things better. You asked them to supply you something in writing on what their progress was. I never received any of that information.
Ms. Switches, we can try to figure out maybe at another moment. I think the trouble was that there was a difficulty mailing you documents, and then we began emailing in order to deal with the time constraints we have here.
So that was submitted, and Mr. Borman and the other respondents' attorneys did show you in black and white what they'd been working on so diligently for months. They did respond to your bench request on that?
If what you're asking is whether or not, so there was, they withdrew the stipulation And having withdrawn the stipulation, it was not obviously possible to ask them questions about the stipulation. I amended the questions to reflect Mr. Borman's stated position long ago that if there's going to be a fine, what should the fine be? It's generalized basically the questions. Try to get some sense of what the penalties would be, if any, and what the parties thought about that. Mr. Yar submitted an answer, Mr. Borman submitted an answer, and that answer was also attributed to staff witnesses who would be available at the hearing. Superior elected not to answer those, though they didn't state that they were elected not answering, they just didn't answer. I don't know, Ms. Winters, if those documents were all forwarded to you. The service list indicated how they were to provide it, and that was by mail. The parties would certify on the documents themselves whether they actually mailed those documents. And if it's still in the mail and hasn't reached you yet, I can't answer the question.
But the question was answered on what, besides stipulations or whatever, the months had been working so diligently to make things better in this industry, all the meetings for months, that was answered.
The Transportation Division staff and Mr. Weecare responded to the questions.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
And then just to clarify, Mr. Yar, did you admit, so I can be sure, Weecare Transportation's response to the February 2, 2021 bench requests?
Okay.
I believe you did, sir, and I believe it's Exhibit 2.
It's Exhibit 2, Your Honor. Yep.
Thank you. I'm just dotting all the T's and making sure we've gotten all this. It's a lot to keep track of. And then Mr. Rescoe's testimony, I know, was admitted. That would have been Exhibit 1. Okay, Mr. Borman.
Thank you. We ready to proceed with staff's case?
Yes, please, sir.
If I may, it's 10 to 12.
Would you like to take a lunch break?
I would, Your Honor.
That's absolutely fine. I wasn't sure if folks wanted to just get this done or if they wanted to, would you want to return at 1 o'clock?
That would be fine with me, Your Honor.
Ms. Winters, is that acceptable to you?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Borman, Mr. Maurer?
Fine with me. I hope it's fine with Ms. Sandoval as well.
Ms. Sandoval, yes. How about you? Is that okay with you, ma'am? Thank you. Okay, we'll see everyone at 1 p.m.
All righty.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Muted.
Are you hungry?
We're not on mute, are we? I'm not touching the button. Mute me. Yes, I'm hungry. Testing 1, 2.
I hear you, Ms. Winters.
I got my cross. I need my cross. In case he's on his knee. Okay. I left it down there.
Yes, he said, good afternoon, Miss Winters.
Yeah, I can hear you fine, Ms. Winters.
Okay, thank you.
There's no binder here, dude.
I got it.
Okay, it's 1 p.m. and we've now come back. Before we go on the record, I spent my lunch hour just going through all the documents and the exhibits, and I feel I have a pretty strong command over that. I think what'll be most effective is that if Ms. Goodson and I communicate either after the hearing or whenever she's prepared to just ensure that we have all the correct exhibits. I assume, are the parties okay if I do that with Ms. Goodson just to take care of those details so that you all don't have to?
Yes.
Your Honor.
That's fine. So we will, we'll figure that out ourselves, and then you'll be given a final exhibit list that makes sense of the whole thing, because I think I finally have done that. So in any case, we'll work on that. We're gonna go on the record now. We've come back to the last portion of this hearing. Mr. Borman has now opportunity for the staff of the commission to present its witnesses in case.
Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Young.
I have a preliminary matter that I want to bring to your attention, Your Honor. You had brought up an issue with the GPS log. There was a 20-minute gap in there.
Yeah, okay.
And it obviously bothered my witness a lot. Over lunch, he was able to identify, I don't think he ever answered your question. He has an answer to your question, why there's a 20-minute gap in there. I'm not sure if Your Honor would allow him 5 minutes redirect to get to at least explain to you why there is a 20-minute gap there.
If he wishes to, I mean, I certainly wouldn't stop him. I was sort of curious. It wasn't something that everything was hinging upon that or anything, but yes, if you'd want to explain that and it bothered him, I'm happy to hear.
Okay, Your Honor. Brad, if it's okay, I'll just call Mr. Adams back to the stand for one quick redirect, and you guys are obviously open to recross him if you like.
Thank you, Mr. Yar. Let's have Mr. Adams back. Ms. Goodson, could you please swear in Mr. Adams again?
Mr. Adams, do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Adams, I just wanted to follow up with you regarding a question by the hearing examiner. There was a point on the May 4th GPS log outlining the trip that Mr. Chavez, that Ms. Winters trip from Tucumcari to Albuquerque, specifically at the minute markings of, let me make sure I got this, 8:08. There's an entry at 8:08, and then there's a gap between the 8:08 and the 8:39. Do you see that, Mr. Adams?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I'll just refresh your memory. The hearing examiner had identified that there was a gap there.
When you initially did your investigation, did you see that? Did you focus on this at all?
No, sir.
And the reason for that was because there was no specific allegations of timing or anything at that period. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But the reason why it's an issue now is because the hearing examiner rightfully identified that there was a gap, but you never noticed that until today. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. So the hearing examiner specifically asked you, asked the question, like, why is there, that kind of a gap right there? And can you explain to the commission or to the hearing examiner what happened there?
Yes, sir. Again, when he asked me at first, I didn't see it, and it bothered me a lot, only because I couldn't understand why there was a 20-minute gap there. But again, I was thinking, after looking at the TVF again, which is that travel verification form, and the time of 8:38 a.m., which is 1 minute before he starts out on his travels again. So the only thing the conclusion I came up to is that he turned off the GPS was actually turned off, and he had to reset it so that Miss Winters could sign the form, which is automated, but sign the form.
So let me just interrupt you, Mr. Adams, so that everyone's on the same page. You're referring back to Superior's Exhibit 5. Is that what you're talking about?
That's correct.
Transportation verification form?
Yes, sir.
And that's the one on the date in question, the May 4th trip.
Yes, sir. It states 8:38 a.m. as we were speaking about earlier, and it has the line for the signature from Miss Winters, and that's exactly when you see the time in the GPS change, the speed going back up.
So you're saying
Did we lose him?
I think he froze. Yes, sir.
Oh, I thought Mr. Yar was contemplating what the question was going to be.
He froze.
He did, okay. He might come back. Oh, there he is. It
There
happens.
he is.
sorry.
That's okay.
Internet problems. As I was saying to you, Mr. Adams, I don't know where I cut off, but I just want to make sure I understand what we're saying here. So you're telling the commission, you're telling the hearing examiner that based upon the documents, Superior Exhibit number 5, the trip verification form, and the GPS report, you're able to say that the GPS tracking was turned off.
Correct.
And that's because of the 20-minute break.
That's correct.
And you found it interesting that the trip verification form shows 8:38 as the pickup time, and the GPS picks up at 8:39.
Exactly. Correct. Exactly.
And it's your opinion, you weren't there, but it's your opinion that he had to shut it off to reset the device so that the trip verification form, so that he could get credit, he could get her signature for the trip verification form.
Right. To verify he started the trip with Miss Winters.
Okay, I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Yeah, I just want to make I just have one question. So Mr. Adams, what you just explained and what Mr. Yar was asking you about, did that in any way change your perspective about when Miss Winters was picked up?
No, sir.
And so, again, when you're saying that the arrived time that I see, I'm going to share the form. It's going to be sideways, but
that's fine.
Better than nothing. There might be a way to rotate this, but it's not. I mean, it's like launching from it's a preview pane that comes right out of Dropbox. Anyway, we're looking at the trip verification form, which was part of Ms. Seavey's testimony. Or no, I'm not sure where this is exactly. I don't want to say that and be incorrect for the record. In any case, this is the trip verification form for Ms. Winter's trip on May 4th, 2018, and it shows that 8:38 time. Sounds like what you're saying is the drivers do exercise discretion about the time when they're actually asking transport recipients to sign these things.
Yes, sir. It looks like it says it happened at 8:38. That's when she signed in. And then I looked at the GPS and they started back traveling, or at least getting on the trip after the signature at 8:39, or I'm sorry, 7:15. Where am I? I just want to get the times right. 8:39, 8:40, 8:41.
And you're saying, sorry, let me go back to the other
8:39.
document.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It shows 8:39 as the time they restarted travel. As far as moving 8:38, you can see the signature on the TVF. 8:39, again, you start reading again, the speed picking up to 34 miles an hour.
Okay, hold on. Let me just once more with the log up in front of me. Sadly, I have all these folders now, so it's gonna find the right ones here. Okay, I think this is it. No, that's not it. It's this one. Wrong again. It's gonna be this next one. All right, Chavez GPS and share screen one. I'll zoom in a little bit so it's clearer. Go in. Here we go. A bit bigger. All right, so we got that. The gap happens here, and but the trip actually starts at 7:57 effectively. Is that right? He leaves her house at 7:57.
Yes, sir.
And then somewhere along here, he realizes he's got at 8:08, he realizes you're saying your testimony is at 8:08, he's like, oh, I have to get you to sign this, Miss Winters, but it's not working. So let me reset it. And then that's the 20-minute gap. Is that basically what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. You're welcome.
Good. Anything else from anybody for Mr. Adams?
No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Adams.
You're welcome, sir. Have a good afternoon.
You as well. Okay, Mr. Borman, staff.
Thank you, sir. Staff calls Lila Sandoval, please.
Hello.
Oh, Miss Sandoval. Hello, how are you? Is that your dog in the background, Miss Sandoval?
I'm so sorry about that.
That was mine.
No, it always happens like when you don't want it to happen. In any case, Miss Goodson, if you could please swear in Miss Sandoval.
Sorry, my dog heard her dog or something. You're
Yeah,
trying to get him to
I'm
shut
puppy
up.
sitting and the puppy doesn't like being in a kennel.
Okay, well, he's not barking. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Sandoval. Thanks for
Good afternoon.
appearing. Are you the same Lila Sandoval who has utilized the services of WeCare for rides to medical appointments?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are you familiar with Staff Exhibit 4, which is entitled The Direct Testimony of Lila Sandoval, which was filed with the Commission on September 14th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you reviewed that testimony?
Yes, sir.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today as they're set forth in your testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, sir.
And are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you also have a copy of Staff Exhibit 6, which is staff's response to the February 2, 2021 bench requests?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you contribute responses to staff's filing in that case?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and are the responses that are attributed to you, are those true and correct also?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then finally, did you provide some responses to staff exhibit 8, which is staff's response to the bench request exhibit issued last week?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and are the responses attributed to you in that document, are those true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sandoval. At this time, I would move staff exhibit 4, which is the direct testimony of Lila Sandoval. I'm going to hold off on staff exhibit 6 and staff, because those also include questions from Mr. Crispin.
Very good. And for the record, I'll just note that there is a staff exhibit 1, 2, and 3. Mr. Gorman simply hasn't gotten to them yet. That's why we're beginning with 4. We previewed pre-hearing discussions between the parties about the exhibits. There will be other exhibits eventually admitted, so no one is confused. So yes, Mr. Gorman, you're seeking admission of exhibit 4.
Yes, just exhibit 4.
That's fine. Is there objections from either We Care or Superior or Ms. Winters?
Ms. Sandoval. Oh, sorry.
It's okay. No, I hear no objections, so the exhibit 4 will be admitted.
Thank you. Ms. Sandoval is available for examination.
We would go first to Ms. Winters.
No questions.
Mr. Maurer
No questions.
and Mr. Yar.
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Sandoval, I'll have some questions for you. It won't be too long, I promise. Let's just go through some of your biography here. Obviously, we heard from Ms. Winters that there is sort of vulnerable people. Mr. Archuleta made clear too. One of the things Presbyterian is very serious about is ensuring these services are provided competently, because the patients who utilize them have meaningful needs, sometimes medical, almost universally financial. If they're all Medicaid recipients, you have to meet poverty guidelines in the United States. So could you tell us a little bit about yourself, your financial picture, and your health needs that you require medical transport?
Yes, I am 54. I have been disabled for many, many years. And off and on throughout the years, I have used the medical transport because I couldn't drive myself or couldn't afford to. At the time that I was using the services in 2019, I was recovering from surgery and was unable to drive myself due to medication.
Okay. What kind of a surgery? And I know it's a personal question, but I mean, it's useful for the commission to understand, as much as you're willing to disclose, like if this is a serious medical condition, I'm sure they'd be eager to know that.
Yes, I had rotator cuff surgery.
Okay. And then financially speaking, do you were a Medicaid recipient when you were using these services?
Yes, sir. I get SSDI. I make less than $800 a month.
Okay. Okay, that's very good. Is there anything else you just want to know the commission to know about yourself in terms of like how seriously they need to take this, just the way that you rely on these services? I mean, you're free to say whatever you wish now.
I do rely on these services because sometimes I am just unable to go on my own, to go and drive myself and do the appointment and come back in one day. So it really, it helps me a lot.
Okay. Did you know Ms. Winters prior to this case?
No, sir. And I've only spoken to her twice in my life, only briefly.
So you're not friends with Ms. Winters in any meaningful sense?
No, sir, not at all.
Okay.
I did not know her at all before speaking to her and never met her face to face.
So this is sort of just, you answer this question however you wish. What are the consequences to you if these medical transport services either show up late or not at all?
Some doctors will charge you $100 or $200 late fee if you do not show up, or if you cancel on the same day, you get charged regardless of whose fault it is. And so on the date of my incident, I was lucky. It was an emergency. I was afraid, and it was the middle of the situation that I explained to her, because I called them right after I called We Care to ask to be transferred back home. And I told them I cannot make it to the, just so please don't fine me, because they were one of those that would fine you the price of the appointment, you know. And so, but because it was an emergency, they let me reschedule, and they were cool about it. They didn't fine me.
In any of the times that you've utilized the transport services of We Care or any other transport provider, did you see a sign or placard of some kind in the vehicle indicating that the operation and authority to do the service was given by the PRC and that you could complain to the PRC if you weren't satisfied?
No, sir. I sat in the front and I did not see anything that gave any phone numbers. In fact, when I was very upset and stressed out, I didn't see anything. And I got the phone number. I had it in my phone for We Care, the main number. And it was the same one that was on the door.
So, but that's sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but are you talking about the specific transport with Mr. Chavez?
Yes.
Have you used these services apart from that one time, or?
I used We Care 3 times, and then I switched to a different company, and their vehicles did not display any kind of contact information either. The only contact information I saw was on the outside of the vehicle on the door panel.
And that's the number of the transport provider, I'm assuming.
Right.
Because if it's outside the vehicle, you wouldn't put the, hey, you can call the PRC on the outside of the vehicle.
Right.
So basically you're telling, yeah, go ahead.
I did not see anything like that in any of the vehicles.
You've ever been in using?
In any of them ever.
Okay. So I mean, I don't want to belabor this, but when Mr. Chavez was telling you about the possibility that he was going to use the road flare to kill the patient that you guys may or may not were going to pick up, did you have any idea who Mr. Chavez was talking about at that time?
Yes, he showed me his phone, and it had my name and her name on there also. And it was somebody that I knew. So while he drove off and I was in the vehicle with him, I sent her a message and told her not to go because he said he had weapons he was going to use against her. But in my presence, he did not contact her or anything to tell her he was not showing up. He just drove out of town. Well, he stopped at an office and then he drove out of town and never contacted her or emailed her or anything. He just decided not to pick her up.
So the person that Mr. Chavez said he was going to use the road flare to kill or whatever he was going to do.
Defend himself against her. I guess he thought she was going to attack him or something.
That wasn't Miss Winters then?
No, it was a different client.
Okay. You said that he asked you some personal questions. Can you
Yes, sir.
Describe what those personal questions were?
Okay, he's known my family, my brother, for quite a few years. They were similar in age and hung around kind of the same group of people. So he was asking me personal questions about my family, where they lived, where my mom lived, just uncomfortable questions. And I told him I was not comfortable answering them, that wasn't anything that had to do with him. And he did not like that answer. He was not, he told me he was going to find out anyway.
Okay. Do you believe that Mr. Chavez, because he knew family members of yours, were these questions that under different circumstances would have been appropriate, or was there just no way to say that this was an appropriate line of questioning?
This is not an appropriate line of questioning at all. He's not a friend and he's barely an acquaintance. He's not somebody that I like. And so I was uncomfortable with his questioning, and especially when he says he's going to find out anyway.
Okay. You mentioned in one of the bench requests that he was, so you took the flare from him because you didn't think that was a good idea that he have it if he's talking about using it as a weapon.
Yes, I was afraid he would use it against me.
Okay, and then when he discovers that you've taken it, he confines you in the automobile, is that right?
Okay, he knew when I took that flare because I threw it under the seat, but he did not allude to it at all until we got to Melrose. And I told him the first stop we made, he made it Allsup's, and I was, while he was in there using the bathroom, I'm freaking out thinking, what do I need to do? So he came out just maybe 2 minutes later, and I asked him, can we stop at the truck stop? My stomach is going south. I don't want to, I told him I was having an emergency. So he stopped there. And when he jumped out of the car. And before I could get out, I opened the door and he stood in the door and blocked me in and said, give me the flare. Give it to me now. I want it back. And he stood there and he's looming over me, keeping me trapped in the car. So I gave him the flare and got the heck out of the car.
Okay, it sounds like this was a frightening experience.
It was a frightening experience because he was asking for the weapon back.
Do you think Mr. Chavez knew you were scared?
I do believe he was, because he was standing there being intimidating.
And doing that on purpose, it sounds like.
Yes, and he's looking down at me and I'm trapped in the car. I can't get out. I'm stuck.
Okay, so then if I understand correctly, you go into the bathroom, you make the call to We Care. They receive, what did they say when you called them? Like, what was their response when you're telling the supervisor or whoever it is that you spoke to?
He didn't really give me a response. I told him, I said, I'm really scared to travel with this guy. Can you please tell him that my appointment was canceled so that he takes me back home, because I'm 80 miles from home? And he said, yes, he would do it. And so that I told him, I was in tears, and I told him, just please tell him that my appointment was canceled so that I can tell him the same thing, because I knew that he had to be dispatched back. He couldn't just turn around at my word.
Was the We Care rep you were speaking to, that person seemed to be kind of compassionate? Were they seemingly under?
No, he just took the information and said he would do it. And I had asked for the supervisor.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to cut you off in the middle of your answer. You guys are talking over each other really bad, so I'm not getting a complete answer or question.
I'm so sorry.
No, I'm sorry, but I just had to let you know for the record so that you have your complete answers and your complete questions on there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Goodson. I'll be sure to pause more.
So maybe you could re-ask your last question and she could go ahead and answer after you finished.
Sure. So we were talking generally about whether you thought the person who received the phone call at We Care was correctly responding to you crying and obviously having some form of emergency. And I believe you were saying that the person was more or less just taking information and not necessarily kind of trying to calm you down or being understanding.
Yes, he just took the information down and said he would do it. And then we hung up, and I called my doctor's office to tell them what was happening, that I wouldn't be showing up today.
Okay. So did you, okay, so the next question is, on the drive home, what was that like? Was anything, did anything happen between you and Mr. Chavez?
It was very tense, but I was just, I was trying not to be very obviously upset. I was just going to be calm and talk about whatever he wanted to talk about, so that he didn't think that he had any power or if he was in trouble, or, I didn't want him to suspect that I was afraid of him. So I had to act very calm and just cool, like nothing happened, kind of frustrated that my appointment was canceled in the middle of the trip, but at least we didn't get all the way there. I just kept it very light, and he kind of messed around with his phone. He was downloading music videos and apps from the app store. And I don't know, he was just doing some weird stuff while he was driving, he was distracted driving, but he was not being aggressive towards me on the way home, because I was really trying to be small and quiet.
Okay. When you called if I understand you correctly, you say you called the police after this incident?
I went to the police station in person.
When was that?
That same afternoon when he brought me back.
Do you recall who you spoke with?
Yes, it was I was just thinking of his name, Abel Cullum.
Did you file
And
a
he-
police report? I'm sorry.
I tried to, and he said all I could do was make a complaint. And they gave me a card with a number on it. He was training a new officer, so I don't even know whose name was on the card. I tried to find it today and I don't know where I put it, but Mr. Crespin has a copy of it. And we sat and talked about this situation. I told him what happened, and he acknowledged to me that other people had complained about Mr. Chavez, but there wasn't anything that he could do about filing a complaint because he didn't actually do anything. And so I was just, all I could do was he couldn't file I could only file a complaint, but I couldn't actually file charges because he didn't do anything.
Let me just ask a question now. So how did you eventually find out that Miss Winters filed a complaint and then become a part of this case?
Because I made a post on my Facebook to be careful who you ask for your transport driver, because I had a really scary experience with We Care. And somebody who saw my post, I don't know if she's a mutual friend or what, but she told me you need to get a hold of this lady because she had problems with the same driver. And so I was given her number and I called her and we had a brief conversation about it. I think we spoke one more time, and the next contact was from Mr. Crispin.
So you heard Mr. Adams, I know you've been sitting through this whole proceeding, you heard Mr. Adams talk about directing Mr. Garcia at We Care to see if a police report was filed. And Mr. Adams and Mr. Garcia apparently were unable to locate that police report. Do you have any idea? I mean, the answer may simply be no, but why they couldn't find it?
Because the cops didn't do their job and make the file. They just gave me a card with a number and never made any paperwork. And I don't have any control over that the police officers, after I left, just didn't finish their job. They didn't write anything down, didn't make a file, nothing. And Mr. Crispin was the one who brought that to my attention after I gave him the card with the number on it. I think he wrote down the number and went to the police station, and he told me later they didn't have a file. They didn't make one.
When you finally spoke with We Care about Mr. Chavez's conduct, if I understand your testimony correctly, you say that We Care told you that Mr. Chavez did nothing wrong and that they would not take employment action against him. Is this basically what you were told?
Yes, this is what the man with the email, We Care Yara 51. That's who I spoke to both times. First, he's the one who dispatched Steve back from Melrose to Tucumcari, and so he was the one that I emailed. And I think I spoke to him. I went online to find these email numbers. That was how I found their emails, and I sent emails to both Yara 51 and also We Care Management. They were both on February 21st. Was that email about Steve and that experience with him?
So how did We Care communicate to you that nothing would be done to Mr. Chavez?
It was during the conversation when I called them to find out what was happening, if I needed to file paperwork or I just wanted to know, because I never heard back from anybody. And they said, well, the man I spoke to, this Yara person, he said that there was nothing that they were going to do, that they sent Steve to a psychiatrist, and he said that he was okay and he didn't have any drugs in his system and that there was no crimes committed, so that they were not going to proceed any further on that.
You said the last man's name. Could you spell it? I mean, I don't know. If you don't know how to spell it correctly, just give it your best shot. How do you spell that man's last name?
Okay, the email was We Care, YARA.51 @gmail.
Do you have these documents in your possession that prove the emails were sent?
I have a photograph of the email because I sent it to the Presbyterian adjudicator who was looking into my grievance. So I have a photograph of the email. I don't know if it's saved in my.
Well, I guess the only question I would say is why wasn't this submitted as part of the evidence to show that you were alerting We Care? And
I don't know. I sent a direct email to two entities at We Care about this situation. And because I tried contacting him, it happened on February 21st. So it was a couple of days after the 19th. I think that was the day that I called them also, because I was upset. I wasn't getting any answers from anybody about what to do. And finally, I made my grievance with Presbyterian and then left it at that because I didn't know what else to do.
So let me just make sure I understand the timeline correctly. February 19th, the event occurs. You travel to the police station that very day.
Yes.
What is the next thing that you do to report this matter? Who did you contact, and what date did that occur?
I'm not sure what day I called WeCare on the phone, but according to that email that I sent to both Yara and the management, it was the 21st. So in between those 2 days, I was kind of upset. I was talking with my mom, trying to figure out what I needed to do and who I needed to talk to. And I really couldn't figure out anything because I didn't get any answers from WeCare. I don't recall if I contacted Superior or not, because I wouldn't have known to make a complaint to Superior because it was WeCare's driver. Okay, so that was why I was contacting WeCare. And so I'm believing the 21st is the day I made my grievance with Presbyterian. Okay. Because I didn't know what else to do. Didn't think to go and look in that giant book from Presbyterian about the processes. I was kind of upset. Didn't even remember I have a book from Presbyterian with all the contact information. It's not something I use.
Let's just finish up. I want to get into that in a moment, but let me just finish this question. So you call WeCare on the 21st, you believe, and
it was between the 19th and the 21st, somewhere in there. I don't remember because I was really upset.
That's fine. And then so what you're saying is that you never receive a phone call from WeCare about the subject. And then do I understand you correctly that you then called WeCare again to follow up, or is that what you're saying?
I only called WeCare twice, the day when I needed to be sent back home. And then the one time in between the 19th and the 21st, when I called to see what was happening. It might've been on the 21st. I don't recall.
And so then was that phone call the time when someone said to you that nothing will be happening to Mr.
Yes.
Chuck?
Yes.
Okay, so then thereafter, you basically let it go and it just...
Yeah, I never received an email back from them or acknowledgement, never got a letter or anything. The next thing was that when Mr. Crispin contacted me.
And somewhere around, is it before Mr. Crispin? It must have been after. So you then discover at some point Ms. Winter's issues and you get involved, and then Mr. Crispin comes and meets with you.
Yes. It was all after everything happened between me and contacting and filing my grievance and contacting WeCare. I didn't meet Ms. Winters until at least a week, maybe closer to 2 afterwards.
Okay, so I want to ask you now, sort of leaving the specifics of the incident, just complaints more generally. You were just describing that there is a Presbyterian manual. Mr. Archuleta from Superior described yesterday in some detail the directions that exist in that manual that tell patients what to do. But what you just said to me a few moments ago was that you really didn't know who you were supposed to call.
No, sir. I wouldn't have, I didn't even never occur to me to find that manual. You get a gigantic book every year and it has all these doctors and all this other stuff in it. And it usually gets put away with the phone books and you never use it. So when an emergency is happening and you're stressed out, you're not thinking about digging out some book, it's easier to find information online, to say, who do I contact, or contact the companies themselves and say, hey, look, this is what happened. So, sometimes having the book available, it's not always available, and you just don't think about digging out this book to find this information in it. It's not it's the best that they can do for sending out information, but it's something that it's an information stop when it comes to an emergency happening when you're having to think on your feet, that the information can be right there in front of you in the vehicle.
And your belief, your belief was that you should call WeCare because it was their driver.
Yes.
And you didn't call Superior and you didn't call Presbyterian.
I didn't think that, I don't remember calling Superior, but I did file a grievance with Presbyterian as
Okay.
part of,
When did that grievance get filed? Do you recall?
right around the 21st, either right before it or right afterwards.
So shortly after the incident.
Yes, within a few days of the incident, that I was making all these phone calls and not getting anything from We Care. They said they weren't going to do anything to him. So I needed to take that next step and file a grievance with Presbyterian.
So did it ever enter into your mind that you could call the PRC?
No, I'd never even heard of it until Miss Winters said she was filing a case with the PRC. And I had never even, didn't know that they were involved in any way.
And no one ever, in the course of your time of using these transport services, made clear to you that that was an avenue that you could pursue?
No, sir.
And no signs or anything would notify you
No,
of that?
there's no signage in the cars in the front seat, none that I saw in the back seat that say, call these people, call this number if you have a grievance or if you have a problem.
So Ms. Sandoval, do you think We Care and Superior are equally responsible for what happened to you, or do you believe one is more culpable than the other?
I think that a big problem with this is the police department did not follow through and make a report, because I think that We Care would have maybe seen something and done, but I don't know why they didn't pick up on him and all the other reports made about this man. So I think definitely We Care is responsible. I'm not sure how Superior would be held responsible if they're leaning on the company and the company's just not letting this one rogue driver get through. He keeps passing. There's nothing from the police that tells them that people are complaining about him. There's not even any files. These people that contact the company, well, his file isn't flagged. Why isn't his file flagged? Why is this guy still transporting people?
Did it surprise you to hear Ms. Say's, or at least even read the testimony, that they rely on Superior to basically keep track of all the complaints?
I do. I think, because I complained directly to them and it was like nothing happened. And if I had known to contact Superior, I would have. I don't know how Superior ties into being complicit if they were doing their end, but We Care should have been flagging this man's file, because I'm not the only person to complain about him. And so this big failure, I don't know where the failure stopped. I don't know if the cops never made these files for these other complaints. I don't know that why We Care is not catching on the fact that this man is being complained about for being aggressive, and he's not a good driver. He's not a safe person to be with.
So you understood, or you saw perhaps that We Care in fact permitted Mr. Chavez to transport Presbyterian members more than 400 times after the incident occurred with Miss Winters, and then ultimately you happen to be the person who is unlucky enough to have sort of the raw, unfiltered experience with Mr. Chavez. Do you think it would be appropriate to calculate a fine based on the number of times Mr. Chavez continued to drive recipients, and you just happen to be the unlucky person who this person exploded upon?
Yeah, I think so. That's a lot of people that he could potentially have abused, and maybe they haven't come forward because of fear, because he lives here in this area, and he is known, he's known my family for at least 20 years. So, there are a lot of other people. It's a small town. And I think there's a lot of potential for abuse there that could not have been reported.
You said in your testimony that you believe that Mr. Chavez could have raped individuals he was transporting. Do you really believe that he would have engaged in such serious criminal activity?
I think anything is possible, especially from the stories that I've heard from other people that had bad experiences with him. Mine was relatively mild compared to some stories that I've heard from people that are not involved in this hearing. Some people who just did not want to participate in the hearing or are afraid to report because he lives in the town and he can come back and retaliate. You know,
Okay.
I'm worried about
Yes,
that.
yes.
I'd like to make a hearsay objection at this point.
I figured you were going to be going there, and I was going to caution Miss Sandoval not to divulge what other people are saying about Mr. Chavez. My question is really, you felt that Mr. Chavez was a sincere enough threat that he would potentially rape individuals if given the opportunity, and I understood your answer, Ms. Sandoval, was yes.
Yes.
Okay, you concluded that a $50,000 fine is appropriate. Can you just give me some kind of more explanation why that number?
I think that 10,000 is barely, that's something that the owner can pay out of pocket. So this fine needs to be big enough that they can't just pay it off and forget about it, but also not put them into the poorhouse. You want them to stay in business. But I think that 50,000 is just right there, just a little bit enough to hurt, and a little bit, but not so light that they can just blow it off and say, oh, next time this happens, it's only, a $10,000 fine. I think it needs to be significant enough to other people are going to say, oh, I don't want to spend $50,000 on a driver that people are complaining about. They're going to be looking and saying, hey, we've got to pay attention to how this happens, to what's going on with the drivers. Take it serious if someone complains.
And by other people in that statement, I think, are you suggesting, Ms. Sandoval, that you think that this should serve as an example to the other carriers? Is that what you're saying? That they would see this and be like, well, we don't want to be slapped with something as serious as that, so we need to make sure we're supervising these folks. Yes,
and especially concerning this driver, if he's going to be hopping from one service to another, that maybe if he comes with a $50,000 price tag on him, they might not hire him so he doesn't have the opportunity to abuse someone else.
Okay, and I assume that your thought process would also suggest that this is the consequence of hiring a person and not supervising them. It's not just related to Steve Chavez, because obviously not obviously, but it doesn't appear as if he's working for any transport companies at present. I guess we'll find that out at some point. Okay, I have no more questions for you, Ms. Sandoval. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
So, Ms. Winters, any redirect?
One question, Ms. Sandoval, when Mr. Chavez was standing in front of you or whatever happened where he was blocking your way, was your car door open?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Winters. So, Mr. Mauer, any questions for Ms. Sandoval?
No, sir.
Very good. Mr. Yar?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Borman, do you have any questions in light of my questions for Ms. Sandoval?
I do not.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sandoval. Appreciate your opportunity participating in this proceeding and your willingness to come and be part of this.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Ms. Sandoval.
Am I free to go?
Yes.
You are, yes. We'll move on now to Mr. Crespin.
Yes, staff would call Vince Crespin to the stand.
And Ms. Goodson, if you could swear Mr. Crespin in.
Mr. Crespin, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good afternoon, Mr. Crespin.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Vince Crespin.
Okay. By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm a state investigator with the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission, Transportation Division.
As part of your duties in that position, did you conduct an investigation pursuant to the complaint made by Ms. Crystal Winters that is the subject of this proceeding?
I did.
Okay, and as part of that investigation, did you prepare an affidavit and report about that investigation?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, do you have staff exhibit 3 available to you?
I was unable to get on Dropbox and download it, but I do have a copy of my report. Which is staff exhibit 3?
Staff exhibit 3 would be your March 27th, 2020 affidavit and report. Do you have a copy of that?
I don't.
Okay, well, I can send you that.
Yeah, it's the entire report, Mr. Crespin. So if you have your investigative report, I'm pretty sure that's all staff exhibit 3 would be. It's your affidavit and then all of the documents you submitted, including exhibit H, which is the big complaint log.
Yes, I have the report.
You have your report?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm going to email it to you just in case. But can you go through, can you take a look at that report that you have?
What am I looking for?
Well, no, just take a look. Take a look. That is the report that you prepared. Is that correct?
It is.
Okay, and all right. I guess I'll just leave it at that at this point. Well, let me ask you this: do you have any changes or corrections to that report?
No, sir.
Okay. Then do you also have? Let me pull this up. Staff exhibit 5, which is staff's response to the 11/20/2020 bench requests.
I have one. Let me see. I have the March 8th.
Okay, well, let me.
Give me 1 second. To the February 26th?
I am looking for, well, let me ask you this. I'm going to send all of these documents to you. I guess I thought you already had them, but, and so I apologize for that. Did you participate in preparing responses to a number of bench requests issued by the hearing examiner in this case?
I did.
Okay, and I'm sending you these right now. And hopefully you get these quickly. Which documents do you have?
I have staff response to March 8th bench requests. And
Okay,
then
those are the
my
most recent ones.
Right.
And that would be staff exhibit 8.
bench requests for evidence in support of opposition to that stipulation. Let me see. A few emailed that I haven't gotten it.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, Mr. Hearing Examiner, would it be prudent for us to take a short break while I make sure that Mr. Crespin has all the documents we need?
That's fine. I mean,
I think it might save us a little time.
that's fine. Why don't we just take a 10-minute break? We'll come back at 1:50.
Okay, thanks.
No problem.
Hey, Vince. Yeah, I better turn, yeah, hold on.
Let me know if you need anything else. Okay, all right, thanks. I'm almost ready to go on.
Yep. We all set, Mr. Borman? Got him unmute.
Yes, thank you. I apologize
No problem.
for that, but I think we have it all sorted out.
Good.
And if we're ready to go back on the record, I think I'm ready to go through these with Mr. Crispin.
Very good. Ms. Goodson, we'll go back on the record now. Mr. Borman, you were speaking to Mr. Crispin about exhibits and trying to get him to acknowledge the documents as he's prepared in this case.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Crispin, do you have staff exhibit 5?
I do.
Okay. Can you identify what staff exhibit 5 is?
Staff's response to bench request.
Okay, and what's the date that was submitted? I think it's on page 2. Or excuse me, it's on the certificate of service on page 3.
December 23rd.
Okay. And were you involved in providing the response to staff exhibit 5?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have staff exhibit 6?
I do.
Okay, can you identify staff exhibit 6?
It's a staff's response to bench requests.
Okay, and is that document on the certificate of service dated February 22nd, 2021?
It is.
Okay. And were you involved in providing staff's portion of these responses?
Yes.
Okay. And then do you have before you staff exhibit 7?
I do.
Okay, can you identify that document?
It's also, it's a staff's response to February 26, 2021 bench requests.
And that document is dated March 5th, 2021. Is that correct? If you look on, I believe it's page 5 where the certificate of service is.
Yes. Wait, hold on. Which staff exhibit was it again?
Staff exhibit 7.
I'm sorry, I had the wrong one.
That is staff's response to February 26, 21 bench requests.
Yes, certificate of service. I'm looking at staff exhibit 7 that you sent me, and it says it's a bench request issued by the hearing examiner on February 26th.
Yeah, but I'm asking about the responses that we served. Do you have that? Those are the responses that have all the rules in them.
Yes, dated 5th of March. Yes, I have it.
Okay. And were you involved in providing the responses to staff exhibit 7?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And finally, do you have before you staff exhibit 8?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And can you identify staff exhibit 8?
Staff response to March 8th bench requests.
Okay. And if I look at the COS, that was responded to on March 11th, 2021. Is that correct? If you look at the very end of the document.
Yes.
Okay. And were you involved in providing staff's portion of the responses to Staff Exhibit 8?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hearing Examiner, at this time, I guess I would like to move Staff Exhibits 3, which are Mr. Crespin's March 27th, 2020 affidavit and report. Staff Exhibit 5, which is staff's response to the November 2020 bench requests. Staff Exhibit 6, which is staff response to the February 2nd, 2020 bench requests. Staff Exhibit 7, which is staff's response to the February 26th, 2020. I think these should be 2021 bench requests. And finally, Staff Exhibit 8, which is, well, at least on mine, it's response to order. There it is. Page up. Well, staff's response to March 8th, 2021 bench requests.
Is there any objection to the admission of Staff Exhibit 3, 5, 6, 7, and 8?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, Fred Mauer Superior, if I could just seek clarification, staff's Exhibit C, so I know exactly what he's referring to. He says that's his affidavit. And what else is staff comprises staff 3?
Staff Exhibit 3, Mr. Borman.
Yes, Staff Exhibit 3, which is Mr. Crespin's his affidavit and his report that he filed on March 27th, I believe it's 2020. My document is 335 pages long. It's got a report that's probably about, looks like it's about 20 pages. And then a whole bunch of exhibits attached to it.
Yeah, most significantly, the exhibits A through M, of which, of course, H, the complaint log, has been referenced several times throughout these proceedings. That's the documents I understand. So yes, Mr. Mauer, that is my full understanding of what Exhibit 3 embraces.
And I should point out, that's the document that was uploaded onto eDocket and uploaded onto the Dropbox last week.
Okay, and that would include then his affidavit and then his quote unquote complaint.
Yes, that is correct. It is that complaint.
And then I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. You go ahead.
So that would be the affidavit. That would be the quote unquote document, which is entitled complaint, which looks like it's approximately 19 pages long.
20
And
with
then-
the last, the 20 pages long with his conclusions.
Well, yeah, I've got 19, but okay. And then exhibits A through N.
A through M, like Mary. Yeah.
Okay,
That is
all right, just
correct.
Making sure.
And Mr. Borman, my understanding is that is the entirety of Investigator Crespin's referred to as affidavit. It first appeared on the eDocket some time ago, right? It hasn't changed in any way since it was first submitted.
It should not have, since I downloaded it from the eDocket in order to
Right.
put it onto the Dropbox.
Yeah, and just for the record, let me identify the date that let me do a Control F and find Mr. Crespin. Here we go. Affidavit of Vince Crespin. On the Commission's eDocket system, the affidavit of Vince Crespin to investigative report appears for the first time in March 27 of 2020. And that appears to have all the documents that Mr. Borman just described. So yes, so Mr. Mauer, do you have any objections?
No, sir.
Okay. I didn't hear from any other parties, I assume, or maybe someone chimed in earlier and said no. I will admit the documents just referred to, staff exhibit 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. Staff exhibit 4 was Ms. Sandoval's testimony, which has been admitted already. And then Mr. Borman, at the end of the presentation, after he's done with Mr. Crespin, will do 1 through 3. 1 through 2. 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Mr.
No, we're just remembering for the future. So, Mr. Crespin's documents admitted. Why don't we pass him for cross-examination unless there's anything further, Mr. Borman?
I have nothing further. Mr. Crespin is available for examination.
We would have questioning from Ms. Winters first.
I just have one question for you, Mr. Crespin. Thank you for being here today. Do you feel that with this case, all the knowledge, wisdom, information that you gleaned from circumstances involving this case and all of the things, do you think that it would benefit the medical transportation system to have some kind of, let's call it, red flag, rogue driver, critical incident alert system here in the state of New Mexico? Do you think that that would be beneficial or not?
In answer to your question, yes, ma'am. I think there needs to be some kind of system. And I think the PRC needs to be involved in it, the Transportation Division and the Commission, to where they can be alerted, whether it's through us or whether there's some system that alerts them. But yes, there needs to be some system in place. I think I answered that in my questions as well.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Crespin. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, we go to Mr. Maurer.
Mr. Crespin, Fred Maurer on behalf of Superior. I have a few questions. With
Sure.
regard to this investigation that you conducted and the exhibits that you've identified, were you able to determine any types of complaints concerning Mr. Chavez prior to Ms. Winters' complaint filed on or about May 5th, 2018?
No, sir.
Okay, so you were unable to determine that there was any type of prior notice of Mr. Chavez, correct?
No, sir. I met Mr. Chavez during this investigation.
No. My question was, then it's correct, you were unable to determine any kind of prior knowledge of Mr. Chavez's behavior, correct?
Yes, that's what I meant. I didn't hear of him before. I only
Okay.
became aware of him during this investigation.
Now,
So I didn't find any other reports before of him.
during your investigation, did you, I know you've attached the log that was provided by Superior Transport concerning We Care Transportation Services. Did you conduct any other investigation of this entire transportation system being offered by press to see how it was running and any issues?
I had other investigations where people complained about some of the same motor carriers that I was investigating now,
Okay.
if I understand your question correctly.
Okay, but did you conduct any other investigation of this entire system other than what you focused on here?
No, sir.
Okay. So the investigation then focused on Ms. Winters' original complaint and then followed up by Ms. Sandoval, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, with regard to the motor transportation system that we're involved in, you've been listening to the testimony that's been offered, correct?
I have.
Okay. You don't dispute any of the representations that have been made concerning the size of this system, do you?
I don't.
You don't dispute Ms. Raylene's testimony about the number of transports being provided per month, do you?
I don't.
You don't dispute the number of miles being driven by this program during the 18-19 timeframe, do you?
I don't.
Okay. you would agree with me, isn't it true, that the system that is described in Ms. Saleen's testimony and that you were partially investigating is immense?
It's big, yes.
Yes. I mean, as an example, if we're talking over 100 drivers and 100 cars, 1,400 trips a week by one carrier, that's a pretty significant operation, correct?
Yes.
Were you able to determine, other than this specific investigation concerning Mr. Chavez, any other types of problems with regard to motor vehicle wrecks, anything like that?
I didn't focus on that. I had a specific direction I was tasked with, and that's the direction I took.
Okay, so the answer to my question is no.
Yes.
Okay, and you don't dispute the representations made by Superior or WeCare in this fashion that 99% plus of the transports provided were successfully done.
I don't, but I didn't, like I said, I didn't investigate or look for statistics regarding what they did.
Okay, thank you. Now, with regard to the, I just have a couple of questions on this because I'm a little confused. With regard to the GPS system that you said that you did not have much faith in, did you inspect the actual unit in the car in question?
I did not. I got this case almost 2 years after it happened, and I did not. I didn't rely. I looked at the logs, but no, I didn't inspect it.
Did you go to WeCare and sit down with somebody and go through the computer systems to see how this system was kept, reported, and used to analyze transportation?
I did. Ms. Seiss gave me an overview of it.
Okay, but did you actually sit at the computer with somebody, go through the system and have them explain to you how the ping system works and what it does?
They explained to me, they showed me maps and they explained to me where the car was traveling. So if that's what the ping system is, then yes.
Okay, but other than that, no, correct?
No.
Okay, and did you contact the manufacturer by any chance
I did
to
not.
determine reliability or how the system works or problems they've had?
No, sir.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Mr. Crespin.
You're welcome, sir. You have a good day.
You too, sir, and you take care of yourself.
Likewise.
Mr. Yar.
I think he froze.
Good afternoon, Mr. Crispin, right? Is that how you pronounce your name?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Mr. Crispin, I'd like to get some background. You are currently an employee of staff transportation division. Is that correct?
I am.
And you've been there for how long, sir?
This month will be 6 years.
Okay. And what did you do before that?
I was in law enforcement. I was with the Rio Arriba County Sheriff's Office, prior
How
to
long?
Yola Police.
Thank you. I apologize for stepping on you there, sir.
Yeah, actually, I didn't hear the end of that. Sorry.
I was with the Rio
You were
Arriba
with the Rio Arriba Sheriff's Office and then what?
and the Espanola Police Department.
Thanks.
Sorry, Ms. Goodson. And what kind of work did you do at the sheriff's office and at Espanola Police Department?
Well, I stopped answering because you had cut me off, or you started talking, and I didn't want to confuse anybody. But my law enforcement career started in 1989 with the small town of Vaughn, and then I was with the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office from 2001, right after I left Vaughn, until 2011, and from 2011 until 2019 with Espanola, and then I was with Rio Arriba. With Rio Arriba, I was mostly administration. I started as a deputy, but I left as the undersheriff. And my job consisted of general police duties, enforcing the criminal code, motor vehicle code, administrative duties.
Thank you, Mr. Crispin. Did you have any experience with GPS systems?
No.
Mr. Crispin, I want to also be clear. Your report and affidavit, I think it's labeled, and the exhibits labeled as Staff Exhibit 3. We just entered that. There are no corrections, no updates to that you have filed or that you are aware of. Is that correct?
I don't think so.
Mr. Crispin, I'm going to ask you a question for your opinion. Why do you think WeCare would install a GPS system in its vehicles?
Well, I would hope that it would be to, of course, like anybody else, would monitor their vehicles, make sure they're not being driven fast, make sure that the drivers are obeying the speed limits.
Thank you. And would you agree with me? It would also go to protect the patients, the actual people who are being transported too. That you could, something were to happen or break down, we could get emergency services to them right away because we could pinpoint the location, things like that too, correct?
Well, I can't agree with you because I'm not that familiar with GPS. I don't know what it does. I don't know if it detects when anybody in the car is in need of medical attention. No, I don't know how it can protect the passenger. I think that a lot of them get it to monitor the way their cars are being driven, but that's just me. You asked for my opinion, and that's my opinion.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you, Mr. Crispin, for that very honest answer. But if the vehicle were to break down, let's say someone, got into an accident, the GPS system installed in that would allow WeCare to call the police or call the fire department to get there and help someone out immediately. They would find that out pretty quickly, right?
Yes, I believe so. I believe some are equipped that way.
To your knowledge, Mr. Crispin, is this something, the GPS system, is this something that the commission requires transportation companies to have in place?
I don't believe so.
Oh, you do?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I misunderstood you. Thank you. Are you aware, since you've done some investigation and familiar with the rules, are you aware of any other industries that regulated by the PRC that require GPS tracking on vehicles?
I believe bigger truck companies, they have GPS on their vehicles, and they're monitored through GPS with the electronic logbooks. And when they go up to port of entries, I believe their GPS logs on, that port of entries can log on to their GPS, but I'm not too familiar with it.
Okay, thank you. So as far as you could tell, WeCare install these GPS systems, even though there's no requirement by the commission to do so. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Do you know if the PRC subsidizes WeCare in its costs for the GPS systems?
I have no knowledge on that.
Okay. So as far as you can opine on, WeCare pays for this out of its pocket.
Yes.
So you agree with me, Mr. Crispin, that a GPS tracking system is a great way to potentially protect drivers and also the passengers, now that we talked about it a little bit.
I believe it's a great way to keep track of the vehicle and how fast it's driving and how it's being operated.
And where it goes to also, what the points.
Where it's going to and which route it's taking.
Do you think there's a better way of doing it?
I don't.
Okay. Mr. Crispin, would you agree with me that the GPS system, as far as you can opine on, is a great way to protect against rogue drivers?
I would have to disagree with you because GPS is just a tool. It monitors the car. It doesn't control the driver. It doesn't alert the subscriber to what the driver's doing behind the wheel as far as his actions, his physical actions. So I would have to disagree with you.
Okay, and that's fair. What would you recommend the transportation companies do to protect rogue drivers, against rogue drivers?
Well, they have some pretty strict guidelines now, but it's hard, even in the law enforcement field. You have people that slip through the cracks in every field, and they're going to get through. And so I don't know. I can't answer that.
Thank you, Mr. Crispin. I would like to turn your attention. My questions are going to go to the complaint log, that 135 pages that you mentioned in your report. Mr. Crispin, did you review that complaint log, all 135 pages?
I did.
Okay. And it's your statement here today that all 135 pages involve complaints against WeCare.
I reviewed it over a year ago, and I don't remember everybody that's on there, but I did look at all of them.
Okay. But I'm sorry.
So as long as it was ago and what I've done since, it'd be hard for me to go back, and I didn't review it. I haven't reviewed it since then. So no, I can't answer that.
Okay. At page 20, I believe, in your affidavit, let me double check. Hold on one second. Yeah, you could turn to page 20.
Which exhibit?
This would be exhibit 3, staff exhibit 3. And it's your affidavit, your affidavit. It's where you sign and date it. It's the last page of it.
Still trying to find it. Okay.
Okay. Do you see right there, the second paragraph down where it starts, there are 135.
Which page again? I apologize.
It's okay, page 20. It's the last page of your affidavit where you sign and date it.
My exhibit 3 is my report.
Okay. And do you see that paragraph that I'm talking about? There are 135 pages. It's a second paragraph down on that page.
I don't know which page you're talking about.
Page 20, Mr. Crispin. I believe that's the page you're referring to, Mr. Yar, correct?
Yes, but my exhibit 3 is my report. Is that what you're referring to, Mr. Yar?
Yes, sir.
Okay, page 20. Yes, I got it.
Can you read that that first sentence?
It says there are 135 pages of complaints against WCT alone, one motor carrier.
Okay, thank you. And you did say that you read this report at the time you wrote this, correct? You read all the 135 pages.
Yes, sir.
Would it surprise you to understand that there were 45 complaints against Superior? There are 8 complaints against Shima. There is 11 complaints against Angels Touch. There were 8 complaints against caregivers. How do you reconcile that? Well, first of all, answer that question. Would you be surprised to understand that all 135 pages were not against WeCare alone?
No, I wouldn't be surprised. I don't remember my frame of mind then when I wrote this report. Like, I don't, but I did read them all.
Okay, so is it fair to say that your report's wrong at that point, at least? The 135 pages of complaints against WeCare alone is not correct?
If there are other complaints on there against other motor carriers, then yes.
A statement like that, do you think it influenced the commission's decision to open this case?
This case was already open. That's before. That's why the report's there. I did the report after the case was opened.
Well, let me refresh your memory, Mr. Crispin. At the time your report, there was no hearing examiner. There was no open case, or it was in front of the commission. The commission.
I'm gonna.
Mr. Foreman?
I think council is misrepresenting the status of the case at that point.
To the extent to which Mr. Yar, you're saying I wasn't appointed when the case was first opened, that's certainly true. But the next statement, I think you said that there was no case. I believe there had to have been a case because the complaint was what precipitated the investigatory log. So I think, I don't know, it seems like Mr. Yar, why don't you just try to make the statement in a different way?
Sure. So, Mr. Crispin, what was the whole report that you prepared? What was it in response to?
I believe the commission ordered it.
Okay. Would you agree with me? It was an order to show cause?
I believe it was.
Okay. And what's your understanding of that order to show cause? What was the purpose of it?
Well, let me back up. I was tasked with, I believe on that order to show cause, transportation was tasked with initiating an investigation into what had happened back then.
Would it be correct in your mind that the commission was looking to your investigation on whether or not to assign this case to a hearing examiner?
I believe so.
Okay. So it would be fair to say that depending on your report, the commission, the evidence that you presented in your report formed the basis of the commission determining whether or not to open a case.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I stand corrected. Whether or not to assign it to a hearing examiner.
Maybe, probably.
Okay. And something like 135 pages of complaints against We Care alone, they relied on that. Wouldn't you agree with me there?
No, I wouldn't because there were several other allegations and there were several other pages of investigation. I don't think that they relied on that alone.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you. Building on what you said before, you said you read the complaint. I mean, the complaint log. Did you read the complaints against Angel Touch?
If they were on that log, I read them all.
Okay.
I can't remember any specific one.
Okay. And I think in your report, you also indicate that Angel Touch had GPS reports, but they didn't show any discrepancy from the allegations that were made against Angel Touch. Do you remember that? Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. How did you determine that their GPS information was accurate and We Care's was not?
Because I believe on theirs, it didn't point out any issues with the car. And I think that's what some of the issues were as far as was the mechanical issues on the car, I believe, if I remember correctly.
So it's your opinion that GPS will show mechanical problems?
I believe, I can't recall the conversation I had with them, but maybe I don't know. I don't remember the conversation I had with him, so I don't know.
Okay. I want to stay with the GPS. I think there's some questions I'd like to ask you. Mr. Crispin, did you take a look at the GPS tracking data that was provided by WeCare to the commission?
I did.
Okay. And more specifically, the GPS information involving the specific transportation on May 4th, the one that gave rise to the entire complaint, Ms. Winter's transportation.
Yes.
Okay.
I looked at it.
Is it fair to say that you discounted WeCare's GPS information and the data that you looked at? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And why did you do that?
Well, because the day of the trip, if you look, and it's been pointed out, the 3 zeros, where from 1333 to 1335, there's 3 zeros. The car was traveling at 0 miles per hour, so it was at 0 miles per hour. And it's been testified that by their in-house experts, so to speak, is that the car may have been rolling, like at a stoplight or something. Well, it's at zeros for 3 minutes for a while, 2 minutes, and that car moved 1.1 mile. I think it would take a lot longer than 2 minutes to roll 1.1 mile. So, and then he says that nobody can go in and manipulate the system. But on another page, on the way back at 1531, there's an indication Dairy Queen. And Dairy Queen is where they stopped in Moriarty. So somebody had to type that in. I don't think the system just typed that in by itself. And it makes me believe that if somebody were able to type that in, then the numbers on the speed can be manipulated as well. So that's my problem with it.
You did testify you're not a GPS expert, correct? You don't have a lot of experience, right?
I'm not, but that would lead any reasonable and prudent person with common sense to question it himself, and which I was, somebody that doesn't lack the knowledge of GPS systems. I mean, that's a big red flag for me.
Okay.
Because everywhere else on these logs, if you look at all the 11 pages that I have anyway, the only zeros I see, the car is stationary. There's no other place on these logs where the vehicle was supposed to be moving that it was at 0. So, I mean, unless that can be explained better than it was without moving 1.1 mile, then yes, I have an issue with them.
Okay, a couple of questions. You answered, I appreciate the thoroughness of your response, but I want to break down those. Let's start with your first reference to the 1333 place. Now you said they traveled 1.1 miles. How did you figure that out?
Because if you look at where the car lasts or starts at 2615, I mean at 0, it's 2615 San Mateo Boulevard Northeast. And then there's San Mateo, and then it resumes at 67 miles from 16 miles per hour. That's a heck of an acceleration at 5901 Indian School Road Northeast. I Googled the distance on Google Earth, and from there, the car traveled south on San Mateo. It exited onto eastbound I-40, and the 5901 Indian School Road represents where I-40 went over or went next to Indian School Road. That's how I was able to come up with that.
Okay. You said you did have experience with motor vehicle as a police officer, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how fast a car can accelerate? An average car? Well, let me step back. Do you know what car that was being used here? Did you find out the specific make and model of this car?
I remember. I don't remember the exact car, but I do remember looking at the file at WeCare, and different cars accelerate differently, and it's not a point of acceleration. For me, it wasn't. It was the distance that the car traveled at 0 miles per hour.
Okay.
But nowhere else on these logs, does it show that?
Okay, well, if we just go up to, from that spot, 5/4/2018, 1333, if you go up to 5/4/1303, if you look at the latitude and longitude over there in the right, you could see there's movement. That's the actual specific location of the car. So if you look at 1303 and go all the way over to the right where it says 35-131-4564, that is the latitude. And then the other one, the -106, that's the latitude, longitude, sorry. You can see those numbers are changing constantly.
Excuse me, Mr. Yar, can I just interject for a second and ask you a question? When you're discussing the logs, are you referring to the logs that Mr. Crespin supplied in his investigatory report? Or are you using your questions and basing those off of, for instance, what Mr. Adams supplied in response to one of the bench requests where I indicated the logs weren't terribly legible and could you please resubmit them with pictures and all that? Which of the logs are you using to do this question?
For reference purposes and for ease, I use the ones that Your Honor had requested more information on.
So the only thing I'm going to say, though, is Mr. Crespin's logs are organized differently. And actually, some of the pages don't even line up correctly, the way that it's supplied to the hearing examiner. So Mr. Crespin, if you're looking at your logs to answer questions, are you doing that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we got to be talking about the same logs, people.
Okay, that's fair, Your Honor.
So if we're gonna, Mr. Yar, ask whatever questions you wish, but let's be all looking at the same document when we talk about it, okay?
Okay.
And I would note too, just for the record, that some of the addresses they're not the same on these logs and the other logs. And I'm just noting that for the record so that it's clear. Anyway, so continue on, Mr. Yar.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Crespin, the information you got from Angel's Touch, how is that produced to you?
Excuse me?
The information that you used to determine that the GPS information that Angel's Touch provided to you, how is that produced to you? How did you review that?
They provided me with some logs also, and they explained them to me at the time.
Okay. But you think that Angel's Touch's logs are better or more accurate than WeCare's?
I have no opinion or anything on either one of their logs, on logs compared to each other.
But you recommended dismissal of the case against Angel's Touch because of what?
Well, I couldn't find what their allegations were. The person who was driving at the time, he had since left. They didn't have a forwarding address for him, and I just couldn't substantiate the allegations against him. I think I put that in my report.
Okay. Did you ever, going on that last statement, so is it fair to say you didn't use the GPS logs or you did in terms of recommending dismissal for Angel Touch?
No, I didn't refer to them. I didn't rely on them.
At all?
No.
Okay. Can you get me that part of it? Where do you just dismiss this? Okay, so on page 18 of your report, you specifically say it's right under conclusion in the first paragraph. It says GPS logs provided by Angel did not reveal any out of ordinary driving on that particular day.
Right.
So which is it, Mr. Crespin? Did you use the GPS logs to determine dismissal or not?
All I said was I didn't notice any out of ordinary driving.
Okay, so you did use the GPS logs to make a determination.
I didn't use the GPS log. I didn't make my determination solely on the GPS logs.
Okay, and maybe I wasn't clear, so, but it was a factor?
It may have been.
Okay. I want to make sure I'm using the right one. Where was the Wells Fargo one? Here's one. No, it's not. 1532 is when they stopped at Dairy Queen. Okay. All right. I see what you're saying. Okay. Turning to the police report, when you did your investigation and you spoke to Ms. Winters, did she tell you about a police report or a police investigation?
She did. She told me that she had contact with the sheriff's office.
Okay. Did you go to the sheriff's office?
I did not. What I did was the central dispatch, the dispatch in Quake County dispatches for all the emergency services. I asked if there were any case reports or case numbers issued for her. And I also asked if there were any on Mr. Steve Chavez and on Mr. and Mrs. Lila Sandoval. And the only one they had anything on was Miss Lila Sandoval.
Okay. So you weren't able to find any kind of police report on Ms. Winters' accusations?
No.
And you weren't able to find any police report with respect to Ms. Sandoval's accusations?
Well, the only thing I found on Miss Sandoval is there's a term in law enforcement. It's called, well, it's when they get a call, they assign a number to it, and every call they get, they assign a number to it, and they have a term. It's called EIC, enter in the computer, and it's logged in as just that she came by the office and she made contact with an officer, and the officer tells the dispatch what happened on his interaction with the reporting party, and it's just put in the computer. A case number is not generated, so it just remains in the computer as a call that way, but there is no report written by the officer.
Okay.
What they had was a computer entry.
Okay.
That she came by the office and spoke with the officer.
Okay. And typically, if the officer feels that there was something criminal, then he would open up a case and do an investigation, or how does that work?
Well, it's at the officer's discretion. I don't know what he was thinking when he spoke with her or why he did what he did. I have no idea.
But you can say definitively no case was opened at that point.
No report was made. No
Okay.
case was open. No criminal case.
Would there have been any other way to corroborate Ms. Winters or Ms. Sandoval's accounts other than the meeting you had with them?
Well, only by getting corroboration from Mr. Chavez.
Okay. There's another statement I wanted to, well, actually, let's just skip that for right now. So you looked at the GPS reports, right? We were agreeing on that. You definitely looked at least the ones that WeCare provided you, correct?
Yes,
You called the police department and you did the investigation at the police department, right?
Right.
Okay. Was there anything else that you could think of that would help you, other than the actual meetings with the parties? Was there anything else that you could have done to verify either Ms. Winter's account or Ms. Sandoval's account?
not to my knowledge, not.
And so, as far as your investigation, you had the GPS at the car, right?
Right.
Are you familiar with cell phones and how they track people?
I am, yes.
Would you, so theoretically, there's two GPSs, right? There's one that the company has, and then there's Ms. Winter's phone too, isn't there?
Right.
Did you ever ask Ms. Winter for her phone?
No.
Could you have gotten information off that phone that might have corroborated some of this?
Perhaps with the search warrant. Carriers, cell phone carriers aren't just going to give it up. It's a process to get it.
Where it says report page 18. So, Mr. Crespin, you state in your report at page 18, and I'll give you a moment to go and look at it, but just hear me out first, that you found no tangible evidence to support the allegation Ms. Winters made against Angel's Touch. You said that you had only her word to rely on. You stated that the GPS logs provided by Angel's Touch did not reveal any out of the ordinary driving on that particular day. Based on this, you went on to recommend removing an Angel's Touch from the case. Is that correct? Go ahead and take your time and look at page 18.
No, I just stated what I found or didn't find. I didn't make any recommendation according to my report.
Okay, so at page 18, can you read what the bold letters above the first full paragraph say?
Conclusion?
Yeah, does that typically mean that you drew a conclusion, that you drew some kind of opinion?
No, it means that if you look at my whole report at the beginning, it says complaint.
Right.
Then there's another heading that says investigation. So the complaint part, it's obvious it's part of the complaint. The investigation is what I did in the investigation, and the conclusion is towards the end of my investigation, conclusion of the case of what I did, not.
Okay, so then you're saying that in the second paragraph, therefore I found those allegations to be without merit. That's not a conclusion?
It is for that part of the report, but I go on to other parts in the conclusion. I go on to other parts also.
Okay. All right, Mr. Crespin, I appreciate that. Mr. Christian, let me ask you a question here. So is it fair to say that you looked at the GPS reports for Angel's Touch? You didn't have a chance to interview the driver. And because of that, you couldn't proceed against Angel's Touch, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. If the GPS reports had come back and shown definitive evidence to support Ms. Winter's allegations against an Angel's Touch, would you have changed your recommendation there?
I don't know. I can't answer that. I don't know.
You don't know.
Well, there were other allegations, not only, I mean, the GPS logs were part of the allegations, so.
Okay.
And it included his driving.
Okay. So are you saying that if We Care's GPS reports came back and showed definitively that Mr. Chavez had pulled off to the side of the road and went down a dirt road, you wouldn't have considered that to be evidence that proves Mrs. Winter's case?
Well, of course, yes, it would have been on the GPS logs.
So I'm confused then. If it doesn't show it, you don't believe it. But if it does show it, you do believe it.
I never said that. All I said was that I found that these GPS logs, that there was discrepancies on them. And I didn't find them as accurate because they couldn't be explained.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Crespin, I'm going to ask you some questions now. If you could turn to Exhibit E of your report, Staff Exhibit 3, and then Exhibit E within that report, and the first page. Are you capable of doing that? The first page of Exhibit E to Staff Exhibit 3.
Let me find it. Just give me a second to find it, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I need 5 minutes. I'm
You do?
sorry.
Okay, that's fine, Miss. We can take a 5-minute break. Let's do that.
Thank you.
I could use that myself. So we'll go off the record for 5 minutes. We'll be back at 3:05. Okay, are we back?
Yes.
Good.
I think we need to get Mr. Crispin back. There. it is.
Yar,
I was waiting for you all.
Mr. Yar has returned. Mr. Mauer, I believe he's there. I can't quite see. He may have stepped away. I don't want to begin until he returns.
Fred, you there?
I think he stepped away because you can usually kind of see him out of the corner to the left, however he's positioned.
Very astute of you.
There he is. Okay,
I'm sorry.
that's fine. No, you're right on time. That's fine. We'll go back on the record, Ms. Goodson. So, Mr. Crespin, were you able to get to Exhibit E of your report
Yes, sir.
and that first page there?
Okay.
And I believe that first page we're looking at encompasses the 13 to 33, 13, 35 time frame on the bottom on the left.
Yes.
5418, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if I understand your testimony correctly, when you were speaking with Mr. Yar, were you suggesting that the addresses 2615 San Mateo and all this, that these were entered by someone and not something that appeared just naturally as a consequence of this program?
No. This part of the trip was part of the trip where the allegations were that he was driving reckless.
Okay.
So everywhere else, there's no zeros to indicate that he was stopped, other than to indicate that he was stopped. But these 3 zeros is right after, is on San Mateo on the way to the freeway when Ms. Winters alleges Mr. Chavez was driving recklessly.
Okay, did I hear you? You have to correct me unless perhaps I misheard, but did you suggest to Mr. Yar that you believe some of this information on this, not this necessarily from this particular page, but these addresses could be inputted manually?
I did. And
what did you explain? I'm trying to understand that because I don't know that I understood that from your report. So please explain that to me.
Well, I don't know if I put it in my report, but if you go to I believe it's the 5th page on Exhibit E, if you'll see on the far right, Dairy Queen.
Wait, let's go there together. I'm looking at the 5th page and the first number at the top of the column is 1522. Am I looking at the right place?
Yes, sir.
Okay, continue.
On the far right, all by itself, there's the word
The
Dairy.
Dairy Queen, okay.
Yes,
So you're indicating that that entry of a Dairy Queen in that far right area suggests that this can be modified, but beyond. Okay, so that is that your basis for thinking that these documents can be modified?
yes. I'm not saying they are. I'm just saying that they can be. It appears to me that they can be.
Well, okay, so I'll just come out directly and ask you. Ms. Winters alleged that these documents are forged. Do you believe that?
I don't know what to believe. With seeing that there, I just heard that when Mr. Adams testified, he said that the system they have, that nobody can go in and manipulate it. But that right there, of all the whole set of logs, there's 3 zeros in the time frame where she's alleging Mr. Chavez was driving recklessly. And there's also an indication that they stopped or there's a Dairy Queen spelled out. And that's part of the complaint where they stopped.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, you're saying the fact that that Mr. Adams testifies that these documents cannot be modified, but then you see an obvious modification tells you that perhaps there's reason to suspect that they can be modified. Obviously they can, and then therefore it's a possibility.
Yes.
So let me share something with you on the screen right now. This is was admitted as part of We Care Exhibit 5. And I am almost confident that that is the correct number. Almost. Let me make sure I'm not speaking out of turn. I'm just going to my papers. It is We Care Exhibit 4. Excuse me, one off. I'm going to share We Care as Exhibit 4 on my screen. And I got to figure out which one it is. It's 1. Okay, do you see the GPS logs up on your computer screen right now?
I do.
Okay, I want you to look simultaneously at the first page of Exhibit E in your paper. And then I want you to look at the logs that I have up on the screen.
Hold on. What does it start with on the first page? I can't get on my screen.
So do you have Exhibit E, the first page of Exhibit E before you?
I have Exhibit E in
paper right in front of you. Yeah. And then are you looking at the computer screen and you see the red stuff there and you see 1333 0. Okay, so the basic question is, I'll just jump right to it. The addresses are different. Look at your Exhibit 1, Exhibit E, first page. 1333, 2615 San Mateo Boulevard, Albuquerque, New Mexico, 87110. Look at this, 1333, San Mateo at Manal, San Mateo Boulevard Northeast. I don't know why they're different. I'm just simply pointing out that they are.
Well, it goes from Candelaria southbound. The next road over would be, I believe, Manal. And then after Manal, you have the freeway, I-40.
So that's fine. I appreciate your explanation, Mr. Crispin, but I want to ask you, if this Exhibit E, the first page, are the same logs as Exhibit 4 for We Care, I just don't understand why the addresses are different. And if you're struggling to answer that question, feel free to do so. But if the other answer is you don't know why they're different either, that's a fine answer too. They're not the same.
They're not.
Now, it could be that you can change this program, right? And look at the addresses perhaps more specifically. I don't know. I would then ask, my question to you is, sir, if you see that there's a difference between these two sets of logs, I mean, I suppose we could look at perhaps at the coordinate numbers, if they're the same. And I don't know that I have time to do that now, because it might be just take too much time for everybody. but
Also, something else I noticed, at the fourth column, it's indicating north. He should have been traveling south.
okay, well, that's fine. So, I mean, the really only thing I want to ask about that and what appears to be a slight difference in the address is just, would that suggest to you further that, I don't know what to say about the logs. I mean, we understand what Ms. Winters is claiming about them. You know, you didn't want to sign on to her, it sounds like, vision that they're forged, but you're suggesting that they are subject to amendment, it sounds like.
Yes.
Okay, let me ask you this question. 0 but traveling. So looking again at this computer screen, let's just stay on We Care Exhibit 4 just for the moment. That's what you're looking at the computer screen. So you'll see my mouse moving around on there, the little arrow thing.
Yes.
Okay, so I want to understand, Mr. Yar began to ask you the question, and I think it's a very good question. What do you mean? How do you know they're moving? How do you, if I understood correctly, you said to Mr. Yar, it's 0, but they're moving. And how, can you?
Well, because the car on my logs, there's indication for speed, I believe. Where the zeros are, it's not moving, but before that, there's 16.26. That means the car is traveling at 16.26 miles per hour.
And
There's
again, let's stick on the logs on the computer screen because that information is also displayed. It says
Here.
16.26.
here, it's indicating 35 miles per hour. So it is moving, but I don't have those logs.
Wait, what? Okay, so this is where things get confusing. That's direction, that's latitude. The 35 isn't a speed, that's latitude. I think the point Mr. Adams made was that 0 is not likely correct because the latitudinal and longitudinal coordinates change, and a vehicle that has changing coordinates cannot be traveling at 0 miles an hour. That strikes me as an objectively true statement.
Right. And yet on the miles per hour, everywhere else on these logs, it indicates a speed when it's moving, except during the critical time where these allegations were made. It also shows a different direction.
Well, the allegations of 0, the allegations being made of this would be, I think at best, the ones where Mr. Chavez allegedly gets out of the vehicle and starts screaming, because that's what Ms. Winters alleges occurred at this juncture in the trip. Are we talking about the same thing?
I'm talking in general, the car was at 0. Everywhere else, it says it was moving, except there. And in this stretch of San Mateo is where she's alleging a lot of this stuff happened at.
Okay, so I just want to understand. So you're saying that okay, I guess here, I want to just put the question in a positive format. Do you think the car was do you think this car was stopped at 1333 to 1335?
No, I don't. All I'm saying, my whole thing is that this happened right where she said this happened at. The zeros are where she said this happened at. And their contention is you can't manipulate these logs. But to me, they appear to be manipulated.
Okay. Well, I'll leave that there. You were listening when Ms. Sandoval testified not too long ago?
What's that?
You were listening when Ms. Sandoval testified?
I was.
Did you hear Ms. Sandoval describe not understanding how she was to complain about the service she received or the conduct that Steve Chavez engaged in?
I heard her.
And did you hear her say that she wasn't clear who she was supposed to call and the entity that she called was We Care?
Yes.
Were you listening when Ms. Saiz testified and indicated that they rely on Superior to provide them all their complaints?
Yes.
So my question to you, Mr. Crespin, would be then, that there's a suggestion that the vast majority of transports are conducted perfectly acceptably, and that there are a minimal number of complaints. Now, there's only so much we can extrapolate from Ms. Sandoval, but obviously she's one person who does not understand to whom it is one is to complain.
Yes.
Do you have concerns that Ms. Sandoval's confusion is widespread?
I do.
And what is the basis for your belief about that?
Well, it's,
Mr. Hearing Officer, I'm going to object. That calls for pure speculation.
He indicated in his report, Mr. Maurer, that he believes the transportation system itself is flawed because of the layered nature of these entities' existence. We have a testimony from a witness who just testified that she suffers the exact confusion Mr. Crespin believes exists within the entity.
But he also admitted he did nothing in his investigation to go out and verify how the system was functioning and other people who were involved and other complaints. He's already said that. Now you're asking.
Mr. Maurer, thank you. I appreciate your objection, Mr. Maurer. You've made it for the record. It's overruled. I believe you're making a fact assertion about how much credit we should give Mr. Crespin's conclusions. Mr. Crespin, please answer the question.
okay. Not only in this field, but we have other motor carriers. And for example, in the wrecker field, we get a lot of reports from complaints from them too. And when we talk to the complaining parties, they tell us they didn't know about us until they were told by somebody else. So in a lot of complaints that not only I get, but other investigators, because we've talked about this, they don't know about the Consumer Relations Division that they can call and lodge a complaint against a motor carrier. But it's against any motor carrier, not just the non-emergency medical transportation ones. It's anyone.
So let me ask you, Mr. Crespin, about the investigation you did, or about Mr. Adams' investigation into the incident involving Ms. Winters. You read Mr. Adams' testimony?
I heard
Did
him.
you? What's that?
I heard him.
You heard him testify. I'm just thinking about these questions. 1 second. Let me get his testimony in front of me. Okay. I want to read to you. This is Michael Adams' direct testimony in this case. It is presented as We Care Exhibit 3. What were you able to determine on the investigation you conducted? Answer. The first thing I did was review the complaint, which stated Steve Chavez was speeding and got out of the car and started yelling. According to the GPS, there was no speeding at all in Albuquerque, and any stops made looked to me as if they were made at stoplights. I did notice an increase in speed while merging onto the freeway, but didn't exceed the speed limit. And it seemed to me like you don't need to remember all this, sir. You just generally listen is fine. Was just trying to merge. Next, I looked at stops and top speeds on the way back to Tucumcari and found nothing to match that. All speeds were followed per state limits. Through the GPS, I saw 2 stops in Santa Rosa and verified both with Steve Chavez. One stop was made at County Office for 3 minutes, the other at a parking lot. When I questioned Steve Chavez about the stops, he stated anytime he stopped for a smoke break, he always asked the client if it would be okay. According to Steve Chavez, Ms. Winters gave him permission to stop and smoke a cigarette. Do you agree that what the investigation that was done there reflected the nature of the complaint made?
I don't fully understand your question.
What did Mrs. Winters complain about?
She had several complaints that he pulled over, yelled at her. He was driving recklessly down San Mateo.
What else did you recall that she complained about that you would have expected to see in the investigation?
The way he talked to her.
Does Mr. Adams in any way address what was said between Mr. Chavez and Miss Winters?
No.
So the basic point here is if you read this critically, it appears as though Mr. Adams' statement about what was investigated doesn't in fact match what Miss Winters was complaining about. And my question is for you as a professional and have a police background, were you satisfied with Mr. Adams' investigation?
No.
And I assume that's for some of the reasons that I just pointed out.
That and I thought Leroy Garcia did the whole investigation. I didn't even know about Mr. Adams till today.
Your Honor,
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Yarn.
I'd like to object respectfully, Your Honor. There were allegations by Ms. Winters of speeding and reckless driving. Mr. Adams testified to his investigation on those things. I think characterizing his testimony to be non-responsive is incorrect, Your Honor. With all due respect.
No, I understand the nature of the objection. It's a major question in this case, though. So let's ask this question. Mr. Crespin, did you have an opportunity to read the documents that were submitted to Mr. Adams when his investigation was first initiated?
No.
You never read what Miss Winters provided in terms of a statement to WeCare, or to Superior, or actually to Presbyterian, I can't remember how it actually comes down, but effectively there was an email that was exchanged between Superior and WeCare, and it cataloged what it was that allegedly occurred to Miss Winters. Did you read that document?
Yes, I read some emails early on.
And did you read an email in which, I can bring it out, I think it's actually in your investigative report, which you've read everything in your investigative report, I assume, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever speak to WeCare or Superior or anybody else about whether they followed up beyond the initial inquiries that were made?
I don't recall.
So you didn't, did you ever receive any knowledge that WeCare communicated or anyone communicated with Miss Winters or Miss Sandoval about their complaints as these complaints occurred?
Yes, I believe there was a young lady, Ashley, from Superior, who was in contact with her.
What did she tell you?
She told me that she looked at the complaint and that she discounted it. And again, she gave me she pointed out the GPS logs where she said that she looked at them and couldn't find no reckless driving. But when I looked at him, where she made where she indicated on the logs that she looked was at the wrong time, and I had pointed that out to her. But it was at the time where I also pointed out the zeros.
Yeah.
And that's when I remember talking to her. That's all I remember about her, Ashley. And she said she followed up with them and that she sent correspondence back and forth to Presbyterian and to Miss Winters.
Hold on a second, Mr. Crespin. Someone's speaking in the background and it's sort of distracting. Do we know who that is? Not you. Someone on Zoom is having communication and it's coming over your testimony. So whoever that is, just mute yourself. Or if I see who you are, I'll mute you. I'm sorry. So continue what you were just saying, Mr. Crespin.
That I was telling you when I spoke with Ashley, she told me she had communication with Presbyterian and Miss Winters regarding the complaint.
She did say she spoke with Miss Winters.
Yes, I don't remember if it was via email or in person, but that she was communicating with her.
Okay. As an investigator, would you have expected the entities to be following up with Ms. Sandoval and Ms. Winters?
Yes.
And why would you expect as an investigator for that to happen?
Well, because of the allegations, the nature of the allegations, and to at least convey to them the findings and action that was going to be taken, if any.
Is it general practice to sort of keep the person in the loop to who has complained?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You state in your complaint, in your investigative report, that generally speaking, you understood that the ride scheduling was Miss Winters would call Superior, then Superior would call We Care. Is that basically what you understood how the system works?
Yes.
Okay. So going to the May 4th transportation, the basic question for you to answer, Mr. Crespin, is how we can credit Miss Winters' account. Chavez drove off the highway if there's no record of that in the logs themselves.
Can you repeat the question, please? I didn't hear you well.
Yeah, Mr. Adams is pretty clear about this, that if you look at the logs, there is no evidence that he gets off the highway at some point and drives under some trees. And the event that occurs between Miss Winters and Mr. Chavez that was the most sincere, or not sincere, most severe, that didn't happen because there's no evidence he drove off the highway. What is your answer to that?
Well, I don't know. I don't know how to answer that. I mean, the GPS logs that a lot of that are being relied on, they don't show that. But a lot of other stuff that she said happened on the road, I believe did happen after speaking with Mr. Chavez.
Okay, let me just pull up one page of your report real quick. There was one moment when you said, just give me 1 second. Do you credit, during the course of your investigation, it sounds like you did not credit Mr. Chavez at all?
Please repeat that. I'm having trouble hearing you.
Yeah, certainly. When during the course of your investigation, Mr. Chavez made many statements to you, and it sounds as if you didn't credit any of them. Just to be clear.
No, I didn't credit a lot of his statements. No.
When you were speaking with Mr. Archuleta, you communicated with Mr. Archuleta at some point, and you inquired about We Care and its performance. Did Mr. Archuleta ever tell you that We Care's problems were explainable because as an operator, it has a very large service area?
I don't recall.
It doesn't appear in your report. Do you know if he said that to you?
I don't recall. He may have. I just don't remember.
Well, the question I'm trying to ask you is Mr. Archuleta now telling us something that explains in We Care's failures in a way that he didn't say to you?
I don't know. I don't know what, because I don't remember our first conversation. I don't want to say yes now because I just don't know.
So you did confirm that Ms. Lila Sandoval contacted the police after her experience with Steve Chavez?
Yes, she did.
And do you have any idea why Mr. Adams or Mr. Leroy Garcia wouldn't be able to locate that police report? Or at least whatever you want to call the document that it is that you submitted?
I don't know. I know at least Leroy would have had the experience or the knowledge to track it down like I did.
Did you find it with us with ease, or was it something that was challenging to locate?
No, I found it with ease.
You described Shuttle Ruidoso in your report as being in clear violation of the commission's rules. Is that because they were employing Steve Chavez?
I have to refer to my report to see what else was written there at the time.
There's nothing else written at the time. It just says they're in clear violation of the rule. I presume that you were saying that because that Steve Chavez was employed after leaving WeCare by Shuttle Ruidoso. There's no other description that Shuttle Ruidoso did anything in error anywhere in your report, because none of it focuses on Shuttle Ruidoso. So that's why I want to know, when you say it's the last page, it's 19, NMPRC Motor Carrier Rule 18.3.2.20, applicable to all passenger service carriers. Subsection A clearly states all passenger services must provide safe and adequate service. WCT and now Shuttle Ruidoso are in clear violation of this rule. I presume the and now Shuttle Ruidoso as meaning because they took Steve Chavez from WeCare, unless I'm misunderstanding what you've written.
No, that's incorrect. It's because when Steve Chavez went to Shuttle Ruidoso, he generated complaints there as well.
Okay. So then the reason they were in violation of the rule is because of Steve Chavez's complaints that he was generating?
Yes.
Okay. I asked Mr. Borman to make inquiry, to which I think he deferred to you, about determining that Steve Chavez, to the best of our knowledge, is not at this very moment employed by any motor carrier over which the commission has jurisdiction. And I believe you confirmed that this is in fact the case.
I reached out to all the motor carriers on eDocket. A few didn't answer, but I did find out that he was terminated from Shuttle Ruidoso right after I interviewed him, and that he was drawing unemployment up until September. But I was unable to find any motor carrier that I spoke to that was employing him. And there was a couple in there that said they haven't heard of him working anywhere, or they haven't been called as a reference or anything. So I didn't find anybody that was employing him.
So the commission should be satisfied at this juncture that efforts have been made to verify that Steve Chavez can, regardless of what he would do, is not in a position at this moment to do to Ms. Sandoval and Ms. Winters what occurred to them. Those efforts have been made.
Yes.
Ms. Sandoval has a very common sense suggestion. She wants the commission's website to be a place where people can go and complain. Do you know if presently that exists on the commission's website?
Yes, there's the CRD, Consumer Relations Division. They can go on the website and access CRD and make a complaint there.
Do you think it's adequately clear to folks out there? I mean, do you think that Ms. Sandoval is correct to say that it would be a great thing to have the website as a source where people could go? And does it need to be improved in order to make sure people can access it and utilize that as a way to complain if need be?
No, several people use it already.
You think it's adequate as it is?
I believe so.
Okay. If the commission were to impose a fine in this case, if it determines any violations occurred, do you have a principled basis by which a commission might decide what that fine would be?
I do not.
Objection. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Objection. I don't think that's a relevant question for Mr. Crispin to answer. He's an investigator. You're using him for that role. He's not in that capacity.
Understood. Ms. Sandoval offers a suggestion as to what the fine should be. Should the commission listen to her?
I have no opinion in matter in that question.
Staff's position in this case is that any fine that's imposed should not create the risk of putting a carrier out of business. Do you have any information that would lead you to believe what that amount would be?
I don't.
Do you believe that fines are a way to inform other carriers that this type of activity will not be tolerated by the commission?
It can be,
How can it be?
depending on the amount of the fine and the infraction, a lot of factors.
Is that a concern you think is important here?
Yes,
Is there a way to achieve that without fining these entities?
I don't know.
So one of the questions that also exists here is about monitoring. We've heard from WeCare that they defer to Superior to effectively, or did at the time that Ms. Winters was using these transport services, that it was, that they basically, WeCare relied on Superior to catalog all of the complaints that came in. And then Superior would communicate to them how their services were doing, or how the people providing the services were providing them for whatever transport recipients complained. If the idea is to get the carriers, as I understand from your testimony, more involved in the process of overseeing employees, how is that going to work if there's at present deferral to another entity to keep track of these things?
I believe that the way they were reporting before, that was, in my opinion, that was wrong. The PRC is the one who issued the PRC number, the operating authority. So I feel that WeCare had an obligation to report their complaints to the PRC also if they were going to report them. I know it's hard for people to self-report, or companies, any company, but as far as monitoring, if they were going to report to anybody, they should have been reporting to the PRC.
So when you said it's wrong the way we're doing it, were you saying it's wrong that WeCare relies on Superior to keep track of the complaints to the extent to which it does? Is that what you're saying?
Well, if that's
Objection.
all
This
they have-
states what he said.
I'm asking to clarify. How can I'm asking Mr. Crispin to clarify what he said. So I understood your statement there to be that you were saying something that it's wrong the way they were doing it. What is the way that they were doing it, and how is it wrong?
Well, if that was the part of their contractual obligation to Superior, that they would report the complaints to them and let them monitor them, that's fine. But they also had an obligation to report to the PRC that they were getting complaints of that nature also.
They being WeCare?
WeCare, or any entity, any motor carrier that's under the control or the regulation of the PRC.
So you see what the question I'm really trying to ask you is at the end of the day, there's the suggestion in your report that, look, we have to get these motor carriers more motivated to do a better job of keeping track of their employees. But how do we do that if the motor carriers themselves have a system in which they rely on other entities to really keep track of complaints?
Well, that there, I can't answer that. I think it would have to be something coming from the PRC to set up a program, a monitoring program where these motor carriers are able to self-report or to report to the PRC what's going on.
Or one answer to the question could be that the PRC really takes the principal responsibility for the complaints themselves. One of the questions I've asked every witness that has appeared here is, do these placards, the regulation that you identified, saying that these motor carriers operate under the authority of the PRC and that complaints can be directed to the PRC? Ms. Sandoval said she never saw one of those in any of the vehicles she's been in. Ms. Winters, I believe, said the same thing, and she's had more experience with these than others. So it sounds as if, as far as I'm aware, those placards or the notice does not exist in these motor carriers. And is that a solution to some of these problems.
Yes, and they're correct. A lot of motor carriers don't have them. But what we're starting to do is we're dedicating one person. We have one person that does solely ambulances. They by law have to be inspected once a year. All the other motor carriers do not, but our bureau chief is in the process of implementing one investigator dedicated to passenger carriers that we're speaking of. And part of, and he's already he's already formatting checklists to add to our inspection format, so that we ensure that the investigator that's doing these inspections ensures that every car has this.
That notice.
Yes.
Do you have any reason why, I mean, did the motor carriers just not know about the regulation, or is it just sort of, do you have any sense as to why it wasn't being followed?
Well, I do know that when they are assigned their PRC number and they sign the application, they are affirming that they are well aware of the New Mexico Public Regulations rules and regulations, and they have access to the rules on eDocket, or they can request the rules and we'll give them a booklet. And if they're acknowledging that they are aware of these rules that pertain to them, then they should know that they have to have that notice in their vehicles.
If tomorrow all of those notices were to magically appear in all of those motor vehicles, and the PRC were to then receive many complaints, I'm not suggesting that that must happen, but assume it did, is the PRC prepared to handle those telephone calls and meaningfully investigate these matters? And when you're answering that question, I know you've read the complaint log. It appears as if investigating all of these things is a considerable amount of work. Does the commission have the staff and ability to do that?
Our transportation division consists of 5 personnel, a bureau chief and 4 investigators. And the bureau chief is also an investigator. So I depending on the amount of calls coming in, I don't know. I couldn't answer that. And
one of the things Ms. Winters points out is the complaint log itself. What you see from time to time is that there's several claims, this date and that date and the other date. And then it appears, I think it was someone from Superior, I think it was Ashley Clark, I don't know for certain, actually went and investigated it all and said, well, this claim, this is what happened, and it's not meritorious. And on this date, it does appear as though they were late. And I assume that takes a considerable amount of effort to do all of that legwork. And there's a legitimate question as to whether or not there's resources to handle that type of an investigation for every one of these complaints.
I don't know.
You don't know.
Of the 5 that are currently in the transportation division service the whole state, so I don't know.
It could be a lot. Okay, that's fine. And it is your position ultimately that all of the complaints, even those regarding lateness and no-shows, that all should come to the commission?
I think with the placard in the vehicle, in the format that the PRC suggests, there's a number to call the company first and make their complaint to them, and they can complain. And if they're not satisfied with the outcome, then they're instructed to follow through with the PRC. And I think that would work well, because if the company can't solve late arrivals or no-shows, then it would go to the PRC and we could look into it.
So there is a new company that's handling the business for Presbyterian members, an out-of-state company. And I asked, what has the commission communicated to that new company? And I believe your response was, well, it's really on the company to communicate with the commission. And the reason, on that question I was asking about communications was, has anyone reached out to that company and said, hey, look, there's some issues that that have been a problem, and we want to make sure it's not a problem any longer. I believe your response was, no, it's really on the company to be in touch with the commission. But you still feel that way? Would it be better for the commission just to reach out to them and say, hey, what's been going on, can't continue, here's our concerns, here's what we want you to do moving forward.
I still feel the same because, I mean, I'm not trying to speak for the commission itself, but as far as being in transportation, we oversee over 2,000 motor carriers, and that's all across the state. And on any given day, we're tasked with several other things. And in this investigation alone, when I tried to make contact with Presbyterian just to see who I needed to talk to about this, I wasn't able to make contact with anybody. And when I finally got to the office that handled it, they wouldn't talk to me unless I submitted all kinds of requests through their legal team. And then I had to go through our legal team. So it was a big ordeal. So I feel that if they have a liaison there that could reach out, I'm sure they have a liaison that reaches out to these companies. It could be just as well that they put the PRC on their checklist and reach out to them as well.
And the person reaching out that you're just saying in that sentence, are you referring to Presbyterian?
Yes.
And that's actually one of the questions I have for you next, which was, what role is Presbyterian playing in all of this? To the extent to which the commission wishes to avoid these problems or the kind of like allegations that exist in Ms. Winters and Ms. Sandoval's complaints, to what extent does Presbyterian have to be involved?
Well, when I was investigating this case, they complained to Presbyterian. Presbyterian sent the complaint to Superior. Superior had one of their employees investigate it, and that employee in turn sent their findings to Presbyterian, back to Presbyterian. So that was my involvement with Presbyterian. That's how I came to be involved with them.
If the commission doesn't have jurisdiction over Presbyterian, does
No.
that pose problems to solving these issues?
No, I don't think so.
That the matter can be dealt with the motor carriers themselves?
Yes.
That concludes my questioning of Mr. Crespin. Ms. Winters, do you have any redirect? You're muted, Ms. Winters.
No, sir, I don't. Sorry.
It's fine. Mr. Maurer.
No, sir. And thank you, Mr. Crespin, for your efforts.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Yar.
Your Honor, I have a question to you. There is a lot of confusion as to the GPS logs that I really do think it's important for the commission to understand. I could get it through Mr. Crespin, but he has indicated he's not an expert. I can do it, and it won't take long, or I could bring Mr. Adams back to kind of clear it up. And specifically, the misunderstanding that has occurred here about the locations. I mean, the basic idea of a GPS is locations. And I think, Your Honor, yourself and Mr. Crespin have made it clear that there's confusion there. So I leave it to you, Your Honor.
That's fine. I mean, just to be very clear, I don't have any judgment formed at this basis at this time what those logs say, how they're supposed to be. Ms. Winters has a claim about them. Mr. Crespin is saying some things. I'm very eager to provide you whatever opportunity you feel you need to in order to establish whatever facts that exist. But I guess Ms. Winters and Mr. Crespin have both suggested that there's reasons to doubt these logs. And if you feel necessary to have Mr. Adams return to explain some things, we would probably benefit from doing that.
Yeah, I could do it that way, or I can ask Mr. Crespin, whichever. Sorry.
Yeah, this is Brad Borman. I think it would be appropriate for Mr. Yar to ask his own witness to explain rather than try to back into something with Mr. Crespin.
I'm in agreement with that, Mr. Yaborni. I don't see that Mr. Crespin is going to provide the answers to Mr. Yar. So if you wish to return to Mr. Adams and he can answer some basic questions. I mean, we heard the nature of the allegations. Well, you can add Dairy Queen, therefore you can add whatever you want.
Okay, I just have a couple quick questions, Your Honor, of Mr. Crispin.
Certainly.
Really quickly, thank you for your patience, Mr. Crispin. I appreciate that. Real quickly, can you point us to what rule exactly obligates a carrier to report a complaint to the PRC? Or should I back it up a second? Do you know of any rules or statutes that require somebody like We Care or any of the transportation carriers to report a complaint to the PRC?
The only rule I can think of, and my bureau chief is a lot more up to date on all the rules than I am, is, let me look it up. That deals with the complaint is rule number 18.3.2.19. And that is posting of consumer notice.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Crispin, do you think there should be a rule in place to deal with situations of a rogue driver?
Well, I don't know. I don't know how to answer that. I don't have an opinion on that.
Okay. As far as your investigation, were you able to determine if Mr. Chavez was, pursuant to any rules, unqualified as a driver?
Well, yes, I myself and my bureau chief, we interviewed Mr. Chavez, and Mr. Chavez, he showed that he had issues against women. Even in our interview, he felt that women were inferior to men, and he indicated that more than once. So I feel that as a driver of men and women, you know, he was unqualified because that put women at risk. Of all the complaints that were generated by him that I was aware of, they were all by women. Even when I asked him if he'd ever had any complaints by men, he said he got along with the men. He said that he felt the women were inferior, that they feel that they should be paid equally as men, that they couldn't be because they weren't equal to men. So I felt that with that attitude, that he was in fact a danger to women. I don't know what kind of conversation other than you know, or that he could have with a woman that would set him off, but there were other indicators that he was well, with Ms. Sandoval, he displayed some of his what I'm going to call it violent tendencies, and on another case he did as well. So I would think that he had no business driving, or I would say that he had no business driving.
And that is the benefit of hindsight. That was after Ms. Winter's complaint and Ms. Sandoval's complaint. Prior to that, though, what would We Care? How would We Care have been able to identify if you and your report doesn't seem to indicate there were any complaints against Mr. Chavez prior to Ms. Winters? How would We Care have known about his violent tendencies or anything?
It wouldn't have unless somebody complained.
Correct. And as far as your investigation went, there was a complaint filed by Ms. Winters, correct?
Yes.
And that was done sometime or approximately in May of 2018.
Yes.
And then after that, there was another complaint by Ms. Sandoval, correct?
Yes.
And then according to your report, Mr. Chavez never drove for We Care after that, right?
No.
I need the witness to speak up, please.
No, I apologize.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, so Mr. Crispin,
Do I have an opportunity to
Oh.
do redirect?
I apologize, Mr. Borman, yes, thank you, sorry about that.
Thank you, and I will be brief.
That's fine, take whatever time you need, sir. I just
It'll
forgot.
be brief. That's okay. Mr. Crespin, do you have staff exhibit 3, your report available to you?
Yes,
Okay, and can you turn to exhibit H?
give me a second to find it.
Absolutely.
It's the complaint log.
Yes. Just let us know when you're there.
A lot of pages. I'm there.
Okay. Now exhibit H, your complaint log looks like it's got 135 pages. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you start scrolling through these pages and maybe take a second on each one for about 30 seconds, on some of these pages, is it correct that there is more than one complaint identified?
Yes,
Okay, some have 2 or even 3.
yes.
Okay. And if you starting at page 1, and if you scroll so for the first 14 pages, who's the carrier that's identified in all those 14 pages?
We care.
And so it's in fact that you have to get through 14 pages before you find someone else, some other carrier identified in the complaint log. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, and if you were to scroll through all 135 pages, and I won't ask you to do that, would it be true that the vast majority of the complaints in the complaint log relate to WeCare?
yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
I have one inquiry based on that question. Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Borman. So on the first page there, and this is really just to get your sense, Mr. Crespin. So the first page, page 1 of 135 of Exhibit H, you'll see the provider is WeCare. The SMT date received is 1/3/18. Are we on the same one? Do you see that?
Yes.
So let's look at the issue described. EWCM, do you have an idea what that stands for?
No.
I'm assuming that means they say receive the following grievance. Somehow that's got to refer to like the grievance holding entity. Anyways, they're going to report something. And what are they going to report? They're going to report members calling to file a complaint on SMT due to them not picking him up back in December 11th, 2017, and then again on January 2nd, 2018. The problem is that the provider is WeCare, but the patient or the transport recipient thinks the problem is SMT. I noticed this throughout this log. The folks complaining didn't really see a difference between Superior and WeCare, even though we all know they're totally different entities. Is my reading of this correct, that throughout this log you see that? Did you notice that yourself?
I may have. I don't know. But I do see what you're saying.
Right, so the complaint is clearly against WeCare, who was the subcontracted provider, and they didn't show up apparently, according to this person, at a particular time. But when they call the complaint, they say, hey, we're complaining about Superior. Why? I think the likely explanation, and you can tell me if I'm wrong or if I'm right, or you can say whatever you want, is because the transport recipients, as Ms. Sandoval kind of seemed to indicate, they just don't really know how this works. Like, they're not contract lawyers figuring, they're just people taking rides, and whoever they schedule with seems like that's who they're going to complain about. Does that seem sensible to you?
Yes.
I mean, do you have any comments about that? I mean, any thoughts you have based on the fact that you too were unfortunate enough to have read this whole thing?
No, but that seems to be I guess it's because Superior was the dispatching entity and they were dispatching several, not only We Care, but that may be, they were dispatching a lot of different motor carriers. And to the person who's getting the ride without that card in the car, they don't know who to call.
That's right, yeah, and in some sense, Mr. Archuleta told us, really at the end of the day, it's Presbyterian that's setting this up. They own the phone number. They set it all up, but Superior kind of does the legwork in terms of scheduling. And then, ultimately, We Care is executing the transport. So where the person who's interested in complaining is supposed to file that, it doesn't strike me as, a terribly sophisticated thought to say, wow, that could be confusing, right?
Yes.
That's the way I saw it. So, okay, any questions based on that brief exchange I just had with Mr. Crispin?
Not from me.
Thank you, Ms. Foreman, Mr. Maurer, Mr. Yar.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Yar, were you going to have Mr. Adams reappear?
If I could, Your Honor, I would like that. I just need 2 minutes to get him set up again.
That's fine. We can take a 5-minute break, come back at 4:10. Does that sound good? Mr. Crispin, you're relieved from, you can depart. Thank you, sir.
Hearing officer, thank you. Mr. Yar, Mr. Maurer, thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Yar will come back at 4:10 and we'll do this. Almost. We're almost there.
So have you received all the new exhibits?
I have not, and I was gonna try to speak with you, Ms. Goodson, afterwards. I think I'll probably just have to get them from the parties. I was gonna put together a master list, submit that to the parties, and then have them ensure that Mr. Borman, I know I have all of his. Oh, and we have to make
Yeah.
sure, sorry, we need to do that with Mr. Borman when we go back on the record, those last two. I reminded
Oh,
myself
yeah,
to do
that's
that,
right.
and then I failed to do it.
Yeah, I was gonna
Okay.
remind you of that when we came back.
Thank you, thank
Good
you.
job.
Yeah, so then I think also, I believe I have everything from Superior. The only one I don't have is from We Care, but all the exhibits. But again, I think it'll be just useful for me to put
Because
together
there
the
was
master-
those 11 through 14. I didn't have a chance to write them down on my paper from We Care that
Yes,
you added.
Right, I think the most sensible thing will be for me to just create the list of what I understood to be everyone's exhibits, and then get confirmation, and then make sure that you have them all.
Okay, that would be good. And then you can just, I'm on the record all day tomorrow as well. So
Okay.
if you can just, once you get a hold of that, if you can just go ahead and forward that to me, I'm probably not gonna have a chance to really work diligently on this until, well, I'm not sure when.
That's fine.
It probably won't be tomorrow during the day. I'm hoping by Wednesday, or I'm sorry. Yeah, anyway,
That's fine.
I'm on the record all day tomorrow, so.
Sir, we're
Yes.
having a snowstorm here tonight. There's no way I can come back into town. I haven't rented this space for tomorrow or my Zoomer, so today's it for me.
That's it for us too, Ms. Winters. Don't worry about it. We're all eager to
Okay.
move along. We got one more
Bless
witness.
you. Thank you.
How am I doing it? I'm just here. So anyways, we're gonna go back on the record now. Before we proceed to Mr. Yar, who's gonna have Mr. Adams come back, there are two matters. Staff's exhibits, I'd asked them to submit two documents. Staff Exhibit 1, the Transportation Division Director's response to notice of complaint and order requiring answer. And supplemental exhibits, this would be Staff Exhibit 2, supplemental exhibits to Transportation Division Director's response to notice of complaint and order requiring answer. Both of these documents were simply submitted to the commission for consideration. They contain factual statements about this case at times it existed before the hearing examiner was appointed. Mr. Borman, do you have any feeling about admitting these? Do you have any objection to admitting these documents to the record?
I certainly have no objection.
Okay. Mr. Yar, Mr. Mauer, do either of you object to this admission as?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Borman, I don't mean to force you to accept them as staff, but it seems like you're the obvious person to, unless you prefer to have them admitted as commission exhibits.
It's fine to have them as they're marked. I don't feel strongly about it.
Okay. And again,
I mean,
you're gonna write a procedural history of this case and talk about when it became before the commission, what happened and all this, and it seems like these are valuable documents for that.
I think it's, I want to get everything before the commission that they need to make a decision here.
Okay. So then I shall admit these as staff exhibit 1 and 2 for the record.
Yeah,
Fairly simple.
everything. Is there anything behind it?
Okay, Mr. Yar,
Yes, Your Honor.
you're gonna recall Mr. Adams.
Yes, Your Honor. We care calls Mr. Michael Adams, please.
And Ms. Goodson, if you could just re-swear Mr. Adams.
Mr. Adams, do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, Mr. Yar.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Adams, again.
Although I'm not sure, did he say he did swear to affirm, Ms. Goodson?
Actually, I didn't hear him and I'm not hearing him now. Is he on mute?
Yeah, I think he was muted. I thought I saw him speaking, but then I just assumed the word.
I've got it on speaker view and he didn't pop up.
Yes, ma'am.
Here we go.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Adams, again. I just wanted to take an opportunity to clear up a little bit of a misunderstanding regarding the GPS. I'm going to try to share my screen and hopefully everyone will see that. Your Honor, is that okay?
Sure, go for it.
Okay. Mr. Adams, can you see this document?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is coming from Exhibit 3, Staff's Exhibit 3. It's part of Mr. Crispin's report.
Yes, sir.
One of his exhibits. It's the what I assume to be the raw data that was pulled from the cloud that WeCare uses, the GPS logs. Is that your understanding?
That's correct. Well, that's what it looks like. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, as we look at this, I'm just taking a look at this first page. It starts off with 1306 and it goes down to 1339. There was some confusion relating to this middle column. So it'll be the third column with the addresses in there. Can you explain how that populates?
So when you pull this down from the cloud, what it'll do is it'll pull down location of address there. I seldom look at that only because I verify it by latitude, longitude points. That's exactly where the person's going to be. If it is probably 5009 Montgomery, as you see on 5/4/2018, but latitude, longitude is exact. So the address, it's nice to have for people to be able to refer to because they know more or less, well, okay, I'm on Montgomery, I'm on San Mateo, I'm on Indian School, so they could see where they turn. If they had to read latitude, longitude points, they wouldn't understand this at all.
So is it safe to say that that middle column is really just a reference? It's not used for specific spots?
Absolutely. It's actually a reference of a location of what you're passing. It's an ease of use for someone that doesn't read lat long or needs the explanation of latitude, longitude, location.
Okay, but the definitive spot on the GPS logs to identify specific locations is the latitude and longitude, and those are the far right columns. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
And I can't show it here, Your Honor. If you have an ability, that would be great to compare it against the response. I forget which one it was. The response.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. The ones that you guys submitted with the color that were easier to read.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, let me get that up, and then if you unshare your screen, I'll share mine. I have it right up.
Okay. Let's see. Stop sharing. Okay.
And I'll share mine. This is screen 1. Are you seeing the area you want to see, Mr. Yar?
Yes, Your Honor. Is there any way to pull up the other one side by side?
You know, there may be, but I don't know how to do it. I mean, probably, I understand where you're going with this. So probably the easiest thing would be, actually, I don't know how to do that.
I'll see if I can do it on the fly, Your Honor. So, Mike, you've taken some time to look at this version. You're familiar with this one that's up, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've looked at the one that was supplied or attached as Exhibit 3 to staff's Exhibit 3, right? The one we were just looking at.
Yes, sir.
And you've gone through and looked at the lat and longitude, and they match up.
Yes, sir, exactly.
Okay. So what we could take away from that is both versions are are accurate versions of the location of the vehicles. The only change is the middle column, and that's because this version, the court requested that WeCare kind of, help identify exactly in human terms where the car was located. Whereas the other version, that's just raw data that was pulled off the cloud. It's different, but there should be no confusion that the latitude, longitude, and the specific locations where the driver was are contained in the latitude and longitude. I hope that was clear to you. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir, absolutely. Again, the second one was created to make it easy to read. So, and then again, that's what the hearing examiner requested. So we had to do a little more detail in the actual locations of the lat long.
Okay, and there is no manipulation of the latitude, longitude, the speed, date, and time in any version.
No, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
John, thank you for doing that, Mr. Yar. It was very helpful. Just one, if I might ask a follow-up question to Mr. Adams, since we have him here. With those latitude, longitude things, what is the sensitivity level? So for instance, is this telling us a location of a thing within a foot, 10 feet? Like what's the sensitivity?
The sensitivity, what they're looking at probably on this one is probably 4 meters. So you could be off about 4 meters. That's what they're saying is the high.
And what is a meter? 3 feet? Is that right?
Yes, sir. So you could be, some of these could be off about 17 feet.
Okay.
That's the high.
That's the high.
Yes, sir.
Is there a lower or an average?
The average that is about 2 meters, sir.
Okay, so it can't show exactly like within an inch or something where a person is and what they're doing based on the tracker.
Not the civilian model of this.
The military, it sounds like you're saying can.
Absolutely.
Oh wow, it's kind of scary. Okay, nothing further from me. I don't know, Mr. Yar, if you want to ask any questions based on what I just asked, you're free to do so if you wish.
Nope, I have no further questions, Your Honor. I just wanted to take a moment to clarify the fact that these both versions are identical except for that middle column. And that middle column, as the witness testified, is just used to kind of get humans in the general.
I understand the point. That was helpful. Thank you. All right, so I'll stop the share now. Mr. Adams, there's nothing further from you. You are free to go for the third time.
Thank you very much, sir. You folks have a wonderful day.
You too, sir. Okay. I believe that concludes the evidentiary portion of this hearing. So good for us. With that, the record is closed at this juncture. At this point, it would be appropriate for me to set a briefing schedule. I don't know what the parties have in mind in terms of briefs. If you wish to brief things, I have questions in my head that I would ask. I mean, these are all just what does the evidence establish as far as certain violations and blah, blah, blah. We don't need to work it all out now unless the parties have some thought about how they wish to proceed forward from here.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I guess my first question would be when we might see the transcript. I think sometimes parties, and I think especially in this case, it might be helpful to see that transcript before we finish our briefs.
Sure. Yeah, Ms. Goodson, do you have any sense as to how long? This isn't an expedited process or anything, so it is just whatever.
It will definitely be a full 10 business days, just based on my workload right now.
Okay.
So whatever, 10 business days beginning tomorrow. So tomorrow is the 17th. Let me look at my calendar.
So that would be about the 31st, I imagine.
End of March, effectively.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then, I mean, the rules provide that, for briefing purposes, you get 13 days from the filing of the official transcript, and then 13 days after that for the responses. So I mean, I didn't know if I have questions, but I don't have it fully flushed out yet either, so.
I mean, I could work with that schedule if that's what others are on board with. I don't, but I'm flexible except for something that third week of April, that's all.
Okay. Do either of the transport companies have any perspective about this? I mean, your positions might be nothing has been changed and our arguments are going to be the same. So therefore it doesn't matter to you all. I mean, I don't
Your
know what
Honor,
you think.
if it wouldn't be too much to get the end of April for the briefing, only because I have a couple of other things coming up that are going to take up some time. That's what I would request, Your Honor.
I could live with that.
Ms. Winters, do you have a perspective on this?
How long before we'll have a decision, a ballpark?
Well, we're right now talking about briefing, which I understand maybe that you are welcome to participate in that process. But basically, the questions one would pose: what is the legal consequence of the evidence that we've just heard, and what should the commission do? And then it becomes my task, after having received those, to make a recommended decision. So if it's some time out, I'd imagine 2 to 3 months would probably be the approximate time when that would be completed.
I may not be alive in 2 or 3 months, so I will, let me finish. I will appoint someone to continue on, because I need to tell you that 2 months ago, my beloved son died and I haven't had time to grieve him. So everybody do their job. I'll be here or I won't. I can phone in from my house. I don't want a sympathy vote. I just need you to know I have not had time to grieve the loss of my son. And all I want from this hearing and from the PRC and the respondents is that you do your job and you make sure that this doesn't happen to anyone else. And thank you, Hearing Examiner Ryan, for your hard work. And Mr. Crispin, I appreciate it greatly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Winters. So my feeling is with just, I can propose questions to be briefed after Ms. Goodson. I'll just work on the briefing questions and we'll just wait to get Ms. Goodson's transcript, and then from there set a schedule. And I understand you all suggesting end of April. And would that be for the initial briefs or the responses?
I think he was talking about the initial brief.
Initial briefs.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, well, so Ms. Winters obviously has a reason to have this done sooner rather than later. I think it's a legitimate request on her part, but we have to obviously work with what can be done. So what I'm going to do is just craft questions that I think need to be answered, and you all can submit additional suggestions for briefing. Add on to those. I'm not going to ask anything that isn't obvious, I think. And so if you believe that those questions do it, or if you don't, I can happily hear that. And then we can plan on having something submitted by the end of April, and to the extent to which responses are necessary, have a reasonable time for thereafter. Does that sound like an acceptable plan forward?
Yes.
Okay. So is there anything other matters anyone wants to address before we conclude and go off the record? Thank you, everybody, for appearing. I know Ms. Winters greatly appreciates the fact that everybody came here and did this. It seems to have been a major cause of her life for some period of time. So we're serving the citizens of New Mexico well.
I'll get it.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Goodson, would you just remain for a second afterwards, and we'll just talk about the exhibits real quick? I don't believe the rest of the parties need to stay if you're ready to go. We're just going to talk about communicating.
Right.
Okay, so we're off the record?
Yes, we are. Thank you. Goodbye, everybody. I'm just gonna. We got iPhone. I'll just do, these, there's gone. And remove. All right, sorry, Ms. Goodson, about that confusion with the exhibits. That was precipitated because the two companies, they I asked them to submit everything and they failed to do so, and that was, I apologize for that. So what I think I'll do is I will just, as I said, complete the master list of everything that I understood came in, and then you can just, when you get the opportunity, confirm. And
Yeah.
I will send that also to the parties and ask them to confirm simultaneously. And then I believe we'll just have to figure out a best way, and I'm guessing it'll be through Dropbox to get all those exhibits to you.
Okay, yeah, that sounds fine. If you could send it to me in a new email, that would be best. That way I'm horrible fishing through those email chains for the correct set of exhibits. So
It's a totally understandable request. I think what I'll do is I'll just put it all into one folder for you and transfer
that
it
would be
through Dropbox.
perfect.
Yeah.
That would
And just in
be-
the future, yeah, for the future, that I won't let that happen again. I've made every effort to tell them this is what should be coming in. And then
Yeah.
I hope you saw that they didn't comply at all, and it turned into a disaster. So I
Right,
learned you have to crack the whip, and it's just for everyone's organizational needs. So
Yeah. Yeah. And then, yeah, so, all right.
okay, thank you very
Sounds
much.
good. Thank you
Take
very
care.
much. Have a